Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Members, at the commencement of our sitting, let us be still. Ask members please take their seats. The next items of business. Point of order.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, last week the Speaker made his views known about press conferences and information being made known in press conferences rather than to this House. That was on the back of a Business Committee meeting where the views of many members were articulated that because of the nature of the rules that are being introduced and the complexity of them and the lack of clarity in the information that's been given out, we had stated that this House would be the best place to make those announcements. Has there been any further action or response from the Speaker's announcement to the First and Deputy First Minister last week?
Well, perhaps while not a point of order, it would be a matter of good practice and professionalism for the Assembly. While I don't have anything to report on that myself personally, I will get it checked out because it is to be expected as good practice. Thank you for raising that. The next item of business, or items of business, are motions to approve a total of 5 statutory rules, all of which relate to the health protection regulations. There will be a single debate on all 5 motions. Just for members, a single debate on all 5 motions. I will ask the Clerk to read the first motion, then call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on all of the motions as listed on the order paper. When all who wish to speak have done so, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion. This process will be repeated for each of the remaining statutory rules. If that's clear, I shall proceed. Clerk, could you read the first motion, please?
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. I call on the Minister to open the debate on the motions, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And as you've indicated, there are 5 motions before the Assembly today, and with your permission I will address each of these in my opening remarks. I will begin by outlining for members the changes brought about by these regulations. So I'll begin with the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2 Regulation Northern Ireland 2020. At the conclusion of the 5th review of the need for the restrictions and requirements in the health protection regulations, the Executive agreed that a fresh set of regulations should be made for the purpose of retaining those restrictions and requirements that were considered still to be necessary, and clarifying powers for the imposition of new restrictions should the need arise. The subsequent No. 2 regulations were then made on the 23rd of July. They revoked and replaced the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2020, including all previous amendments that were being made to them. The restricted regulation required the closure of certain businesses, services and premises listed in the schedule, except for limited permitted use. The regulation imposed restrictions on gatherings, both indoor and outdoor, of more than 30 people, which were not permitted to take place except for gatherings organised or operated for cultural, entertainment, recreational, outdoor sports, social community, educational, work, legal, religious or political purposes, where the organiser or operator of the gathering undertakes a risk assessment and complies with the relevant guidance to limit virus transmission. The regulation also imposed restrictions on gatherings in private dwellings, which outdoors were to be of no more than 30 people and indoors were to be no more than 10 people from no more than 4 different households. The regulations are required to be reviewed every 28 days, with the first review taking place by the 21st of August. The regulations are due to expire after 6 months, which will be the 23rd of January 2021. Mr Deputy Speaker, now moving on to the second motion listed before the members. The Executive has been clear from the start that our response to COVID-19 is informed strongly by the advice we receive from the Chief Medical Officer and Chief Scientific Advisor, with health protection at its heart. In line with that, in considering the arguments for and against use of face coverings by the general public, the Executive agreed to the introduction of a mandatory requirement for passengers on public transport to wear face coverings. This requirement was brought into effect on the 10th of July by way of an amendment to the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2020. The Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 were then made on the 23rd of July. These regulations replicated exactly the face coverings provisions in the original coronavirus restriction regulations as amended, so that they sat outside and alongside the new coronavirus restriction number 2 regulation, which was made at the same time. They require members of the public, subject to limited exceptions, to wear a face covering on public transport. The regulations are required to be reviewed within 6 months, which is by January 2021, and are due to expire after 12 months, which takes us to July 21. In light of the evolving evidence and proposals to relax restrictions in relation to indoor interactions and the pausing of shielding, the Executive subsequently agreed to introduce the use of face coverings in indoor settings where interactions with individuals from other households take place. The Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 were made then on the 31st of July and were commenced on the 10th of August by way of a commencement order which was made on the 7th of August. The Face Coverings Amendment Regulations require members of the public, subject to limited exceptions, to wear a face covering whilst in an inside relevant place, focusing on settings where there is retail sale of goods or services, including in a shop or shopping centre. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Executive set up a cross-departmental working group on entertainment issues to address the risks associated with certain activities taking place, such as singing and dancing, the effects of loud music, outdoor larger event management, and the group has discussed the situation for the arts sector, and the Department of Communities proposed that theatres and concert halls be allowed to reopen for the purposes of rehearsal and live recordings without audiences. This would also enable staff to return to work, and the Executive agreed to this proposal. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Number 2 Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 were then made on the 7th of August. The two main changes were introduced were allow a theatre or a concert hall to be used solely for a rehearsal of live recording, in both cases without an audience, from the 8th of August, and to permit sports in indoor arenas not capable of seating 5,000 or more spectators from the 10th of August. The Executive was mindful from the start of the COVID pandemic of the impact on family ties and social interactions. This is why the Executive gradually eased arrangements for gatherings within domestic settings. However, in response to the rise in cases since July, and due to the particular transmission risks associated with people gathering in these settings, the Executive agreed to reduce the number of people who could meet in domestic and garden settings. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Health Protection Coronavirus Number 2 Amendment Number 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 were made on the 25th of August. In summary, the main changes that have been introduced by these regulations and amendments is to reduce the maximum number who could participate in an indoor or outdoor gathering, not in a private dwelling, from 30 to 15 people with some exceptions, to reduce the maximum number who could participate in an outdoor gathering at a private dwelling from 30 people to 15 people, to reduce the maximum number who could participate in an indoor gathering in a private dwelling from 10 people from 4 households to 6 people from 2 households, and to permit up to 10 people to attend a wedding or civil partnership ceremony indoors in a private dwelling where one of the participants is terminally ill. The restrictions on gatherings and those in relation to private dwellings do not apply to a funeral or wake, but those involved must comply with the guidance issued by the Department of Health. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is in the nature of these debates that I take the opportunity to outline some of the further changes that have been agreed since the regulations that are subject to the motions being debated today. In previous debates, members have raised concerns about the time lag between the Executive making decisions and the opportunity for the Assembly to hear and debate those. I am taking opportunity today then to update the Assembly on decisions recently made by the Executive. These have included decisions on soft play areas, which have been allowed to open from the 13th of September, introduction of local restrictions on the 16th of September in protected areas which were specifically defined by postcodes, and confirmation on the 21st of September of an executive decision to allow wet pubs to open with effect from the 20th of September. Given the ongoing rise in cases that we have seen over the past few days, the Executive agreed yesterday that it is now necessary to widen the local restrictions to cover the whole of Northern Ireland. And Mr Deputy Speaker, this will take effect from 6 p.m. this evening. The Executive is keeping all options open, especially now that we are at a critical juncture and need to act quickly to try to bring the rate of transmission down. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
Éireann Sir Colm Gildernew on Cancha, Caherlach and Coiste Sláinte. I call Colm Gildernew, the Chair of the Health Committee, to speak.
Gormayagat, alas, Cancorlia, Macnu and Coiste Sláinte and Chugreal Reachtaki are on the 10th of September. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We considered as a committee all 5 of these statutory rules on the 10th of September. There is an unfortunate irony, I suppose, to discussing today the relaxation to restrictions announced so recently, even as we are aware now of the change in direction that is now required to tackle the current rise in cases. Nevertheless, it is important, I think, to put on record the committee's scrutiny of the regulations under debate. Key issues from compliance to enforcement and communication require consideration, whatever the nature and level of restrictions, and we hope that discussions to date can inform the forthcoming regulations and their implementation. The Chief Environmental Officer summarised their content and reminded the committee that the short time frame for bringing the SRs into force resulted from the need to ensure that restrictions are only in place for as long as is strictly necessary. Turning first to the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2 regulations as amended, the committee had previously acknowledged the complexity of the previous coronavirus restrictions, which had become a lengthy list of exceptions to the general restriction on leaving home. The committee heard that the newly restructured regulations as amended revoke the previous restrictions and provide instead a list of businesses, services and premises that are required to remain closed. In addition, we were advised that the review period for these regulations is 28 days. We discussed the range of purposes for which a gathering may be arranged subject to certain conditions. On inquiring what was excluded from the apparently very wide-ranging list of permitted purposes for a gathering, the CEHO advised us that this approach has been taken to confirm what was permissible given the revocation of previous restrictions. He highlighted that these provisions require an organiser to conduct a risk assessment if numbers exceed those specified. Committee members conveyed a degree of frustration on the part of the public in trying to keep up with frequent changes and understand the rationale for certain rules. People have found it hard, for example, to fathom why it was safe to go to a restaurant where there could be large numbers of people, but not safe for one person to visit a relative in their home at a certain point. The Chief Environmental Health Officer stated that there was evidence that gatherings in homes present a greater risk, possibly since business environments were subject to guidance and various measures which make them less risky, whereas behaviour in our homes tend to be more relaxed, and we all know that. When we go into our own family homes, we touch many more surfaces, we put on the kettle, we open the cupboard to find things, and there is evidence that this is causing further spread. The public messaging on this is so important and is a matter to which we will no doubt return. Public understanding will be key to sustaining support for the rules in the coming months. The CEHO also confirmed that the regulations are kept under constant review and that renewed efforts were being made to bring all the guidance together in one place on NI Direct, which is a welcome step. Further to question around arrangements for funerals, the CEHO confirmed that funerals had been taken out of the regulations and were subject instead to detailed statutory guidance which had been developed through significant engagement with stakeholders to seek to address the sensitivities in this matter. This distinction in terms of what is covered by the legislation versus guidance or statutory guidance arose in discussion on face coverings. The Director of Public Health advised that the regulations require face coverings on public transport, in shops, in shopping centres and in shopping centres subject to exemptions. In other indoor spaces, face coverings are strongly advised in guidance where a 2-metre distance cannot be maintained. Staff working in the shop are not required specifically to wear face coverings, but employers may decide that that is necessary. In our discussion on 10th of September, the issue of student accommodation was already a worry, and the serious concern of permanent residents were put to officials, as well as the risks associated with large student houses, both for the students and for their families, if they return home at weekends. The Environmental Health Officer confirmed that there were no specific regulations in development to address student accommodation at that time, because each house or apartment becomes a student's residential address for the purpose of the regulations, which apply equally to such houses and should be adhered to. The committee has asked to be kept updated on the working group, which has been established to work through all of those issues. Having inquired about the requirements in respect of risk assessments for certain gatherings, the CEHO emphasised that the Department's guidance would direct an organiser to consider the potential risks depending on the nature of the gathering, and put reasonable measures in place to address that, such as provision for hand washing, one-way systems, etc. He advised that the Health and Safety website has a template to assist. The CEHO could not, on that occasion, provide detail in respect of the application of risk assessment in school settings, but confirmed that the CMO and the Chief Scientific Advisor were working with the education sector on that. We also explored the levels of public compliance with regulations and their enforcement. A degree of concern was expressed about low levels of mask wearing in certain settings, such as petrol stations, though positive views were expressed about compliance in retail settings more generally. And I think we have all witnessed that, where people appear to, where they're doing the big shop, they have the mask on, but where they're popping in and out to pick something up, and that presents a risk that we all should be conscious of. In respect of compulsory use of face coverings, the Director of Public Health acknowledged that the list of exceptions was wide, but expressed the view that this approach, encouraging personal judgment, was more likely to be successful in driving up compliance rates rather than seeking to be more prescriptive. She also confirmed that visors are not regarded as face coverings for the purpose of the legislation. The committee noted that there is provision both for a fixed penalty notice and court proceedings, which could lead to a fine at level 5 on the standard scale. The Chief Environmental Health Officer advised us that these different provisions were there to provide options for the PSNI for lesser and more serious breaches, although their approach remained to advise and encourage adherence before moving to enforcement. The committee requested further information on enforcement of the regulations to date, and perhaps the Minister can say a little more about that in his closing remarks. In closing my remarks as Chair, Mr Deputy Speaker, I can confirm that despite concerns raised, the committee agreed to support confirmation of the regulations. We look forward to ongoing engagement with the Department to ensure that we respond promptly and proportionately on an evidence-led basis to the challenges ahead, and that change is communicated effectively throughout the community. I would like now to ask Ceann Comhairle to make a few remarks in my role as Sinn Féin spokesperson for health. I have to say that we do understand that these are unprecedented times and extremely challenging times, and we would normally, I don't think any of us in this House, consider regulations and powers such as these, but they are necessary. We need to keep in mind that individuals and communities are directly affected. They're affected with bereavement, they're affected with struggling with restrictions and lack of potential working opportunities and threats to business and all of those concerns, and we are all conscious of that. Although the regulations that we are discussing today came into force a while ago, we are still seeing a need for regulation, and a need that is proportionate and measured. It has been said before, but it's worth noting that these regulations have since been amended and overtaken by other regulations, but it is important that we reflect fully on them today. So, Tás agin Kajé na Hibrian and Scaru Socialda, Nida Lava, we know what works. It's the COVID basics, social distancing, washing your hands, and good respiratory hygiene. We know that this can impact the spread of the virus in a positive way. Face coverings make a plea. Face coverings, I would encourage everyone out there to try to remember to wear a face mask. The wearing a face covering is more productive than not wearing one, and I think that is something that we all can do for ourselves and for each other. We also need to keep in mind that when this Assembly introduces restrictions and duties, it must also provide support, whether that be providing masks or supporting the delivery of vital public services. I am conscious today also of the situation in relation to Daisy Hill Hospital and the situation that we have seen in Craigavon area hospitals. We have very many frontline workers out there working every day to fight and to deal with this virus. They deserve our support and encouragement. Hospitals are settings which are dealing with COVID cases, and we are worried for them, but we also are supportive that they have the equipment and the guidance and principles and policies that they need to protect themselves and their patients. So I suppose it's one thing to put in place restrictions and the means to enforce them. However, it is sometimes more difficult to provide a comprehensive system of support. I believe that our response should be led by public health, and I welcome any cooperation between the health agencies and the PSNI that emphasise that message. Finally, we could all very easily get stuck into the details and the exemptions, but it is important, I think, that we keep in mind the very real and lasting impact that these regulations have on members of the public, but also we also need to bear in mind the risk of potential further spread of the virus and work together to do what we can about that. Cora Mayagat.
Call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's useful at the outset to have had that more technical committee scrutiny detailed this morning by the committee chair, so I've no intention of repeating what's already been said. We've come a long way since the last time we progressed regulations through this House, and I do think it's worth reflecting on some aspects of the journey that we've been on in recent times. I want to first and foremost pay tribute to our school children and school leaders and staff. It's been a difficult 6 months, but I think as a society we all felt that little bit of normality had resumed when we saw the kids walking to school with their school bags on and seeing all those first day photographs on social media of all the children in their fresh uniforms. And our prayers for their safety and that they can get caught up on the valuable time that has been lost to them in their education, and of course enjoy the company of their classmates. Obviously, for our business community, this remains a challenging time, and I think specifically of those who operate wet bars and soft play areas, and indeed those in our arts, travel, tourism and hospitality sectors. We do need to look at what we can and what we can ask our government at Westminster to do to support these industries, as we know that in the short term, for many, the difficulties of recent times is not going to ease. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to mention one specific area of these regulations and of the current situation. There's been much focus on the so-called lockdown of certain areas, and from today that will apply to all of Northern Ireland. This is not lockdown. I know this is a source of great frustration for people, and I would urge the Minister to do all that he can to evidence the need for the restrictions to the public, and also to ensure that they are lifted at the earliest possible opportunity. They must not go any further than is absolutely necessary. I welcome the alliance within a family of 6 living under one roof to be allowed to meet with a smaller number of people from one other household. Children aged 12 and under, with evidence that they rarely transit the disease, being discounted from that party of 6 figure is the right move, and we ought to not discriminate against large families and adopt a similar common sense approach as has been the case in Scotland. I would also ask the Minister to confirm today that households may bubble with one other to make clear what that means in practice, and not that it's just not for those who live alone, but, for example, my ability to bubble with my parents. Adherence to these guidelines is vital if we are to combat this disease and its spread. So we need to work with people as much as possible, and where common sense can apply, we ought to apply it. This asks a lot of people who are already very weary, who crave normality, and who are worried about family, finances and futures. If we are expecting the public at large to adhere to these guidelines, then we must see those who breach them dealt with by the rule of law. The flaunting of the law, whether it's by the Deputy First Minister at the Story funeral, by triumphant GAA supporters invading a pitch in Dungannon, or students who believe they know better partying in the Holy Lands. The public are watching to see that the law is enforced, and failure to do so will further erode public adherence to these rules, just as these scandalous events have done. Mr Deputy Speaker, as the Minister, the Chief Scientific Officer and the Chief Medical Officer have stated, we are facing a key period once again in the fight against COVID-19. Whilst prioritising this battle, we must not lose sight of the need to keep Northern Ireland open, to keep our health service open, to keep our businesses open, keep our society open as much as we possibly can, and that is a fine balance and not an easy one. I urge the public to continue to follow the guidance. If we all do our bit, we can stave off the worst this virus can do to our community, both in terms of victims but wider societal harm. Thank you.
Iram Sir Colin McGrath, one country. Call Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Coronavirus, as we all know, remains within our community, with spikes moving up and down. It is quite clear from the past few weeks that the current trajectory is upwards, and that this will eventually result, if unchecked, into too many people contracting the virus and thus maybe needing hospitalisation, and for some, maybe some ICU intervention. And we know from our past experiences that this will result in people dying. I do not envy the job of the executive ministers in trying to manage the response to this virus, although it increasingly appears that we have only one minister in responding to these issues. I do wonder if the First and Deputy First Minister are now hiding because they can't agree on the message that they need to be sending out, and that was certainly evident to anybody that listened to the radio this morning. The regulations that we have been presented with up to this stage are being tabled are very complex. They are confusing, and at times they are contradictory by the time they make it here to the Assembly and they are grouped together. And this always makes it a very difficult message to sell to the community. This is amplified by the fact that many of the regulations that we're talking about here today and presented with will be out of date by 6 o'clock tonight, whenever the new rules and regulations come in. And I kind of use the regulations that come in, the Portugal example, where one of the regulations presented says that it's okay to go to Portugal, and then there's another one that came in about 2 weeks later that said no, it's not okay to go to Portugal. And we know the ramifications, and we know the impact that that has had on our constituents that were caught whenever they were over there. Mr Deputy Speaker, every time I have taken to my feet in this place to discuss these regulations, I have said that the matter of clarity is critical. Because lack of clarity means a lack of certainty. When is the message going to get through that we need to have the clear and simple messaging? The bottom line is that the communication strategy from the executive is not working. The public are left to try and understand what these regulations mean, how they should interpret them, about when they can or cannot hug their grandchildren, or when they can or cannot stay with people during birth. And they are not embracing them because there is so often a change to them, and that they do not like that. So I would ask if the Minister could give us an update on the communication strategy specifically that there is from the Executive to punch out the message in a clear and unequivocal way. And I do accept that this has probably been transferred to him in the last few days rather than where it was previously being carried out. As I say, the lack of clarity means lack of certainty. And I'll give you an example, Mr Deputy Speaker, on that. When the announcement was made to the press yesterday, and I'd say that the announcement was made to the press and not to this House, as the Speaker had suggested last week, and I do note, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I think when it came to yesterday that the First and the Deputy First Minister and the Health Minister were all present here in this House, and that we were actually sitting when the announcements were being made. But when the announcement was made yesterday, I posted, to try and be helpful for constituents, and as all MLAs would have undoubtedly done, posted on social media a little snapshot of exactly what the new regulations and the changes were. And at the point of preparing for this debate this morning, I have just short of 200 comments on that thread. And those 200 comments are not positive. And in fact, it actually has almost shocked me that to a T, they are not positive. I could understand it being peppered with an unhappy comment here or a disputed comment there, but it is comment after comment after comment of people that do not like the regulations, do not want to see the regulations, or are totally confused and at points exasperated by the regulations that are being brought in. And they are comments that ask things like, I can't have people in my house, but I can take them to the bar. How does this work with so many children in my classroom? Or as one constituent summed it up, There needs to be a simple go-to place for the most up-to-date guidance. Each day something new is said and wires are getting crossed, causing confusion. I appreciate the complexities of what's going on, but these announcements leave it open to individual interpretation. Mr Deputy Speaker, as MLAs, we have done our job in delivering this message to the public based on the messaging that we are presented with. But again, I ask, how are we meant to sell this message when it is so unclear? How can we ever expect the public to adhere to something that is unclear, confusing and open to interpretation? The public are rightly frustrated and they are rightly angry. It is becoming increasingly frustrating to have to say time after time that when decisions are taken by the executive, we end up with 200 comments on social media streams asking what does this mean for their day-to-day life. But how do we find out about this information when we have to wait 28 days before the regulations come here to the floor of the Assembly? Mr Deputy Speaker, what I'm about to say, I don't say with any sense of satisfaction or enjoyment. The problem with simply going to the media could not have been more illustrated clearly this morning when not 2 hours ago our First and Deputy First Minister took to the radio separately, with one giving their interpretation of the new regulations and the other giving their interpretation 30 minutes later. Now, I know it's still early in the day, but I'm sure by the end of it we might see one of the party's MPs giving a further interpretation of those guidelines with their expert views on the matter. But it's sufficient to say that the First and Deputy First Minister were all over the place this morning. I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, if the public are asking relevant and appropriate questions of their representatives, which they are, it is high time that we got the opportunity to ask those questions here in this room from the dispatch boxes. And I absolutely welcome that it's the Health Minister that will be taking on that role, because as we have had evidenced here today, prepared to stand up and give a bit of clarity and get a bit of information to us that we can ask those questions. We weren't able to get it from the First and Deputy First Minister. I hope that we will continue to get it from the Minister for Health. So finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, there is a plethora of regulations presented to us today, and in their own time and in their own way, they were logical. I continue to support the decisions that are being taken in the interests of public health, but the issue of clarity, the issue of understanding, the issue of interpretation seriously needs addressed. And if the Health Minister can answer any of the questions that I've raised today, especially around the messaging, it would be very, very welcome. Thank you.
I call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Health Minister here today as he brings these SRs, as we call them, and these regulations before the Assembly. But what I would say is that when he was Chief Whip and Leader, I saw less of him than you guys are seeing him in this chamber. And I don't say that to raise a smile. I say that because he seems to be the Executive Minister, not only with the biggest portfolio, but certainly with the biggest responsibility, which has been thrust upon him, once again, by the deflection of some of the work, I think, by TEO. I thank Mr McGrath for some of his comments with regard to it, because let's get real, people, this is a crisis of monumental proportions, as was laid out at the start of this pandemic by the Health Minister. And these restrictions are somewhat old, and whilst I will refer to them, because the Speaker will hold me to task if I don't, it is important that we get our act together here, not just in this Assembly, but indeed the Executive. The days for petty squabbling can be kept to another day, guys, because the very lives of the people across Northern Ireland depend on the leadership of the people within this chamber, whether you're an Executive Minister or whether you're an MLA. Because people follow our example, regardless of what they say on Facebook and Twitter and on the news and the public beating that we take at times. Really, they do watch and they do act on what we do and not on what we say at times. To turn to some of the regulations, I think we do a discredit and a disservice to the population across Northern Ireland in their adherence to many of the rules and regulations that have been meted down to us, in particular face coverings. Because, let's be honest, as has been said, sometimes it may be conflicting to read and interpret some of the regulations. I find it okay, and I find that through my office I'm able to answer many of those questions. But one of the problems that we face today in 2020 is the threat of fake news. The postings that are on Facebook and available on the internet, when you even do a search yourself, sometimes it's almost impossible to find the right information. And it's very believable. I have stuff shared with me, and I'm sure as members you have people send you items which look like regulations and look like advice and could even be stamped, but actually they're desperately dangerous. And I think that Facebook and Twitter have at this time, just like us, they make enough money out of it, have a role to play in cleaning up their act and making sure in a time of crisis people get access to the best and most relevant information. But in doing that, it's incumbent upon us to ensure that we are not weeks and weeks latent in bringing those regulations and those messages to the people who require it. Because after all, they are our sons and daughters, they're our mothers and fathers, they're our relations, they're the people that underpin business, education, the health service that we rely on. We need to ensure that when we give a message like today, we're talking about regulations, many of them which are actually being superseded, that people may listen to this and get confused, and that's why. So that's why I would plead with the TEO to step up here. There's 4 ministers in that office. 4. Not 1. 4. Why are they not here today? I don't get cross very often, but I'm cross today because I don't believe it should fall on the Health Minister's shoulders solely at a time of crisis. Mr. Speaker, if you'll indulge me, I know a little bit, and I will always go back to it because it's 16 wonderful years in the fire service, about a thing called span of control. Span of control is the terminology used when you're dealing with crisis and big events. And everybody has a capacity to deal professionally with a limited amount of work, regardless of how good you are. And that's why in the fire service, in the prison service, in the police service, in nursing and every other profession, the workload is spread. And that is to make sure that things don't fall through the cracks. This isn't politics. This is people's lives. Let's get our act together, and I want the TEO office to hear that today loud from this chamber, and I hope that the Minister can address that. And perhaps he might square his shoulders and say, no, Robbie, I'm big enough, I can take it. I hope he's humble enough to say, no, I will accept all and every bit of help that I can get from every office in there. And it is everybody's responsibility. I'm going to return to face coverings because in my role as an education spokesperson, that's probably one of the places where a lot of the debate has been recently with regard to teachers, with regard to pupils, with regard to the messaging that we're getting from our scientific and medical officers with regard to who and who doesn't need to wear in certain circumstances. And this is about risk mitigation. This isn't just about risk assessment. This is about dynamic risk assessment. This is about balancing what we are building into in our future, what we can keep open, what we can expose our kids to. And I'm not talking about corona. I'm talking about their education. I'm talking about their societal well-being. I'm talking about their mental health as well. So that's why we need the collegiate voice coming from here, coming from our executive office. That's why we need our First and Deputy First Minister standing side by side, giving that message and not contradicting each other and knowing what each other is saying, because that's what the people of this country, regardless of where you're from, deserve today in Northern Ireland. Absolutely.
I mean, the point I was making earlier, and that you're reiterating here about the issue of not coming to this place to give the information. The press is an incredibly important place. They have very important questions to ask, but they generally only get one question each across about a half dozen outlets, where if ministers come to here, there's potentially 89 other people that can get up and ask questions, and we can get right drilled down into the detail that people are contacting us about, and that is why this place is the most important place to come and give the information, because there's very little room to hide in here, where there is in a very controlled environment to the press.
For his intervention, I wholeheartedly agree with his intervention, because I think one of the things that was perhaps missing from here when we went into restricted assembly business that we didn't get with the reduction in written questions, oral questions, but that's not the case now. And I think we missed an opportunity perhaps in the summer where the mechanisms did exist when we could have come in here to bring these regulations in a number of weeks ago. Those mechanisms existed, and we could have come in short term to do short amounts of business. And perhaps, as the member has rightly said, this would reduce the risk for conflating the messages and mixed messages. Absolutely.
And just on that point, I know people like to grandstand at times, but we should have come in over August, we should have come in over the summer. The agreement we all made was that the staff in the Assembly also need a break, that they have been working extremely hard from the time the Assembly got back up and running again. And it is the case that they can only take leave, many of them, when the Assembly is in recess. So, I mean, let's forget about the grandstanding. Deal with the issues as they exist.
For his intervention, but I think he's totally off skew here. That's not grandstanding, it's stating facts that on the Commission and Business Committee, which I sit, we actually agreed those mechanisms, that if there was a need, and I would suggest to the member there is a need, because we're in a crisis situation. This is unparalleled, unprecedented times. And it's not grandstand, it's not politics, it's the lives of my family, your family, and everybody in our communities. And really, could we not have come in for a half a day? This isn't days of work. This is a 2-hour debate that's going to happen today. And it is important that we don't grandstand, to be fair. It is important that we don't politic and we don't thrash the life out of things that don't need to be discussed. But this is about improving what we do, ensuring that regulations like these come forward in good time to get the level of scrutiny that they deserve. Why? Because we need to give the public every single bit of confidence that we can. We need to show the leadership, and we need to adhere to the restrictions ourselves and ensure we set that example as political leaders and public servants. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the health protection regulations as amended, and before I move into the substance of my speech, I would take exception for the comments made there by Robbie Butler. I don't believe that these are petty squabbles. I think that the concerns that I am going to raise, which very much reflect what my colleague on the Health Committee has said, are not petty. We are not politicking. We are raising legitimate concerns on behalf of our constituents. This is a debating chamber, and we have every right to do that, so don't try and quash that down. You said yourself it is almost impossible to find and access relevant information, and that is the concerns we are raising today. So, in this case, it is not quite as necessary as the last time to point out that the regulations run profoundly contrary to my party's liberal instincts, because as of the number 2 regulations applying from 24th of July, we have at least had them the right way around. They specifically make prohibitions on public health grounds rather than not allowing us to cross our front door without specific reason. For all that, we remain in a situation where civil liberties are remarkably constrained to a degree which does not require constant scrutiny to ensure that it is absolutely necessary for the sake of public health. And because I am so annoyed, I will raise a point that came up at Health Committee last week. We received notification that it was not always going to be possible that we had a departmental official to come along and speak to us about the proposed health protection regulation changes. How ludicrous that the scrutiny body for health protection regulations was not going to be able to get the draftsman of those changes along to support us in our deliberations and our thinking around that. We cannot shut down the scrutiny just to protect a minister. We're not going to do that. No, I'm not, because I took enough nonsense from your party over the weekend. Thank you. So moving on, Mr Deputy Speaker. If there was one advantage to the way previous regulations were worded or implemented, it was simplicity. Everyone knew that they could only cross their door for specific purposes. As we have opened up, things have become more complex. What we are aiming for at all time is voluntary compliance. If we are having to enter into a situation where enforcement becomes a significant issue, we have taken a wrong turning. Voluntary compliance will come about if the rules are clear and if the reasons for them are provided in a transparent manner. It has to be said there is nothing about the announcements by the Executive Office and Department of Health over the past 10 days or so which qualifies for either of these. On to confusion. They piled even more and greater confusion. On one hand, restrictions were to be tightened. On the other, they were to be eased. We ended up with the farce of a press statement from the Department of Health stating restrictions applied in certain areas, when the annex to the regulations of the press statement were announcing that they applied to certain other areas too. Then, having spent a week trying to work out whether Castlereagh was in Belfast, we ended up having to include all of Northern Ireland. Providing such a confused response does not bode well for public confidence in what the Executive Office is doing with these regulations, nor for the practical likelihood of public compliance, not least since we have seen so many people who are unsure as to what the rules are and where they actually apply. Mr Deputy Speaker, communication is about creating understanding. None of what I'm about to say is aimed at discouraging compliance, quite the opposite. But the public need to understand the rules and the reasons in order to comply with them. There should at all times be absolute clarity. If, for example, our concern is social gatherings in urban spaces, then apply the rules to all social gatherings in all urban spaces. It should not have taken 10 days to work that out. What is more, make these rules simple, understandable and enforceable. But once we start trying to determine one rule for the work garage, another for the living room and still another for the garden, we have lost people. And let me move on to the Holy Land. And I wasn't going to raise it, but again, there was a sideward swipe at me in the chamber here yesterday about this. I've been raising this issue of the Holy Lands with the Health Minister and the Chief Medical Officer since the start of March. I chair and facilitate the HALO group in the area, and I've been working with the residents there for years. So I am acutely aware of the issues that are going on there. And I said that the parties in the houses have been happening from June, and I misspoke. I meant that once the restrictions started to lift and people could go back to the houses, that the parties reassumed. I have been receiving communication all morning from residents in that area and the people on the HALO group, because the parties were still happening last night. There's 6 people were standing one side of the garden wall, and then there was people standing in the street, and they've now started moving into the alleyways to have their parties to avoid detection. So despite the fact that a lot of words have been said in this chamber in the last week about how they were going to enforce compliance, it's not happening. So as the chair of the Health Committee pointed out there, I asked last week if there could be guidance, whether it's HMOs or whether it's guidance for students. I don't care what way it's bodied, but we have to have something that specifically relates to the people in that area. Because as I keep pointing out, whether it's in the Chamber, Health Committee or on the media, we have up to 9 people living in these houses, and it's deemed to be one house. They then go home at the weekend, play in their sports club, visit their grannies, and a lot of them have to go home because they don't even have washing machines because the houses have been so overdeveloped. There are specific circumstances in the Holy Land. We also know that some of the HMOs are occupied by people from the Roma community, many of whom work in the meat processing plants, and we know that there are specific vulnerabilities around those work placements as well. Not least then we have the settled community there, and I know of some residents here in their 80s and 90s. It is a horrendous place, and these people in their 80s and 90s, there's only one corner shop. The kids are going into the young people are going in the shops, they're not wearing their masks, and they're not social distancing, and the local people are feeling incredibly vulnerable. And again, I don't appreciate when I get sideward swipes in this chamber because I continue to raise this issue, because it just doesn't affect my constituency, it affects the whole of this country. So moving on, I'm also concerned at our inability to enforce guidance in any meaningful way. People, for example, who have booked weddings for 200 people are having the choice of losing thousands of pounds of deposits or to proceed with them even when they themselves recognise them to be at high risks, because there is no specific rule which enables them to cancel in the interest of public safety and be assured a refund. Risk assessments seem too much to consist of people marking their own homework. We do need to consider whether guidance based on scientific advice should not in fact be enforceable, or at least whether events which are bound to breach it may be preventable. Even with face coverings, as I have just referenced there, the topic of 2 of the set of regulations we're looking at, the rules are too complex. In most other jurisdictions, the rules are much simpler. As soon as you enter a public building, you're obliged to wear a face covering, with the exception of when you're seated or seated to eat or drink, and then obviously some people with health conditions will have exemptions. So at the minute, you need to wear a mask in a shop, but you don't need to wear it in a coffee shop. You're going to need to wear it in a bar, but you don't need to wear it in a restaurant or a hotel. This is overcomplicated, it is confusing, and it's counterintuitive, and it does not need to be that way. So in conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, I think that there's still goodwill to the executive out there, to the messaging, not least the fact that people are still so supportive of our health service and the sterling work that they're doing and our other frontline workers. But the missteps over the last few days have eroded confidence, and there is now mass confusion. With regard to these regulations and the guidance around them, we need to communicate better, with less confusion and more clarity to deliver full compliance. Thank you.
Iram Sir Pat Sheehan on Cancha call Pat Sheehan.
I mean, we've been here before, we've discussed all these coronavirus regulations, and this is a set that, by and large, has already been overtaken by other regulations. And There are a couple of important points I want to make in regard to all the legislation that we've brought forward in this Assembly. And, you know, most of it has been draconian. Under normal circumstances, we wouldn't be bringing legislation like this in front of the House. Most of us certainly wouldn't be supporting it anyway. But there are two aspects of all of this which are important, and Paula has just made the point. There needs to be clear messaging, easily understood messages that people can act on, and that can be easily enforced. And the other aspect of all of this is that we're effectively asking the population to enter into a contract. We are going to introduce draconian legislation, but it's for your own good. And in order to help you, this is what we're going to do. We're going to test, we're going to trace, we're going to isolate, we're going to support those who have to isolate, and we're going to make facilities available to treat people who contract this virus. So, and I'm not going to be too critical about the regulations, because I appreciate it is difficult to get things right. And I have to say, first of all, I admire the loyalty of the members of the Ulster Unionist Party encircling the wagons around you, Minister. And I have to congratulate Alan on the sterling work he does in the committee. Yes, Robbie, I'll give way.
I appreciate that, and it is good that there is some brevity in here at times, and Alan's work is outstanding, but he does a good job on the Health Committee. But the member not agree with me. I mean, I had a phone call this morning of a lady who's just less than 60, and she's now on a ventilator due to COVID this morning. And BT28 is where I live, and the restrictions that were placed in there, I do agree with you, by the way, that some of the restrictions feel draconian, but in a time of absolute public pandemic and safety, it is important that we do not confuse the messaging in here in any shape or form. And whether you're an MLA who's speaking on a committee, that you need to be up to date with all of the information and ensure that you're there with regard to the messaging from the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Officer.
I thank the member for his intervention. I don't disagree with anything he said. And I'm not here to, to criticise the Minister as such. But I am going to relay some of my own experience, because I've made the point, we've entered into a contract with the population, and one aspect of that contract is that we're going to provide testing, and we're going to provide a system where people don't have to jump through hoops to get tested. And I'm going to tell you here my own personal experience from Sunday fortnight ago, when my 4-year-old daughter developed a temperature. Wasn't a very high temperature, and she had a bit of a runny nose. If COVID wasn't here, I'd have said she's a bit of a head cold. She started into primary 1 the week previously. She's picked something up, and, she hadn't lost her appetite. She hadn't stopped running about. She was okay. Under normal circumstances, she'd have gone into school on Monday morning. However, after discussion with the wife, we decided that, well, because she has one of the symptoms, we should seek some advice. So we phoned 111. And the advice we got there was that they don't give out advice about children as young as that, and I needed to phone the GP the following morning, on Monday morning, which I did. Got through to the GP, which was good, because a lot of people at the moment are saying they can't get through to GPs. In fact, we did a survey in the White Rock area recently in regard to the flu jab, to see how many people, usually get the flu jab and are having problems this year getting it. And a large number of the people we spoke to told us that they couldn't even get through to their GP on the phone. So there are problems there as well. But getting back to my own story, I phoned the GP surgery, and they advised me to phone 119 and book a test. So I went on to the phone, and I stayed on the phone, and stayed on the phone, and stayed on the phone, and then the phone cut out, and I went back on the phone and stayed on the phone, and eventually I just gave up. I was on the phone probably nearly an hour and a half trying to get through. So I said, OK, I'll go on the website and try to book a home testing kit, which I did. I went online, and lo and behold, no home testing kits available at this time. So I decided then, right, I've started this, so I may finish it. I went online to try and book a drive-through test. The word came back, there was availability in Stranraer. Now, I have to say, this isn't an isolated incident. I actually put it up on Twitter that evening and got a boatload of responses. People who were also being sent to Stranraer, some being sent to Wales, one being sent to Telford in Shropshire. And, you know, a lot of people experiencing the same problems. And I just see in our WhatsApp group this morning from one of our other MLAs that a constituent of theirs in Newry and Mourne is also being sent to Stranraer today. Now, I know it's not possible. People aren't going to be travelling to Stranraer. But what this does is that it exposes the problems in the testing system. So, yes, go ahead.
Would the member agree the point that I've made at the committee that if we could make home testing kits available in places such as pharmacies, you could have been down to a pharmacy and back at your house within about 10 minutes, and the test probably would have been into the post later that afternoon, and you would have had the result the next day. And that if there aren't test kits, we need to get them, but making them very easily accessible to people would increase the speed and would have helped you in a situation like this.
I absolutely agree with that, and just as you make that point, I visited community pharmacy in my own constituency on Friday and spoke to them about a number of issues, one including the provision of the flu jab, and the community pharmacy is already providing those to health workers free of charge, and the others, I think they're charging 12 quid. But I asked them, was there capacity within the community pharmacy system to carry out COVID tests as well? And they felt there was. With a small amount of training, they could be carrying out testing, or at least delivering home testing kits, or some system that would deal with the difficulties that exist in the current system. But anyway, to get back to my own story, everything I've told you so far happened on the Monday. I couldn't get anything. I went back on Tuesday morning. I was able to order a home testing kit. That home testing kit didn't arrive until tea time on Wednesday. And they tell you in the guidelines they give you in that you're not to post. Well, first of all, you're to post it in a priority post box. I didn't know there was such a thing until this. But you can't post it unless it's in the box at least an hour before the last collection. And the last collection in the area I live was at 4:45. So it was too late. So I had to do the test the following morning, which was Thursday, and then posted it off. It was going to Glasgow. Presumably it wasn't arriving until the Friday. We're then into the weekend. I mean, to cut a long story short, the result didn't come back until the Tuesday. Of course, it was negative, as I expected it to be. But the upshot of it all was that, first of all, my 4-year-old child missed over a week at school. My 8-year-old child missed over a week at school. I had to self-isolate, and my wife had to self-isolate, and all the difficulties that go along with that. And what I'm telling you isn't unique. There's a problem in the testing system. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And I trust your child is in a speedy recovery. Mr. Speaker, just on the outskirts, well, you have been a speedy recovery, everything's all right at home, that's good. On the outskirts of Lisburn, I don't want to mention any names, but there is a facility which got a large amount of money in order to set up its business. I see that a former minister from a former British minister that was sent over here sits on the board. The shambles that has gone round on that testing, the amount of public money that went into it from Northern Ireland in order to set that up as well has to be a serious concern that we need to take on here. Simply to have that facility where we have it in Northern Ireland, those tests should be rolled out much quicker to our inhabitants here, simply by the amount of public money that went into that facility. I hope you agree.
We do seem to be getting a little bit off the theme of the motions here. We're talking about testing. I don't see anything on the order paper that refers to testing. So just I wonder if the Speaker could maybe rule, are we moving a little bit off the subject matter of what's in front of us this morning?
I would have to say on this debate I have allowed a fair bit of latitude. I think, to be fair, it would be a bit of an anomaly to the debate if we didn't at least touch upon testing. That it does have an impact on. It's difficult to say that you cannot talk about it whenever it's an issue and whenever these regulations refer to health prevention. So I've allowed that degree of latitude to inform the Minister and to inform the debate here.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I made the point at the outset that I think the regulations are part of a contract. That we as political leaders have to provide a proper system for testing and for ensuring that we prevent the spread of this disease as much as possible. But I'll just finish on that point that there's a problem with the testing. It needs sorted. If people don't have confidence in the system, and I know that I had to jump through hoops, but I know there are other people who would give up at the first hurdle or the second hurdle or the third hurdle. People aren't just going to get tested, and it's important that they do. And I'll just give you one other example, because it was one of our councillors who had been out socialising the previous weekend. The weekend after, he woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning and he had a high temperature. He took his temperature and it was 40 degrees. And he says, right, I better phone for a test here. And that's what he did. And he booked a test. At 10 o'clock, he took his temperature again, and it was back to normal. And what he said was that if he had waited until 10 o'clock and taken his temperature again then, and it was back to normal, he probably wouldn't have gone for a test. He would have thought it was some aberration. He was warm during the night, too many blankets on the bed or whatever. So that's one of the reasons why testing is so important and needs to be streamlined, and when people need a test, they can get a test.
Éireann Sir Orlaith Flynn, Hon Cancha, I call Orlaith Flynn.
It's Orlaith, the pronunciation, thank you. I rise to support these regulations, and I do so as I think about the rise in new cases of coronavirus within our communities and within the health service. As others have said, the virus is still with us, and we can't downplay that fact. It has been said before, but it cannot be said enough, that these regulations wouldn't be considered if we were not in a public health emergency. And I want to address two themes today. The first being the impact that the regulations have on people, but secondly, the need for support. I believe it's essential that we do not forget the impact that each of these regulations have on individuals, families and communities. I know many have already acknowledged that point, but it is vital that this is to the forefront of our minds as we consider and discuss the regulations. And there are so many knock-on impacts that need to be addressed, where families are unable to spend time with one another, with visiting loved ones in care homes or hospitals, and for the many out there who are now dealing with the stress and the breakdown of a normal work-life balance. However, these regulations, I feel, are necessary, although I know they have since been overtaken by the recent changes as of last night. But just to bring it back to the issue of the face coverings, the promotion, in my opinion, of the face coverings was slow. It was advised at the start only for public transport, and then it was included to shops and retail outlets. I believe that the lack of urgency when the evidence pointed to the use of face coverings did little for promoting their uptake at that crucial time. And I would just like to urge everyone who can wear a face covering to please wear one. It shouldn't be seen as a muzzle, but sensible precaution to a virus that we know is spread by droplets from the breath. And just similar to some of the points that Colin and Paula and Pat touched on earlier regarding communications, I would also like to urge the Department and the PHA to undertake a more thorough public health messaging campaign to reinforce the message around the face coverings and the more general update around the restrictions, as was announced last night. As I am detecting a certain level of fatigue and confusion around what is in place now. And just to give you an example of when the regulations appeared before the Health Committee, I did raise last week, I think it was, or the week before, the issue around the face coverings and the issue around the use of face shields, which I have seen being used increasingly within restaurants and retail outlets, not only by members of staff, but they are being used by the public also. And it turns out that face shields are not, and I quote, they're not considered to be a face covering in the context of these regulations. Now, I know that for many people this will come as a surprise, but again, it's on the important issues around this. Where is the public message campaign, and where is the direction and the clarity that the public and the workers who are using, as the example used, these face shields, where is the clarity from the Department of Health or indeed from the Public Health Agency? Yes, I will, yeah.
It's just following on from the point that you make, which is crucial and was made to us in the Health Committee last week, that the face shields aren't considered appropriate, but yet many people within a work environment wear those because they're much more comfortable to wear, because they almost slip on like a pair of glasses rather than an actual face mask. But then just highlights the confusion that under the regulations people aren't required to wear any covering in their workplace, because sometimes then the message might be that if somebody's wearing a shield in their work that they're not wearing the correct item, but yet they're not actually required to wear the item. And that just aids how we need to have a clear message that we send out to people.
Yep. And I'd just like to thank the member for his intervention, and I agree with everything that he did say. And I mean, again, I know a lot of the conversation has focused on the face coverings mostly today, but you know, that's only a microcosm of everything else that's entailed within the regulations and that broader confusion that can exist out within the public. So just before I finish, I'd like to make a simple point that I know much has been said about that we all now need to live and learn to live with this virus, and that is absolutely correct. But it shouldn't mean that we let the virus pass us by without doing anything. So I completely understand the need for the regulations that the Minister has brought forward, and I believe that we must all look at, consider and scrutinise all options that we're faced with in our efforts to help and protect the public throughout this pandemic. Thank you.
Éireann Sir Justin McNulty hon cancha. I call Justin McNulty.
Gurmai Agat, Last Count Carla, can I thank the Minister for bringing these regulations before the House today. Whilst I appreciate this is a time of terrible turmoil, like the Minister and many others in this chamber, I do note some of these regulations have been superseded by events and time. Last Count Carla, by my nature, I am not someone who likes to see government restrict the movements of our people. It does not sit easy with me that there are restrictions on civil liberties, nor does it sit easy with me that restrictions have been imposed that mean our economy is being compressed, placing jobs, our economy and families under real strain. However, I understand that our economy can rebound. People's lives cannot. As the Minister has said, we are at a critical time in our fight against the virus, and we must redouble our efforts to suppress this virus, protect the health of our population and protect the health and well-being of our frontline workers and especially healthcare workers. Last Count Carla, whilst much has been done, I fear that the public's buy-in to the fight against COVID-19 is being tested. People are fed up hearing about the coronavirus, COVID-19. They are frustrated with restrictions on their lives, and they get really angry when they are making a real effort to comply with the regulations, whilst others, especially those in leadership positions, do not. However uncomfortable or inconvenient it feels, it is imperative that we persevere, and we must all lead by example. I want to acknowledge the community effort in the battle against COVID-19. I know in my local area, and indeed across the north, across this island, the GAA has been the backbone of the community response. Be that in delivering food hampers or hot meals during the toughest times of the restrictions, or just checking out for people lonely at home. They've been unbelievable. And on this day of all day, when 18 years ago today, my Armagh teammates and I won the All-Ireland, I could not be prouder of the GAA and all it stands for. No. I know what you're going to say, so there's no point. I also want to express my gratitude to the frontline staff in our hospitals. I also want to express my gratitude to the frontline staff in our hospitals and healthcare settings who have fought the good fight and who are fighting the good fight under incredible pressure and duress, particularly nurses, doctors, healthcare workers in the community and in nursing homes and in their hospitals. We owe them a deep and sincere thanks. I especially note the medical teams for their commitment, dedication and devotion at Daisy Hill Hospital and Craigavon Area Hospital, where in the face of COVID outbreaks and so many staff off self-isolating, they are still stepping up and caring for the patients. As a member of the Education Committee, I must also pay tribute to the teachers, school workforce, parents and children who have had to change their whole way of teaching and learning. They've shown the rest of us just how we can stand and should be able to adapt to what has now become the new norm. Mr. Speaker, I've sought to abide by the regulations and guidelines. Like many others, I couldn't visit my parents in their home. I couldn't attend the funerals of people I knew, people like John Dallet and John Hume. Some of the messaging has been unclear. Behaviour from those who should know better has been inconsistent. And messages around the regulations and communications, especially around those regulations, have been mixed. We need to sharpen our message. We need to lead by example and suppress this virus. I'm finished.
Éireann Sir Pat Catney on Cancha. I call Pat Catney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. People need clarity. They are currently confused about what they can and cannot do. We recognise this is not black nor white, and a level of confusion is unfortunately inevitable. But the joint First Ministers need to be clear with the people if they want compliance. Recognised restrictions are a necessity. The SDLP have always been led by the medical and scientific evidence. Businesses and workers, they will need support, and businesses need that clarity in order for to try and survive. But my colleague from South Armagh said earlier, when I think of those that are in the economy and out working, our lives are mixed, they're interwoven, so they are. It's part of who we are in order to work and see the successes in the hands of our labour, in order to build healthy, strong lives. Later on today at 1 o'clock, my colleague from West Belfast is having an APG on mental health. These are some of the outreachings of all of this, and no doubt our Minister knows this well, much better than I do. And I'm going to take this moment to thank the Minister for Health, because his door has always been open to me, and I understand the great burden which has been placed on him. No one knew or no one's seen this coming at the time of that acceptance, but I realise that where we are and what we have to do is for the greater good. Absolutely, yes.
It's been mentioned several times now in relation to the messaging and the clarity around the messaging, and indeed the levels of support that are provided to people to self-isolate. But I wonder, Minister, I have asked a question previously from you in relation to the spend of your department on the public messaging campaign. You haven't had an opportunity, but maybe you can give us some more information on that today, and also on what has been spent in terms of providing support for people who need it to isolate. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Mr. Speaker, businesses and workers will need support. We're hurtling towards a cliff edge with the furlough scheme closing next month. Well, I hope it doesn't close, but it's down to close anyhow. And people are frightened about their lives, but also their livelihoods. It's highly laudable that there is no economic recovery strategy produced by this executive. How will we get out of this crisis and build back better if we are not to have a plan? The executive need to get real about investing in the infrastructure, green energy and other timely interventions that will help us kickstart our economy again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I now call Mr. Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, over the last few weeks, I, along, I'm sure, with everybody else in this House, have been receiving an avalanche of emails from a small group of people. Some of them are under 5,000 words, lots of links to YouTube and all sorts of statements from social media. And frankly, I don't know where these people get the time to do what they do. And the theme is that all of this is some sort of a government conspiracy. It's not real, and it's really a huge attack on our human rights. In fact, you know, we had a musician there just last week who's penned a song with the words in it, "Fascist bullies." That's pretty strong language for people who are trying to do something good, something to try and save lives. And, you know, to go back to human rights, the most basic human right is the right to life. And I think that's what it's all about, and that's what we all should be endeavouring to protect, is life. Now, there's a lot of talk this morning about these regulations they're complicated. They're complicated. I don't understand them. I need more clarity. I don't think there's anything complicated about it. When I was bringing up a young family and we had an open fire in our living room, I didn't need a statutory regulation to tell me to put a fire guard on the fire to protect my children from falling into the fire. It's called common sense. And I think in relation to this virus is out there. It wants to kill people. It is killing people. We've heard about the disastrous situation in the 2 hospitals. There may well be other hospitals affected before this is all over. And there may well be dozens, hundreds of people this winter that will die as a result of this virus. What's complicated about trying to stop it in its tracks? What's complicated about using a bit of common sense? Why do we all need to be told and have it spelt out is what we can do and what we shouldn't do and when we should do it? It's common sense, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. McGrath said that he had put something on social media and he's got hundreds of people, and a lot of those people saying they don't want regulations. I would suggest that those people who don't want regulations are maybe the type of people that are invading sports pitches. They're maybe the type of people that are, even as we speak, organising house parties for this weekend. And maybe they're the type of people that are running mad around the Holy Lands. Those are the sort of people who don't want regulations. Those are the sort of people who don't care about the rest of us. They have no sense of civic responsibility. If they did, they certainly wouldn't be doing what they do. We also hear about, about the way the regulations are getting pushed through quickly, and I understand that. And we keep talking about in normal times we wouldn't tolerate certain things that are happening. And certainly, I mean, we all know that when a law goes through this House, it's a laborious, lengthy journey from start to finish. We're actually producing laws here and pushing them through in hours, and then coming back a fortnight later and we're changing them and altering them, because that is the nature of the emergency that we find ourselves in. And, when the executive sit down, and I'm not going to defend the executive, I think they should be here this morning themselves to defend themselves. But anyway, that said, so, yeah.
I'm just reflecting on what you said about these being common sense, and I think it actually needs to be said, while there are elements of common sense, we must be conscious that we are asking the public to do things which are extraordinary. These are unprecedented times, and we should not minimise or dismiss the impact it's having on the public. What we should be doing is providing a clear rationale and providing them with the support they need. Thank you.
I'll address that later in my comments, Mr McGrath. But anyway, we're talking about yesterday in the debate about dementia. I think it might have been the Minister, it might have been Mr Dixon, I can't remember, said about the fact that it was good that here we are sitting in the House talking about something that affects every home and talking about our personal experiences. In other words, that we're not, the public maybe sometimes think we are sitting up here in a bubble and we don't really know what's going on out there. But the dementia debate, we all know because we all had personal experiences to talk about. And I think it's the same with this virus, that we're not sitting up here and the ministers aren't sitting up here trying to find ways to make life deliberately difficult for the public. And I always remember my days in local government when you had to make maybe hard decisions around increasing the rates. And people would say to you, why are you doing this? What's your rationale? And my reply used to be, well, look, I'm a ratepayer. My family are all ratepayers. I'm not doing this to make life awkward for anybody. Certainly not a turkey voting for Christmas. And I think that's the case here. We have to make regulations that we don't like, but they are affecting our families as well and affecting our way of life. I'm disappointed, sorry.
Point out, again about the rates. I'm sure the response wouldn't have been the reason that we're increasing the rates is because it's common sense. You would have put together the argument that was there. And I think the point that you're making, we're all actually on the same page here. It's just coming from different directions. That if we have to have the regulations clearly articulating why we have them and what they are, might actually stop a lot of the people out there who are maybe confused and don't understand the rationale for it, who then automatically go to the fourth base of, nah, we don't want any of that. And it's that clear message. If we could get to there, it would be much more helpful.
Well, I rather despair of anybody that doesn't understand how serious the situation is and don't understand what their civic responsibilities are. I really despair for those people. But, I mean, we had a situation here where the junior ministers used to come into the chamber and present these SRs. And I think that that reflected more evenly and more fairly the fact that the decisions around the creation of these SRs are actually executive decisions. Whereas this morning we have the Health Minister who is in the middle of fighting a pandemic and helping to fight it with a dedicated staff around him, having to come in and do stuff that really the junior ministers maybe could have come in and done on his behalf. But that has been withdrawn by the Executive Office. I'm not really sure. I've put a number of written questions in to try and establish why that is the case, but that is what it is. But if I could just go on to some of the comments that members have made. Mrs Bradshaw indicated that her party supported, at the very start of her speech, supported these regulations, but then went on to point out a lot of the shortcomings and contradictory parts of them in relation to maybe face coverings in restaurants and shops and all the rest of it. But, I mean, at the end of the day, it was an executive decision, and the Alliance Party do have a minister on the executive. So you can't have it every way. You can't have it every way. And also, Mrs Bradshaw was talking about confusion. She was talking about clear messaging. I would just remind her that back in June at the Health Committee, she said, we're pretty much through the pandemic. We're pretty much through the pandemic. That was a message on the record at the Health Committee, and we are supposed to be providing leadership, and people in this House are calling out for leadership. I would suggest that that was actually quite irresponsible leadership, and I'm glad that on that occasion both the Minister and the Chief Medical Officer called her out on it. We still haven't had an apology or a retraction of that remark.
Would the member just agree? We talked earlier about affording a bit of latitude. I have afforded
I
quite
would
a bit
ask
of latitude.
the Speaker to show the same latitude to me, Mr. Speaker,
I have
as
afforded
I've shown the others.
If you reflect on your comments in Hansard, you will see I've done exactly that. So perhaps we could move back again, please.
Okay. I'll just refer then to some of the comments as well that have been made. Mr. Gilner, you there said about spending money, what money's been spent on advertising and stuff, and I'll comment on that in a moment. And Mr. Sheehan made the comment that the Ulster Unionist Party were protecting their minister. But a couple of issues. I just remind Pat that just 1 week after the Storey funeral, Bobby Storey funeral, he did say at the Health Committee, let's move on. Come on, let's move on. Put this behind us. 1 week after, when the consequences and the outcomes of that funeral on medical terms wouldn't have been known. And in terms of spending money on advertising, this executive and this government can spend millions on advertising. But let me say that the events at that funeral would have totally neutralised any message and any amount of money that was spent on messaging by what happened at that funeral, when you had senior ministers, a Deputy First Minister, MLAs attending, MPs attending that funeral, completely in contradiction with all the regulations and advice. So, you know, really, we really need to really get real around these things. And, you know, talk about protecting the Minister. I don't think the Minister needs protecting. And I can't just say that it's... If people think that my job on earth is to protect the Health Minister, I would just say that it is actually one of the easiest jobs that anybody could ever be given, because I think that the public agree, the media agree, and I think even begrudgingly in this House we agree that he's doing a great job. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Doug Beattie. Doug Beattie.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, you were speaking into my bad ear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will thank the Minister Robin Swan for being here today. And I don't care if people think I'm here to protect Robin Swan, because I will say it, and I will say it with facts. Because Robin Swan, as a minister, has been in this chamber far more than any other minister. He has answered oral questions far more than any other minister. He has answered motions far more than any other. He has attended adjournment debates more than any other minister. He has given detailed answers. He has took the, not just yet, pardon a wee while. He has took the criticism in here, online and elsewhere. He has fronted up the media briefings, filled the gap when the First and Deputy First Minister had a spat and couldn't. And he does all of this while he deals with the legacy of the crisis in our health service. Now I find out that the Health Minister sits on the Executive Enforcement Working Group, while the Justice Minister does not. Let that sink in. During this unprecedented crisis, the Justice Minister does not sit on the Enforcement Working Group. I think this laissez-faire approach to COVID-19 by the Justice Minister is genuinely shameful. And people need to be calling her out in regards to that, because not only should she be on that working group, she should be chairing that working group. Pat, give way to you.
Thanks for giving way. I don't think the Ulster Unionists should get too defensive about the allegation that was made earlier on. It was a light-hearted comment, and there's no need to get so defensive. Robin has done a reasonably good job. I'd be the first to say that, and I congratulate him in particular on the decision to call a public inquiry into the events in Muckamore. That was a very good decision, so well done.
Pat, thank you for your support of the Ulster Unionist Party. It's always very welcome. But I would say, and I would add to what my colleague said, is now we have the Health Minister having to move these regulations, whereas once before it was the two junior ministers. So the Executive Office with 4 ministers no longer take responsibility for this, but the Health Minister does. And, as has been said, a lot of these regulations come from the Executive, and they are proposed by the Executive Office. Thank goodness, the Ulster Unionist Party climbed out of the trenches and over the parapets and took up health, while the rest of the parties turned their noses to the wall. At the end of this crisis, Robin Swan will be able to stand tall, euphemistically. While others will be looking at their dereliction of duty, and there is some, and I have pointed one out. As for the regulations, there are many who will complain, and they have the right to complain. Everybody has a right to complain, and everybody has a right to give a point of view. It's easy to create a scenario, and we can all do it, to unpick these regulations. And that's what people are doing. They're creating outlandish scenarios purely to unpick these regulations. Face masks. There are those who don't like wearing face masks. I don't like wearing a face mask. There are those who will say that it doesn't help. I disagree. But I'll be clear that if by wearing a face mask I stop just one person from getting sick, I will wear a face mask. If by wearing a face mask I stop any elderly people from being frightened or concerned, I will wear a face mask. And I will say it openly to everybody. It's a matter of discipline. Have it in your pocket. Put it on when you need to put it on. Show some discipline. Wear a face mask. We've talked about messaging, and everybody is absolutely right. I don't think I can argue with anybody in here about the messaging not being quite right. And some of the decisions that are coming out of the Executive are confusing. But please, everybody, do not focus your eyes on the Health Minister. Focus your eyes on the Executive, where we all have a minister. And focus your eyes on the Executive Office, who should be driving. Yes, happy to give way.
Thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree with me that whilst we're getting very defensive of the Health Minister, and I've certainly defended him much over the last number of months as well, but I believe this responsibility for our actions on this pandemic is across the Executive, across all the ministers in the Executive and across this House. And I think I would ask the member if he'd agree with me that what would be more useful right now today in terms of addressing confusion is to ask people not to be confused, for us to keep sharing the messages, because they change daily. I mean, we understand they change daily and they must change daily to deal with the pandemic. But the most useful action today would be for the Deputy First Minister to actually apologise for her actions at the Story funeral, and to show the public that actually that was the wrong thing to do, and that she had, and to prove and to show that she is sorry, and for other members of this House to do the same, and to say that the right thing to do is actually to abide by the regulations and the guidelines.
I thank you for the intervention, and I think you're absolutely right. And there's the crux of the problem, is that some of our politicians have given ammunition to those people who are out there for them to try and undermine our Health Minister. But I have to say to my friend, and I say this in the most gentlest way to all of those on this side of the House, Sammy Wilson's a disgrace. He is another disgrace for the way he has undermined our health message. He has an opinion, but as an MP, he must be careful, because he is an influencer, and he has damaged our message. And just for reference to Sammy, he can put a mask on, go into a shop, buy an ice cream, step outside, take it off and eat his ice cream. It's P1 common sense, and that is the fundamental problem. But I'll just a minute, Pat, if I can. But I have to say, when I say that to this side of the House, that I'll look to the other side of the House. And how embarrassed must you be sitting there talking about these regulations when your leader, your Deputy First Minister, has been called before the police to account for her actions in regards to COVID regulations? If the police found she is wrongdoing, she must resign. She must resign, because we cannot pile bodies higher due to COVID-19 because of the actions of Michelle O'Neill. And you should get the moral courage to tell her that, because I'll get the moral courage and I will tell her. Pat.
When you were speaking on Sammy, and it probably adds into what you did there as well, it should be all sides of the House, because I know that I would be supportive of what you've said there concerning Mr Wilson and any other ones who lapse or break the law.
But, and you're right, and I'll finish. And I know that the whole tenure of what I've said here has probably been argumentative, and I get that, because I have a real fundamental problem at this moment in time, and that is the fact is that we are still sniping at each other. And we are all in defensive mode. And I absolutely accept that I am doing the same here, because we are all in defensive mode. And we're in defensive mode because people took us down that road. People took us down that road. But it wasn't our Health Minister. It was not our Health Minister who took us down that road. So people need to step back. I'm happy to step back if other people step back, and people need to account for themselves for what they did to exacerbate this health crisis. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think any nation after 6 months would have difficulty in holding matters together in respect of the draconian measures to which we've all been subjected. I don't think there's anything particularly surprising about that. But of course, the aggravation is quite distinct in this part of the United Kingdom as to why it is difficult now to hold things together. I think there are 3 reasons. The first has been touched upon today, and put very simply. Once more, yesterday, we had a lawgiver giving out the law who's a lawbreaker. Dress it up, duck and dive as much as you like, but that is the inescapable reality. That when Michelle O'Neill stands behind any podium, particularly upstairs, and pontificates about what needs to be done and what regulations are going to be made, she utterly lacks any credibility. And it's not just she that suffers the lack of credibility, but in consequence, the regulations that she makes suffers a lack of credibility because she is the lawgiver. And of course, we all know that Michelle O'Neill has no apology to make for breaking the regulations. She has had ample opportunity, no later than 2 occasions. I presented her with the opportunity yesterday in this House to apologise for breaking the law. But no, she has a higher loyalty to something much more nefarious than that. And so that is the first fundamental underminer in respect of these regulations. And it is not going away. Sinn Féin may wish it away, they may try to talk it away, but it is not going away. It is the abiding issue when it comes to the saleability and the credibility of these regulations, that she who made them didn't keep them. Unless and until that issue is addressed, then regulations from that source will never carry any credibility. And I pity the Health Minister in those circumstances, because he is doing his best, but he's doing the best with an executive which has undermined him through the Deputy First Minister from those early days. And no matter with what diligence and sincerity the Health Minister might seek to portray his message, and I don't agree with it all, by the way, but no matter with what sincerity he seeks to convey it, much of it is washed away by the actions of a Deputy First Minister who gets in her official car, whose junior minister gets in his official car, whose finance minister gets in his official car, whose community minister gets in her official car, and all, at public expense, travel to a funeral where the law is to be flouted. And then we're surprised that there's a leakage in public confidence, that there's slippage in adherence to the very regulations made from that source. That is the first remediable reason, but as yet unremedied reason, why any regulations emanating on COVID are fundamentally undermined. The second reason that those regulations are undermined is the inherent absurdity that lies within some of them. We had an example again last night that you cannot go to your children's houses, to your parents' houses, but you can go to a pub. You cannot meet with those you can trust as to how they conduct themselves, but you can meet in a wet pub with 100 people you know nothing about. That is so inherently absurd that it undermines the message. And of course, listening to the Deputy First Minister this morning, for what it's worth, she seemed to be telling us that students who party all week in the Holy Lands can go back home at the weekends. They can live in the family home over the weekend. But the grandparents of that family home, who keep themselves to themselves, who are no risk to anyone, they can't go to the same home. If the Deputy First Minister is right in her interpretation of the regulations it seems she drafted, then that is equally absurd. And it is the absurdity of those aspects of the regulations which is undermining their credibility. And the third thing, which I think is undermining the stickability of these regulations, is whether or not there is the necessary proportionality between the regulations and the reality of the disease. Surely the proportionality for the restrictions that you bring in should be proportionate to the number of deaths and the number of hospital admissions, not to the number of cases. Happily, there are many people who, not happy that they're contracting COVID, but happy that it's not overly affecting them. There are many, many cases, but there are very few, relatively speaking, hospital admissions, and happily even less deaths. Should the proportionality not be between the number of deaths, the number of people in our hospitals, remembering initially restrictions were to protect our health service, should the proportionality not be between the number of deaths and hospital admissions and the severity of restrictions, instead of the severity of the restrictions being with the number of cases? And that brings us to the issue. When we hear all the statistics promulgated, and we're told, oh, in so many weeks, there'll be so many cases. Are we getting the worst case scenario again? Remember, we got the worst case scenario 6 months ago, 15,000 dead. We were never told what the best case scenario was. And to date, we've worked out much closer to it than to the worst. Are we again getting the worst case scenario with concealment of the best case scenario? Because I'm not sure you can do that twice and hold public credibility. So I do think there has to be a particular focus on two things. I think those who are evidently vulnerable need that ring of steel of protection, and those who flagrantly breach the law need to find no mercy, be it in the Holy Lands, be it in Healy Park, which I note the chairman of the Health Committee boasted of attending on Sunday. Talks about example and common sense. I'm not saying he was out in the middle of the pitch, but he was there. And then comes to this House telling us about leading by example. Certainly.
The member should check his facts before he comes into this House and makes assertions. I wasn't at the gate. Sorry? But the member should note that the GAA plays a fantastic contribution in our communities. And if the member takes a look at the Dungannon COVID response, he will see that Thomas Clark's Club provided assistance to vulnerable people in our society right throughout the pandemic.
The member says he wasn't there. Why then did he tweet Colm Gildernew. I didn't get a ticket for Healy Park today. Sorry. So decided to head to Dungannon Park instead. Sorry. My apology. Different place, but still at a public gathering. Now, was that sensible? Be a public park? I don't know what happened at Dungannon Park, but we certainly know. We certainly know what happened to Healy Park. The member is very quick to defend the GAA. It was GAA supporters who gathered on the ground at Healy Park. It was GAA supporters, part of the outreach, I suppose, went into the pubs of Dungannon to sing IRA songs. Not much social distancing there. So I do make the point, though I misspoke about which park the member was at, I do make the point that if we're going to talk about personal responsibility and about leading by example, then that's exactly what we should do. And such should lead a member, such as Mr. Gildernew, to be unequivocal in condemning the gathering on the pitch in Healy Park, the gathering in the pubs, the singing of the songs, the spreading of the virus.
Just wait a moment, please. I know the member has repeatedly made his concerns about that known, so we don't have to rehearse it a number of times, okay? And I would prefer if the member just moved back to basically the regulations and discussion on those regulations.
Well, Mr. Story is going to bring me back in
Mr. Story.
The Speaker, I thank the member for giving way. Will he add to that list so that we have a completeness? Because we've heard a lot of eulogies this morning about the fantastic work that the GAA have done in our own constituency, both the Health Minister and Mr Allister and myself. We had the most disgraceful display in Dunloy when Dunloy beat Lochgill in hurling. We had a band. The irony of having a band parade in Dunloy, which hadn't, thanks to confirmation from the Parades Commission, any notification on an 11-bar-1. So not only do they flout the health laws in Dunloy in relation to the party that they had, and it's on social media, but they also flouted the laws which in that very village they tell us you must keep. The hypocrisy of the members opposite bears no resemblance to reality. It is shameful. And we'd ask the member maybe that represents the area to make some comment as well.
I think Mr. Story's point is well made. It cries out for an answer. I don't hear one. But the fundamental at the end of this is, in a society threatened, as we undoubtedly are, there has to be a bounden, compelling personal responsibility on every citizen. Every citizen is capable of catching the virus. Therefore, every citizen must take their own defences. And of course, those who don't threaten everyone. But I do think the Minister has an uphill battle. And it's an uphill battle of a homegrown variety within this executive. Homegrown by the Deputy First Minister and homegrown with muddling regulations. Thank you.
Item Sir Jerry Carroll, Honcash. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And since rushing to prematurely reopen the economy and force thousands of people back into work, the political establishment here have engaged in the blame game that seeks to scapegoat ordinary people for the spread of COVID in order to, in my view, cover up for their own failures. Recent changes seem to be at least partially about shifting blame for the spread of COVID away from the government and onto individuals' behaviour and the sphere of people's private lives. It reaches the point of absurdity, Mr Deputy Speaker, for example, when MLAs are up in arms about COVID spreading in homes with more than 6 people, while simultaneously they are forcing thousands of workers back to work and doing nothing about clusters spreading in workplaces. Where is the evidence that COVID is spreading in living rooms but not on shop floors or workplace canteens? I have repeated this question twice last week to the First Minister, who didn't give a clear answer or provide the evidence. I'm glad the Health Minister is here today, and I hope he can shed some light on that question. So the regulations essentially say, don't visit your grandparents, but take them anywhere you want, as long as there's a till to spend money. It's so farcical that it defies description. But such hypocrisy, Mr Deputy Speaker, is not only unfair, it is dangerous because it feeds the worst elements of scepticism about the health advice around COVID. The recent spread of the virus is a failure of this establishment, not of ordinary people. Precisely when we had infection rates down to controllable levels, this chamber lifted restrictions on workplaces and opened the door to a second wave. Indeed, since the onset of this crisis, ordinary people generally have been ahead of the government. They forced the shutting of schools when ministers refused to act, and other workplaces at the start of lockdown through public pressure. At times, workers walked off their jobs to protect themselves, and the level of communal and community solidarity with workers and the vulnerable has been remarkable throughout this crisis. But almost every day since, we've seen examples where the hypocrisy of the government towards the virus starkly contrasts with the efforts of communities and frontline workers, because in the final instance this government is about ultimately prioritising the needs of profit and capital over people's health, from people being told not to visit family but get back to work, to employers cramming workers back into unsafe working conditions, to poor people being forced to choose between poverty or risking their health, to financial provisions being stripped away from people, the elderly dying in care homes, to politicians flouting. Yeah, I'll go away, yeah.
For giving way. I would just ask for clarity through you, Mr Deputy Speaker, if the member is saying that he thinks that schools should not be open, that the economy should not be open, the health service should not be open, and that we should all stay at home and wait for this virus to pass.
Mr Speaker, thanks for the intervention. I didn't say the health service shouldn't be open. It needs to be open to treat people. Workers are obviously have been working. The point I made to the member, if she listened to what I said, was that the Education Minister refused to act, and the workers and parents were forced to act to protect people from the virus spreading in schools. He failed to act and he was forced to do a U-turn, and since that he's been forced to do about 4 or 5 U-turns since. That was my point. And the hypocrisy, Mr Deputy Speaker, is fueling the worst reactions against the health advice. It is no accident, Mr Speaker, that around the world the far right is hitching itself to conspiracy theories around the threat of COVID, from Trump in the US to the small but dangerous fascist and far-right groups here in Ireland. And the question of masks is crucial here, because whilst the DUP members in this chamber may attack students for having parties, we have the likes of Sammy Wilson, a man who holds a PhD in political ignorance, dismissing our medical doctors and undermining the most basic health advice around masks. People like Sammy Wilson are a disgrace, and they're playing with fire and risking lives. Mr Speaker, should people be made to wear masks in any and every circumstances? Of course not. However, I firmly believe that wearing a mask is an act of solidarity with my fellow human beings, and that workers have a right to work as free as they can from the dangers of being affected by others. This includes bus drivers, retail workers, buses, trains, shops, hospitals, or all someone's workplace. Thus, people may have a right not to wear a mask in an abstract, ontological, theoretical sense, and if they have underlying medical conditions as well, but they don't have a right to enter workplaces without one and put workers' health at risk. You can smoke to your heart's content, but you do not have the right to smoke in a confined workplace and possibly damage the health of others with second-hand smoke. This isn't about the narrow confines of individual rights versus society. It's about class politics. So I would appeal to people, therefore, to respect workers and to wear a mask. And finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, Stormont and Westminster have so far failed to deal with this crisis, but working class solidarity and struggle and people coming together can help us to get through this crisis and build a better world after it. And just finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would just echo the points made about the notification last week that we received that Department of Health officials may not be able to attend future briefings of the Health Committee. To me, that's a disgrace. I think when I ask questions, and other members can speak for themselves, around some of the ASR, some of the changes, I think there's often detail that we don't get. We need more info. Sometimes we get people who can answer questions, sometimes we get people who don't or are unable to answer questions. So I think if the Minister can address that concern and assure us that somebody from his department will be there to address the changes to the regulations in the future, that would be helpful. Thank you.
I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed, Deputy Speaker. And I am rising, of course, obviously to support our Minister, because our Minister indeed has one of the most difficult jobs anywhere across these islands. And I think everybody could agree that he's been exemplary in how he's committed his duties. But let us go back 9 months, where 9 months at the beginning of this year, nobody apart from a few people in China knew that COVID was on its way and the implications of it was going to be. COVID is a pandemic. It is a completely unexpected event. And it is an event that had the potential to significantly disrupt the global system, stop globalisation, and create enormous issues to do with health. And every single one of those things has come to pass. And the efforts that have been made and have needed to be made to be able to deal with this have been complex, because nobody has had to deal with this and something like this in over a century. And the implications to everybody in Northern Ireland are huge. For those small businesses, those many small self-employed and entrepreneurs who have got no access to the £53-odd million that the Economy Minister has handed back to the Finance Minister. To those in schools who can't even understand from one day to the next what the particular rules and regulations are going to be and how they're going to do that. There is confusion out there. There is confusion out there because we're dealing with a situation that none of us have had to deal with before. And the purpose of what we're supposed to be doing, and indeed this was the purpose if we go back to the Belfast Agreement, and when we decided to re-establish democracy here in Northern Ireland and devolution in here in Northern Ireland, is that the people of Northern Ireland, through this Assembly and through this Executive, would take responsibility for our lives where we had to. And one of the most significant issues we have had to deal with is COVID. The health of our people is the most important thing that we all have to realise and support. But the health of our people needs to be taking a fully joined-up approach, and a joined-up approach across all of the executive ministries. We heard yesterday, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in here when we were talking about the Holy Lands, we actually heard a Justice Minister who decided that she wasn't actually accountable or responsible for anything. We have seen a Deputy First Minister, and I'm not going to go on about this, but it must be said, a Deputy First Minister who has fundamentally undermined the message that we need to get across about following rules and regulations. There is one job for a leader, and that is to lead. That has been a massive failure in leadership to reach to that point. And the Executive Office. The Executive Office with two First Ministers, our First Minister and a Deputy First Minister, and two junior ministers, seem to be incapable of even doing the most basic administration and bringing these issues through to this House for us to be able to debate. Now, just because it has health in it, it seems to be that it seems to reside purely with the Health Minister with every issue. For those of us who have heard debates in here since we've come back in September, everything seems to be the Health Minister's responsibility. And I know we don't want to go back, or at least we in the Ulster Unionist Party would quite like to go back to running Northern Ireland again, but I'm pretty certain that everybody else in this Assembly wants to see all political parties working together to make the situation work. Yet everything seems to be headed in the direction of the Health Minister, when the reality is this is a responsibility for the Executive Office. Why then, if it wasn't responsibility for the if it wasn't the responsibility for the Executive Office, Did the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister decide to take the sound bites yesterday and presenting press conferences? And why do they appear on media? It seems to be if there is a situation where they want to get some gain from, they take it. But if there's something difficult or fundamentally unpopular, who do we give it to? We give it to the busiest person and the hardest working minister in this entirety of this executive. We give it to the Health Minister. And I can tell you right now, because I'm looking down at him, I know he's well up for the job. But that's not what should be done. The Executive Office and their 2 junior ministers, if they're not capable of even doing this, I think their combined salaries are £110,000 a year plus a bit of pension money. Maybe we should do a bit of saving and take that money and use it for something more appropriate, like supporting our health workers. Because if the Executive Office are unable to deliver, what is going on? And I put this appeal out to every political party who has ministers sitting around the executive table. Get together. Get out there. Get the message out there. Because everybody is sniping about, oh, this bit's confusing or that bit's confusing. What is confusing to the people who very shortly are going to go into ICU and are going to have tubes put down their throats? What is confusing to those elderly people who are now, like many of us with elderly relatives, are going now to happen to be shielding again and are raising concerns? What is the process that people who seem to be bright enough to be selected to go to universities in Northern Ireland can't even understand the basics of keeping socially distanced? Why is that the responsibility of the Health Minister and some other politicians? Why is that not the responsibility of the individual who should be bright enough to pass a GCSE, an AS level and an A level to get to university, who can't even be bothered to read the government website? We, as politicians, have a responsibility to make sure our message is clear. We have a responsibility as politicians to make sure that there's no confusion in the message. We, above all, as politicians, have the responsibility to show leadership. And we do need to tell those people out there who think they can flout the rules, who think somehow they are immune to COVID, that they are not. And I say again, if they're capable of going into an off-licence and buying bottles of beer and then joining with other people, they're more than capable of actually reading the government regulations and for once stop putting themselves first and put the people of Northern Ireland first, which is indeed what our Health Minister has done. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now call on the Minister for Health to wind on the debate on all 5 motions, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I welcome today's debate on the 5 regulations and everything else that was discussed as well. And can I thank the members for the contributions that they have made. Mr Deputy Speaker, we all want to see a return to a more normal way of living. But unfortunately, that has been disrupted once again with the recent increase in cases. As members will already be aware, our R rate is now above 1. The transmission of the epidemic will increase, resulting in more cases, hospitalisations and deaths. The greater the value of R is above 1, the more rapid the increase. It is predicted that it won't be long before we see pressure on our hospital system and an increase in deaths. Our 7-day incidence based solely on new positive cases is now at 53.4 per 100,000 people. Our 14-day incidence 85.9. Community transmission remains widespread, associated with multiple small clusters rather than a small number of larger outbreaks. Unfortunately, it's still the case that much of the transmission is occurring between small social or family gatherings and casual mixing between households. As I've stated previously, I will not step back from wider or stronger restrictions should they be required. Mr Deputy Speaker, I will now take some of the points that members have made during the debate. I focus in particular on aspects relevant to the regulations, but also cover some of the wider contribution. In his opening comments, the Chair of the Health Committee acknowledged the five regulations that have been brought today. Can I thank the Chair his committee members and the staff of the Health Committee for the level of work that they do in scrutinising and bringing forward these regulations. And I can provide the clearance that Mr Carroll was seeking in regards to what I'm led to believe that an official there will be officials available for the Health Committee in bringing forward any change in regulations, and I can give that commitment. I think it was a misunderstanding from the official that I don't want to be expanded, because the officials who are working through these regulations are a small team within my department that have taken on an increasingly high level of work over the last number of months. And I think in his opening comments he also acknowledged the transition, and I think Mrs Bradshaw acknowledged it as well, in regards to the change from our number 1 regulations to the number 2 regulations, and what was prohibited rather than what was prescriptive. And that was necessary because we had seen in the number of debates in regards to the regulations that the ever-increasing changing and amendments to the number 1 regulations was becoming so unwieldy. It was right to take a complete rewrite and look at those. But the important thing is, Chair, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I think it has been raised a number of times by contributors, these will only be in place as long as they are strictly necessary. At this minute in time, where we see the increases in cases of coronavirus, they are necessary. And a number of members has made reference to the public consistent messaging. That is vital, Deputy Speaker. It has been raised numerous times in here, and I'll comment later on a number of specifics that the members raised, but we do need that consistent, clear message. We also need, I think, as the Chair raised, and as many members raised, in regards to compliance and enforcement. Because for these regulations to be credible, they need to be enforced. Now, that will mean actions being taken which will not be politically palatable to some in this House, will not be publicly palatable to many on our social media. But if we are to be serious about the enforcement of these regulations and the steps that we need to take, then those actions will need to happen. Mr Gildernew then spoke as spokesperson for Sinn Féin, and I share with him his thoughts. There is not a normal way of doing business. That change, that adaptation that we've seen across Northern Ireland in the past number of months is not something that we can go back to easily, or I don't think we'll go back to quickly either. But vitally, that reinforcement of our message that he gave, the message that all in this House should be sharing, no matter what you think of these regulations or the guidance that comes from my department. Social distancing, good respiratory hygiene, good hand hygiene, and wearing face coverings works. It worked for us to get us to where we were in the months of July and August. We were doing that collectively, and I ask that we get back to that point now. These regulations are to protect our loved ones, and that's where I come from the drafting, from the delivery, and from even standing here today in this House in support of them and moving them. The Vice Chair of the Health Committee, Mrs Cameron, reported and started our opening comments in regards to the importance of the return to school and that very clear message of the school settings. But I think it's also crucial that we acknowledge the challenges that has put in place in regards for all those who work through our education system, as much as our health system at this minute in time. The challenges that it has presented to to parents who have had that challenge. Does their child need a test? Now, Mr Sheehan's example was replicated across this country. That access to testing was not good enough. We've been working on, still continue to work, to make that better. But I think in his experience and the example that he gave to this House shows the importance of our health service in supporting parents and getting their children back to school, because we all know the importance of education. In regards to the specific questions in regards to bubbles, what is permitted is bubbling with one other household, and these are households of any size, as long as those in the house only make that maximum number of 6. So that is permissible. It is a restriction It is a restriction on the way that we want to interact. And it goes back to that challenge, the narrative that says we can't meet in our house, but we can meet in a pub. Mr Deputy Speaker, when we bubble and support those who need care, who need childcare facilities, it can be done. But it must be done responsibly. But what I would say clear, for those families who do bubble, you can only be in one bubble. So you cannot be in multiple bubbles. So it's when you come together to form that one unit for support, should it be for healthcare or childcare, that it must be done with consideration and care for the entirety of who is in that bubble. I'll give way to Mr Allister.
I think it is important that there's absolute clarity about this. I'm grateful. So is the Minister saying that the bubbling from 6 o'clock is exclusively for the purpose of giving support? It's not bubbling just because you want to visit the person. Is that right?
Well, thank the member. And the guidance is on NI Direct, and it has been since we brought in the first restrictions. There's bubbling with one other household, and these are for care and responsibilities, including childcare and support services as well. So it's not just for social interaction, because that's where we're seeing the spread of this virus at this minute in time. And what I will say, and it's been said before, and I think the first time I brought these regulations, it was I that brought them as, and I said they were draconian. Mr Allister gave us a history lesson of who Draco was. I don't want these regulations to be in that place. These are for a short, specific period of time. We don't know how long it will be, but I sincerely hope it's not for the period of time that the first regulations were in. We've seen the introduction of these regulations, and what these regs actually covered was the introduction of the first postcode area, when we thought there was an opportunity we could have managed it by that process. What we actually have seen in the past number of days is that area of BT43 in Ballymena, the area that the number of members in this House that represent, actually started to see a small decrease in the number of cases. So we can see that these actions work. What we also seen, unfortunately, was a spread of positive cases across the entirety of Northern Ireland that meant that that specific geographical restriction was no longer of benefit. And again, Ms Cameron also referred to the enforcement and the compliance with these regulations. And it's something that has been repeated across this House. And that's why I thought, and that's why I was fully supportive of the establishment of that executive group on compliance and enforcement. So far it's met twice, but solely focused on what has happened in the Holy Lands. That remit needs to be wider now, because we relied so much on the goodwill of the people of Northern Ireland in enforcing and respecting the first set of regulations. I think they need to see that we're willing to step up and take those compliance and enforcement regulations and bring in the weight of the law that is behind them. Mr Colin McGrath raised the need for the executive approach being united. I couldn't agree more. It makes my job so much easier. At times, so much more challenging, because we are in that unique situation where we have a five-party executive. So will there be confusion? Will there be complications? Yes, it's in the nature of our politic. I can't afford, as Health Minister, to allow that politic or that confusion to take over the message that comes from our public health agency, our health care sector and our health workers, because that message to me is vital and paramount. So when it comes to the messaging, and he was the first member to stand up here and say how confusing this message is, what I will say to those members of this House who go down that line, look for the answers. Search NI Direct. I think it was Mr Butler actually said, he's not in the chamber at the minute. But when those questions come into his constituency, he went and sought the answers and got them back. When you go through NI Direct and go through the question and answer session that's there, that to me is part of a public representative job, is to explain that message. Because these aren't easy messages to give out. Our first message was easy. Stay at home. That was the easiest message to convey to everyone at one time. But what we've seen now, and I suppose it becomes more and more nuanced response to COVID-19, where we do look for the exceptions, where we do look for the clarity, where we do look to provide additional freedoms to those who need them, but also additional restrictions for those who need to be enforced as well. So that's why this set of regulations and the set that will be introduced from 6 p.m. tonight is simple in what it wants to do, but when we start to get the multiple questions, does this mean I can do this? Does that mean it takes a period of time to go through all those multiple layers of what the precise implications are. We don't have the team that are sitting in other Devolve or other national governments sitting going through these regulations, but these regulations have the same requirement and the same purpose at heart, and that is about saving the lives of the people of Northern Ireland. Good point.
Minister, and again I think that we're all coming from the same perspective on this, but again having the opportunity here to ask those questions would be critical, because the answer that you've just given to Mr Allister contradicts what's on the NI Direct website, where it says that you can have a social bubble and then the next line you can go into houses for the purposes of childcare, and that's not one and the same thing, and that those are the type of information that we need to tease out, because those are the questions that the public read and get confused, and that it is good to talk. And if we are in this room and can ask the question, if you can't, then your officials will know exactly the question that we're going to be sending in to you by email at the end of the meeting, which would be worthwhile.
Social bubbles for the sake of social bubbles were defeating the purpose of what we're trying to do now at this point in time, and that's to prevent the spread of the virus. When we look at what we're trying to do now, this virus doesn't spread itself. We spread it. So the number of interactions that we have in a day increases the possibility of this virus to spread. So if we all take time and think where we're going to be in the next 7 days, next 14 days, and actually cut down those number of interactions, we cut down the opportunity for this virus to spread. That's what these regulations are about. And it's about, it's about that support, and again I'll repeat this, for our loved ones, for our families, but also for the healthcare workers. But one of the things, and I'll say, one of the things I want to say to the members as well when they use this message of being confused, and it goes back, I think to the point that Mr Butler made as well. Let's be careful that either we as politicians, when we're commentating, or our media at times when they're commentating about people being confused, that we don't actually insult the general public of Northern Ireland. Because when the general public of Northern Ireland see many of this messaging and hear many of these messages, for some they understand it. For the most they understand it. For the most they actually comply with it. That's why we were able to get where we did back in July and August. So, and again, in regards to Mr Butler's contribution, I do thank him for his support as well. And I think it was Mr Sheehan came in on an intervention and said about, that it was good to see, the Ulster Unionist Party circling their wagons around me. Trust me, I was leader for 2 years. It wasn't always so, Pat. I'll move on, I suppose, quickly. Move on to Mrs Bradshaw's contribution, because I think in the commentary yesterday I do share our concerns around the risks associated with student households and those multiple occupancy households. I've said this, I'm as disappointed that our students have ignored all of the health messages by holding house parties in Belfast and the Holy Lands. But I don't think they represent young people across Northern Ireland who have made sacrifices themselves to protect their families and friends, because the scenes of Switless and the Holy Lands demanded swift and coordinated action by the relevant authorities and the City Council and the universities. And I'm glad that the PSNI have moved in and started to take those actions, because I think it was the point that Mr Aiken made as well, that it is necessary for those people to realise the implications that their actions do have. But I don't want young people to be the scapegoats for the increase in COVID-19 in Northern Ireland. And I think that's why I also welcome the establishment of the Executive Working Group to tackle the enforcement and the enforcement of these regulations to ensure compliance. And again, I think going back then to Mr. Sheehan's comments, I apologise, Pat, for what you had to go through and what your family had to go through. I've apologized, and I apologise to all those families across Northern Ireland who found themselves in that similar situation when it came to testing, because testing is at the forefront of how we defeat this virus and how we arrest that second challenge. We've been working with our colleagues in DHSC in regards to that specific about postcodes, so I'm surprised to hear from the Newry when we were told that that has been sorted because it was all to do with postcodes and closest testing unit. So that's why we were always seeing people down the east of the province being sent to Stranraer, because the computer said that was the closest testing site without realising there was a body of water in between. My Welsh colleague Von Gethin was saying in the same when people from Wales were being sent across the Bristol Channel because the computer, I was assured that that had been addressed, but I'll pick up on that as well. In regards to the opportunity for the exploration with community pharmacy, one of the things that I do want to take time today as well, Deputy Speaker, is just to commend the work across our health and social care system, but also for community pharmacy and those people who stepped up during the height of the pandemic about making sure there was a supply, there was access to medication and delivery of prescriptions, because they did go the extra mile for many small local communities as well. Earlier, Flynn talked about the face coverings. Earlier, while we've been in here, I've got guidance from our Chief Scientific Advisor. Face covering means covering of any type which covers a person, nose and mouth. So a face shield may be used as a face covering. However, we advise that the use of cloth face coverings, as they provide better protection from the risk of the COVID-19 virus. So the face shields may be used and are recognised under this regulation. So again, come back to
Minister. Sorry,
Mr.
I'm going to have to interrupt you. The Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today, so therefore I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The first item of business when we return will be question time. This debate and the questions on the motions will resume following the urgent oral question. So that's the business concluded until 2 p.m. Thank you.
Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the
Order members, the sitting is resumed and it's now time for questions to the Minister for Justice. I call Andy Allen.
Members will be aware that while the Executive Action Plan is coordinated within my department, the programme is a cross-executive one. The 5-year funding period for tackling paramilitary activity, criminality and organised crime programme ends in March 2021. Consistent with commitments in New Decade New Approach, the Executive has confirmed its support for an extension of the programme, contingent upon financial support from the UK Government. Good progress has been made, but we must do more. Lessons learned from the first phase underline the enduring, pervasive nature of paramilitarism and the need for a long-term, genuinely collaborative approach. Extending the programme will facilitate a renewed focus on keeping people safe from harm by building resilience and creating fairer, safer communities, free from paramilitarism, criminality and coercive control, at the same time helping to ensure the success of the wider Executive's objectives. Planning for this new phase is underway across the Executive, and the newly reconvened Political Advisory Group, which I chair, will provide fresh political leadership on these important issues and ensure that the programme and executive actions are focused on delivering a positive impact in communities. As part of this wider executive effort, my department is pressing ahead with legislation on committal and the commencement of the Criminal Finances Act 2017. 2 public consultations are also underway, one on legislative proposals for new organised crime offences and another on a new multi-agency draft strategy to protect individuals, communities and businesses from organised crime.
I call Andy Allen for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, as you're well aware, paramilitarism and organised crime has affected far too many lives right across Northern Ireland, and I look to many of our young people who these organised crime bosses prey upon, the impressionable young people, and they get them to do their bidding. Can I ask, Minister, what engagement you've had with your ministerial colleague, the Minister for Education, around creating a preventative education programme to prevent our young people getting caught up in these organised crime and paramilitaries?
Well, I thank the member for the supplementary. Clearly, diverting young people away from the criminal justice system and tackling the underlying vulnerabilities in the community is something that both the Education Minister, the Health Minister, the Communities Minister and indeed the Executive Office are engaged in as part of this programme. I think it's hugely important that we look not only at education in terms of building resilience, but that we also look at the community conditions which lead to people being vulnerable to paramilitary activity and being vulnerable to, as the member quite rightly says, exploitation and abuse by those behind these paramilitary organisations.
I call Paul Given.
The Minister will know that paramilitaries seek to exert control in many different facets across our society and indeed within our institutions. She will be aware of the ongoing efforts in Maghaberry Prison at Roe House. The Minister will know that efforts are being made to hold a protest, a mass protest, outside Maghaberry Prison on Saturday. Can she give an assurance to this House that under no circumstances will any protest or indeed a 24-hour camp be facilitated within the compounds of her facilities at Maghaberry Prison, and in doing so she can be assured of my full support in stopping it?
Well, the member has made reference to the situation which has developed in Maghaberry over recent weeks, and I think it's important that we clarify the situation in respect of that before I move on to his substantive point. Members will be aware that there are a number of prisoners in the Republican Separated Unit in Maghaberry who are currently refusing prison food. I think we're now at approximately day 7 of that protest in response to the fact that a prisoner had to be removed from the prison for medical treatment and on the return had to go through the normal COVID procedures of entering isolation units for 2 weeks. And in protest at that, we have now had this develop. We put the safety of our prisoners and our prison staff at the forefront of all we do in the prisons. And so it is hugely important that we keep COVID out of the prison. And for that reason, it is vitally important that people go through that process. Over 1,000 prisoners have gone through that process already. And we have been very successful in that only one prisoner has actually been tested positive for COVID. With respect to the protest, of which I am aware, we will be liaising with the PSNI and with the other statutory agencies to ensure that that is handled in an appropriate way. It would be inappropriate for me to give guarantees ahead of those discussions on what may or may not be the appropriate way forward, because as with all protests, the focus will be on ensuring that public order and life is protected throughout all stages of any protest, but we will be liaising with the police to ensure that the disruption to those living in the immediate area and those going to and from the prison for work or other purposes are not disrupted.
I call Kiva Archibald.
Gurmagat, Last Concordia, and I thank the Minister for her responses so far. In your original answer, Minister, you talked of a collaborative approach. Can you confirm that community involvement in the development of strategies to tackle paramilitarism and organised crime will be the centre of your department's approach to this issue? Gurmagat.
I think it's hugely important. I think that the paramilitary programme to date, the Tackling Paramilitary programme, has been successful in building those bridges into communities and working with local communities in terms of how we develop our proposals going forward. The political panel also gives an added impetus to that, in that there is political leadership elected from communities to be able to have oversight of what happens and feed back into those communities the sort of actions that we want to take. It is a hugely important piece of work, and it isn't just about punishing those who are guilty. It is also about building resilience within communities so that they can resist the lure of paramilitarism, but also so that they have full confidence not only in the police, but also in councils, in the housing executive and in members of this place to help them in their resistance against paramilitary activity, which is damaging their local community.
I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, of course, tackling criminality and paramilitarism isn't down just to your department, and I declare an interest to member of the Policing Board. But, Minister, you may be aware that the Director General of the NCA is due to come to give an updated report in December to the Policing Board. Will you support the Policing Board in calling for NCA to actually start to target more particularly organised criminal gangs, which might well be below the sort of threshold at which NCA gets involved in organised crime elsewhere, but it is an imperative that we have those resources available to us?
Well, I think in answering that question, the first thing I would have to do is pay tribute to the PSNI and to the NCA for the excellent work they have been doing in terms of tackling organised crime. They have had some major successes over recent weeks and months, and I think that is something that we should obviously welcome. I certainly have no issue with the NCA working with the PSNI in close cooperation under the scrutiny and under the direction of the board in terms of how they want to go about their work, but it would be inappropriate for me, obviously, to give direction on what are operational policing matters. However, they're well aware of the priority that I place on tackling paramilitarism and organised crime. And I think most of the people in this House and an increasing number of people outside would readily admit that there is a paper-thin distinction in many cases between those who are engaged in organised crime and those who claim to be paramilitary organisations.
Can I advise members that question 3 has been withdrawn, so I now call David Hilditch.
Question 2, Deputy Speaker.
My department is working at a number of levels to address the issue of substance misuse across Northern Ireland. In partnership with the Northern Ireland Policing Board, we provide funding for policing and community safety partnerships. These partnerships in each district council area have a lead role in identifying and addressing community safety and policing issues. The PCSP covering East Antrim has identified drugs misuse as a high priority and is delivering various initiatives to tackle misuse, including the provision of information and support to those at risk in order to raise awareness of the effects and risks of using and misusing illegal and/or prescription drugs. The PSNI is also involved in the delivery of a multi-agency drug strategy in the Mid and East Antrim district. This ensures that collaborative working is in place and information sharing on threats, harms and risks so that they can be identified and enforcement action is taken against those intent on harming our communities. Since the introduction of the strategy in Mid and East Antrim district, PSNI supply and possession detections have increased. PSNI is also referring more people to the relevant agencies to help them get the support they need to deal with the root causes of their vulnerability. That multi-agency approach also enables a range of support services to be directed to those identified as vulnerable and in need of protection. The Executive Action Plan to tackle paramilitary activity and criminality and organised crime is also supporting a number of projects currently operating in Mid and East Antrim to address the harm caused to communities by paramilitary organisations. And the Paramilitary Crime Task Force is a specific resource focused on tackling criminality associated with paramilitary groups, including the supply of drugs. Finally, the successful operational partnership working of the drug subgroup of the Organised Crime Task Force was demonstrated very clearly only last week when the PSNI, National Crime Agency and other partners successfully removed £1 million of cocaine from the drug supply entering Northern Ireland, disrupting the activities of this group of criminals.
I call David Hilditch for supplementary.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. Indeed, I pay tribute also to those who are working on the front line currently in a very difficult situation. Anyone who's watched the local news last night will be very aware of the specific difficulties criminal gangs bring upon East Antrim. The area is currently awash with the drug MDMA, and there has been a number of very serious incidents involving young people. Indeed, very lucky to haven't had a fatality, and if it wasn't for the emergency services, there would have been at least maybe 2. Will the Minister use whatever influence she can bring to bear to rid our community of these criminal drug-dealing gangs?
The member has my assurance on that regard. I would want to see those drugs off our streets, and I would want to see those who are vulnerable supported in such a way that they are no longer vulnerable to those who are dealing drugs on the streets. It is very clear that for many young people, even one experiment with drugs can end in tragedy, and so it's important that we get the message out that there is no safe amount of drugs that people can take. There is no safe threshold for experimentation with drugs, and young people should not risk their lives, and people who are feeding that habit and feeding those drugs to them, I think need to take responsibility and be dealt with in a proportionate way.
I call Emma Rogan. As the Minister will be aware, drug misuse affects all communities from all constituencies and often derives from a deeper-rooted cause, which was recognised with the introduction of a trial on the Substance Misuse Court. Can the Minister give an update on this court?
The Substance Misuse Court is one of a number of opportunities that we have taken within the Department to try to tackle the causes of crime, as well as tackle the outworkings of it in the community. It is an opportunity as a problem-solving court to be able to pilot more innovative ways forward and to be able to address all of those issues. So the Substance Misuse Court is part of an overall strategy, which also is there to help individuals be able to tackle the issues directly or indirectly associated with substance misuse. We also support hubs. We have the enhanced combination orders, which operate in specific areas. We have a family drug and alcohol court, which is currently being evaluated. And then we also have the mental health court, which is currently subject to a scoping study. We're finalising a draft problem-solving justice 5-year strategic plan based on evidence from the independent evaluations of these initiatives, which includes consideration of options for the rollout of them to other areas to produce the right outcomes for individuals, families and communities.
I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, having received another phone call this morning from the police outlining a new threat against me from the South East Antrim UDA because I dared challenge them about their drugs activities in that area, will the Minister just absolutely confirm that any of these people who are arrested for drugs offences will not find themselves in a separated prison regime?
First of all, can I condemn those who are behind the threats against the member? It is completely unacceptable that any member of this House or any other House is subject to threats by illegal organisations for speaking their mind and representing the people who elected them to do so. Particularly, I find it invidious when they are being threatened for standing up for the rule of law. And so I would have to condemn those who are behind those threats and offer my support to the member in question for what he has been put through on this issue. With respect to the allocation of people to the separated regime, as the member is well aware, the decision on whether a prisoner enters the separated regime is not one for the Department of Justice. It is a decision that is made by the Secretary of State according to the rules laid down by the Northern Ireland Office. Our duty as the Department of Justice is simply to support those in our care once they have been committed to our care.
Moving on, I call Andrew Muir.
My officials are working at pace with law enforcement partners, other Northern Ireland executive departments and UK Government on operational readiness to ensure that my department and our justice partners are prepared as we can be for the end of the transition period on the 31st of December. Relations between our Northern Ireland justice agencies and their counterparts in Ireland are also good. However, a non-negotiated outcome remains a possibility, and there remain unresolved issues around what measures will be available to law enforcement partners to tackle pan-EU crime and cross-border crime in Ireland. Until we have more clarity around the outcome of the negotiations, and until the outworking of the Northern Ireland Protocol is fully implemented, we will be unable to fully prepare for exit from the transition period. The Internal Market Bill recently introduced to Westminster has created further confusion and uncertainty. The UK Government's intention to undermine the withdrawal agreement and the Northern Ireland Protocol has the potential to impact on the negotiations around a future security partnership with the EU, and this is to be regretted. I met with the Home Secretary on the 10th of September, and as a part of a very constructive meeting, I took the opportunity to reinforce that lack of detail around the negotiations and implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol is hampering our ability to plan fully for exit from the transition period.
I call Andrew Muir for supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. The clock's ticking down to the end of the transition period. We're running out of time. Does the Minister agree that there's a real risk posed by a lack of agreement thus far on data adequacy and also in terms of civil justice measures?
Well, the member is correct. There is currently no agreement on data adequacy. I have reinforced to UK ministers the need for measures to mitigate against any negative impacts that might arise from a loss of unrestricted cross-border data flows. Data sharing is absolutely crucial to law enforcement in Northern Ireland, particularly tackling cross-border crime, and it underpins many of the existing EU criminal justice tools and measures relied on for detection and prosecution of pan-EU crime. I'm concerned about the potential loss of access to these justice measures that support the fight against those crimes. Loss of access to vital tools such as SIS2, PROM and ECRIS would be detrimental, with the potential to seriously compromise Europe-wide investigations. Therefore, adequate, efficient and effective data sharing with EU countries in the future will be vital in maintaining operational capacity, particularly with Ireland. PSNI share and receive data with other law enforcement partners on a daily basis. We have been engaged with Home Office colleagues in order to ensure that future security partnership will be able to take things forward. With respect to the issue of civil justice, it is being negotiated not as part of the future security partnership, but as part of the wider trade negotiations, and as such is not a priority for the UK Government at this time.
I call Pat Sheehan.
Thank the Minister for her answers so far. And Brexit is probably going to mean a loss of access to some of the important EU justice and security cooperation mechanisms. I'm just wondering, in the light of that, has the Minister had any meetings with her southern counterpart, and could she detail what those meetings have been?
Well, I thank the member for that question. I have indeed had discussions with Minister McEntee, and obviously Brexit is one of the issues that has been highlighted as part of that negotiation. It is also worth members noting that should we end up in a situation where the future security partnership is not agreed, as it is coupled at the current time to the trade negotiations, so both have to be agreed for either to be implemented, then we are reliant entirely on the protocol in order to be able to negotiate bilateral arrangements with Ireland in order to move forward. So there are challenges if we don't have the protocol, in that we move back to a situation where we have a cliff edge. There are about 40 EU justice and security measures that would fall under a no-deal Brexit. Their loss would impact significantly on the ability of the UK law enforcement agencies to address pan-EU crime, and that would include cross-border crime on this island.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It seems from what the Justice Minister is saying that we face a crisis at the end of this year in law enforcement if we crash out without a deal. Will she confirm that the protocol does not cover justice and security measures? Will she further confirm that her Permanent Secretary told the House of Commons Select Committee this time last year, that not having the European arrest warrant would increase the burden on law enforcement agencies to swap information across this border? And would she further raise as a matter of urgency at the North-South Ministerial Council the need to ensure that we have adequate protections in terms of North-South law enforcement on the 1st of January next year?
Well, I think that there are a number of threads to the question. Firstly, the future security partnership is actually making much better progress in terms of negotiations with the EU than the trade partnership would appear to be, certainly at this remove. The A future security partnership is in everyone's interest because much of the crime that we have in Northern Ireland isn't generated here, and equally crime that is generated here can happen anywhere in the rest of the EU. So there is mutual benefit to us finding an agreed way forward. The difficulty comes if it remains coupled to the trade negotiations and those trade negotiations are unsuccessfully concluded, and we end up with neither a trade agreement in place nor a future security partnership. It is also true to say that if we don't know exactly what the trade arrangements are to be, we risk creating a much more complex landscape for justice agencies, because we will have layers of non-compliance, from those who are ignorant of the requirements on their business, to those who are deliberately ignoring the requirements on their business, to those who are in the black market. And what we do not want to do is punish people who genuinely want to comply with the law by creating any grey areas and force them into an area of non-compliance. It is a hugely important issue, and it is a hugely serious one. We could end up in a situation where, for example, European arrest warrants and other key tools that we have been able to use have to be renegotiated under bilateral agreements with each individual country if we're not able to do that as part of the overall agreement that is reached with the UK at that level. I don't believe that that's a helpful way forward. We have these tools in place. I think our focus has to be on getting an agreement on the future security partnership, if nothing else, so that we at least can secure the future and make our population feel safe without actually, even if we don't get to the point where we have an agreed trade agreement.
Can I encourage members to continue to rise in the place if they still have a question to ask? I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister outline what budget has been allocated to Brexit within the Department of Justice, and if any funding issues have arisen in the last couple of months?
I don't have the figures to hand on the amount that has been allocated so far to EU developments, but I know that at the moment we don't have any additional budget issues at this point. However, we have raised with the Department of Finance as responsible account holders the potential for this to become a very expensive process if we end the transition period without an agreement, because then obviously this will become very difficult and potentially more cumbersome for law enforcement agencies as well. But at this point we are not in that situation, and as you know, Brexit issues are being handled separate to the normal budget, so it isn't causing pressures in the department's budget at this point in time.
Moving on, I call Paul Free.
5, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Legal aid for some family cases is subject to a means test and a merit test, which means there are circumstances when only one parent will be entitled to legal aid. There are, however, a number of protections in place to reduce the potential for abuse. When considering legal aid applications, the Legal Service Agency may consider an applicant's legal aid history and other factors such as inter-party correspondence, information from the instructing solicitor, and previous proceedings or court orders. Anyone concerned about the use of legal aid funding in a case can also write to the agency. It is also possible to make an application to the court, or for the court of its own motion to make an order preventing further applications for contact or residence without leave of the court. While it is important to have these checks in place, it is equally important to recognise parental disputes that revert back to court can involve a degree of acrimony which makes it unlikely arrangements for children will be sustained. Supporting relations between parents is key to avoiding that acrimony and the potential negative and financial consequences of parental disputes. I'm currently working with the Department of Health to consider actions which might be introduced to improve outcomes for families and children.
I call Paul Free for supplement.
I thank the Minister for her response and her answer, and again this does encroach on an access to justice issue for many people, and I understand that. But given the fact that some ex-partners use court as an actual weapon against their ex-partner, and that by running down resource and savings of an ex-partner can actually hurt and affect children, both in the short term and long term, is there anything that the Minister can do, apart from what she's outlined here, that her department can do and that the court processes can do, to protect those people who find that their savings, lifelong savings in many cases, is being dwindled? And is the Minister actively looking at her Domestic Violence and Family Proceedings Bill in order to try and achieve something in that regard?
Well, of course, the member is right, and I think all of us as members of this Assembly will have been approached by parents who believe that there are vexatious returns to the family courts in order to try to exacerbate loss of income, loss of earnings, and also the cost of legal representation. To be clear, that the family courts, in general terms, are supposed to be there in order to try to get mediated solutions and should not be a combative place. However, you are correct that once somebody has legal representation, then things will dramatically escalate. The merit of applications and how they progress obviously is a matter for the judiciary, and they're best placed to assess the need for an adjudication and also to manage how parties engage in order to guard against such vexatious behaviours. In considering applications relating to children, the paramount consideration under the legal framework, the Children Northern Ireland Order, is the welfare of the child. The impact and the degree to which litigation furthers child welfare will inform those judicial decisions. It would therefore be very difficult to develop an alternative framework for moderating the exercise of parental rights and responsibilities or preventing applications being issued. However, as part of the work we're doing around the domestic abuse bill, you will be aware that we want the family courts to be able to take cognizance of the fact that if someone has had conviction under the domestic abuse bill, that should be taken into account when they're making their decisions.
I call Orlia Flynn.
Last Concolia, can I ask the Minister to outline if she has any plans to reform the legal aid system? Thank you.
The legal aid system was extensively reformed by David Ford during his tenure as Justice Minister, and it wouldn't be my intention to undertake major reform of the legal aid system at this point in time. However, there are some areas of legal aid which do require further consideration, and the Department is taking those forward at the moment to ensure that the system is fair, that it is accessible to those who need it, but also that it doesn't create the sorts of disparities and issues that members have already referred to during this session.
I call Justin McNulty.
And further to Mr. Frew's question and supplementary question, Minister, can I ask what protections are in place to protect someone who has been subjected to persistent, unfounded legal action?
Well, I think the first issue that I've already referenced is that the judge can, of their own volition, decide that the case is vexatious and can make an order that for any further hearings to be brought before the courts will require leave of the court in order to do so. If that isn't happening as a result of the judiciary acting independently, the person who feels that they are being vexatiously pursued through the courts can, of course, make an appeal to the judiciary and write to them to ask them to do that.
Moving on, I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Question number 6.
My department carried out a consultation in 2018 inviting public opinion on a number of legislative proposals aimed at addressing antisocial behaviour. A full summary of responses was published on the department's website in December 2019. Since then, my officials have established a multi-agency review group to consider the effectiveness of current antisocial behaviour legislation in managing antisocial behaviours, as well as any new legislation which may be required. In parallel, my officials have also commenced a scoping exercise to identify, where possible, an evidence base that will indicate how successful some of the proposed legislative measures, as introduced in the Antisocial Behaviour Crime and Policing Act 2014 and as set out in the consultation document, have been. Recognising that legislation alone will not resolve this issue, the review group's work is also seeking to inform discussion on the barriers and solutions to manage non-legislative responses to ASB, including greater use of preventative and early intervention initiatives to address behaviours and any structures to allow for partnership and collaborative working.
I call Claire Sugden for a quick supplementary.
I thank the Minister for progressing this really important work. Does the Minister have capacity in her legislative programme to strengthen the law in this area before the end of the mandate?
I think it's very important to say that in response to the consultation, we had very mixed responses. There were no conclusive areas where everyone was agreed that we should take forward additional legislation, which is why the cross-sectoral working group has been set up. As a result of that, there is some complex work going on in terms of trying to develop an evidence base. I think it's therefore unlikely that we will bring forward new legislation in this mandate to deal specifically with antisocial behaviour. However, the non-legislative approaches which I've referred to may be able to take that forward.
That is the end of our time for listed questions to the Minister, and we now move on to topical questions. And I call Cathal.
And just could I ask the Minister what action she has taken to prevent illegal dumping in the border areas?
Responsibility for illegal dumping lies primarily with the Department of Agriculture rather than the Department of Justice. However, there have been a number of operations that have taken place jointly with the Department of Agriculture over many years, particularly where that illegal dumping is also related to organised crime or other illegal activity.
I call Cathal Boylan for supplementary.
Thank you, Lachlan Corley, and could I thank the Minister for her answer. And I believe, Minister, there's an area in New Armagh which is known as the Carrickachuk viewpoint, which is the fused forest, and there has been a number of illegal dumpings over the last number of years in particular, but more so over the COVID period, and there has been commercial waste involved in. And I could just ask the Minister to maybe engage with her southern counterpart and with the DRA Minister to try and prevent that kind of illegal dumping in the fused forest.
I would be more than happy to do so, and if it would be helpful if the member could write to me giving more detail of the particular allegations, I can get those followed up with the Department of Agriculture and indeed on a cross-border basis. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradley.
I'm just going to follow on from Paul Frew's question and a question I'd previously asked the Minister a question time, and it's to do with contempt of court for those parents and we know we've seen it especially during COVID, who haven't had access to their children. It's just to say if there could be a more streamlined service there when it comes to contempt of court, because the issues go on and on and on, and absent parents just grows longer for them not seeing their children.
Well, I mean, the first thing to say is that obviously the handling of individual cases is a matter for the judiciary, and it isn't something into which I can intervene. So when cases take slightly longer than is perhaps ideal, that's not something that I can personally intervene around. However, we are making every effort, particularly given COVID, to recover the system as rapidly as possible, and we have focused on those areas where there are particular harms that could accrue from not actually being able to access a judgment. As you'll be aware, the Lord Chief Justice's Office published guidance for families who are struggling with family contact earlier during the coronavirus crisis in order to put in place measures where they could actually seek the support of the judiciary where orders were being broken. These are very sensitive matters and they require sensitive handling, and I understand the point that's being made. However, it is really for individuals who find themselves in that situation to pursue that with their own solicitor and with the judge who is in charge of their case.
Call Paula Bradley for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer. Then on the second point that Mr Frew made about the domestic abuse bill, we know at Westminster that children are part of that domestic abuse bill, and we know that for many parents out there, there's good reason why an absent parent should not be seeing their children, and there certainly is good reason behind that, but for many there is no good reason. So it's just looking, will she look at that in the domestic abuse bill, that is abuse against a child, them not seeing their other parent?
There is obviously an issue where the court has already made a ruling. I think it would be fair to say that relationships have clearly broken down between parents, and so the children are already disadvantaged in that regard. It is much preferable at the breakup of a relationship if parents can work together in the best interest of the children and form a cooperative relationship at that level. Once things get to court, it always gets more fraught, and I think that is part of the challenge that we face. In terms of the domestic abuse bill, we do have issues, for example, where there is a child aggravator within the domestic abuse bill, so that if a child is exposed to domestic abuse in the home, that will be taken into account. And we have also listened very carefully to the committee with respect to the importance of the family courts, recognising where someone has, for example, in the past been found guilty of a domestic abuse offence, that should be considered when they look at things like child contact and how that may be arranged. However, as I said in answer to Mr Frew's question earlier, I think it's hugely important that we recognise that the family contact arrangements that are operating within the courts are there for the benefit of the child and solely the benefit of the child. Often they are not welcomed by the parents, but they are there in the best interest of the child and protecting their access to both parents.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. As the Minister will be aware, the family of Lisa Dorian are from North Down, and she will have received correspondence from them and also from the family of Charlotte Murray on their campaign for Charlotte's Law. Could the Minister update us on her position with regards to a proposal to change the law?
I thank the member for the question, and I think the first thing that I would want to say is that I think anyone who has heard the story of Lisa Dorian and of Charlotte Murray will recognise the huge pain and the added anguish that not knowing where their remains have been laid creates for the family as they deal with their grief. I had planned to meet with Charlotte and with Lisa's families prior to COVID restrictions being introduced, and those meetings have had to be postponed. My office has been in recent contact to try to reschedule those meetings as soon as regulations and guidance permit us to do that. I acknowledge that such matters would be routinely considered by the parole commissioners for Northern Ireland when assessing prisoner suitability for release on licence. However, I have already commissioned a focus consultation with key stakeholders on Charlotte's Law, or Helen's Law as I think it's known in England, to run in parallel with finalising the outcome and next steps flowing from the sentencing review, including legislation where that is appropriate. As part of that, I've asked my officials to very urgently engage with the parole commissioners and with other stakeholders, and will give detailed consideration to the way forward in light of those discussions. There is an Assembly motion scheduled for next week seeking the introduction of legislation similar to Helen's Law, and so I will also be listening to that debate very carefully and reflecting on the points made there as we seek to take this forward.
Call Andrew Muir for supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. The body of Lisa Dorian has never been recovered to date. There is a bench in Castle Park in Bangor to remember Lisa. And one of the hardest moments for me is when people are asking me, what's that bench for? It's to remember someone whose body has never been found. Would the Minister join with me in encouraging anyone with any information whatsoever to bring it forward to the police so we can enable recovery of Lisa's body?
I would have no hesitation in doing so whatsoever. It is part of the grieving process for any family who has been subjected to such traumatic loss. To be able to bury the remains of their loved one, but also to be able to revisit their grave, to be able to spend time there and to come to terms with the loss that they have suffered. To not only rob a family of their family member, but to rob them of that opportunity for grief and for healing, I think is a despicable act, and I would encourage anyone who could help any family in that situation to come forward and be of assistance.
And I call Emma Sheeran.
The Department published a statistical bulletin last week on case processing time for criminal cases dealt with at courts in 2019-20. Can the Minister give her assessment on its findings, please?
Well, in terms of courts and recovery, I think everyone will recognise that this has been an incredibly difficult period for the court system, and it has been a challenging period for us in terms of being able to take forward the normal justice system. But we have had to work through that, and we now, as you know, have been able to restart work on jury trials. We have also now been able to start to reopen additional courts in addition to the first one that reopened in Laganside last month. We are intent on being in a position to start to deal with the backlog, but there are many moving parts to that. It requires cooperation of the police, the PPS, the judiciary themselves in terms of scheduling those cases, and so we are working through that, and thankfully we have been able to do so to date through the Criminal Justice Board, achieve a stable way of going forward. I think the criminal justice system has had to respond very rapidly and innovatively, because we need to maintain confidence in the system, not just from our own staff, but also from the public who use the system and those who are in our care. We are looking at a model in terms of when backlogs will be cleared, so we can give people some certainty around that. But I think in general terms, there is clearly a significant backlog, but it is one that we are determined to try and work our way through, and we're using some innovative means, including looking at alternative venues in order to be able to expedite that process, particularly focusing on those vulnerable victims for whom long waits may lead to higher attrition rates with those convictions.
Call Emma Sheeran for supplement.
Minister, thanks for your answer. Although on paper there's a 10.8% decrease in the median time taken for a case to be dealt with, in reality for most Crown Court cases the average reduction was only from 866 days to 861 days, which isn't much of an improvement for victims. Will the Minister take steps to ensure a significant improvement in these case times?
Well, I think the first thing to say is that post-COVID we would expect those times to actually increase, and I think that is a reality of where we're at. I think we were very fortunate that going into the crisis we had that 10% reduction in terms of case progression. However, it's also worth noting that in the autumn I intend to bring forward a committal reform bill which should again expedite the system and allow cases to be heard much more quickly than is currently the case. And so the Assembly and the Committee will have an opportunity to scrutinise that bill, hopefully not before too long.
I call William Humphrey.
Deputy Speaker, and can I first of all associate myself with the remarks of the Minister and Mr Muir in relation to the Dorian family, indeed all families who find themselves in that dreadful situation. Minister, you will know in North Belfast we have more interfaces than any other constituency in Northern Ireland. In a normal society we would want those interfaces removed, but could I say to the Minister, would she agree with me that those interface structures, whether they be gates, walls or fences, can only be removed with the support and the agreement of the communities that are on either side?
Well, we are certainly committed in the department in terms of working with interface structures, and not all of them, of course, are in the ownership of the department, but we are committed to working with people on the ground to build the trust and confidence that is necessary. I think we also need to be honest and say that we cannot always wait for the slowest moving part to agree to those interface barriers and structures being amended and changed, because to do so would mean that no change would ever happen. There is, of course, anxiety when we remove those structures because people rely on those structures for their own sense of safety and security. So it's important that as we move towards the removal of structures, we bring the community with us, but we also put in place alternative mechanisms for people to deal with their anxieties and be able to deal with community resolution and dispute resolution in a way that is more constructive than perhaps has been the case in the past.
Call William Humphrey.
Minister for her answer. And the Minister uses the word trust, but I have to say in many cases that trust is not there for very obvious and understandable reasons. But I thank the Minister for her words, but I would just say that that can only be the removal, and we will only support the removal of those structures if that trust is there with both communities. I want to see the society normalise as much as the Minister does, absolutely. But when you visit homes, I last night visited Lower Road Park, 3 homes attacked in the last eight days, sustained attacks on that community. People are very nervous right across North Belfast, which has been a very difficult summer, and the Department, the police, must take those views, those concerns and those fears into consideration.
I thank the member, and I can assure him that we absolutely do take those fears into consideration. We also have to be conscious that this is not a normal society, much as we wish that it were, and we recognise that there are huge anxieties stemming from historic incidents, but also current incidents of intercommunal violence in those neighbourhoods. We always try to proceed with the precautionary principle in that we want people to be confident and feel safe in their homes. That is the purpose of the work that the Department does, and I can assure him that people's fears will not be disregarded by my officials.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. As Party Leader, Mrs Long opposes segregation, division and duplication, and yet, as Justice Minister, she presides over segregated prisons. What actions is she taking to address that inconsistency?
Well, Mr Speaker, there is no inconsistency because I have inherited a system 7 months ago that is as it is, and it is my duty to ensure that everyone committed to our care, whether they're in the separated system or whether they're in the main body of the prison, are properly cared for and the right responsible measures are put in place to take care of them. I, like the member, would like to see an end to separation because we recognise that it is an anomaly and an unhelpful anomaly within the system. It is also a costly one. So I by no means try to diminish it. However, I believe that the solutions to separation within the prison don't just lie within the walls of our prison system, they lie also with the community outside.
Call Mike Nesbitt for a quick supplementary.
Well, again, I ask, what steps is she taking to address this issue?
And again, I will remind the member that the current arrangements on separation lie with the Northern Ireland Office and the Secretary of State. When they commit someone to our prison into the separated regime, my duty is to ensure that that person's wishes are respected and that the prison system does its job. It is not my duty to direct the Secretary of State.
And that is the end of our questions to the Minister for Justice, and ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Order members, it's now time for questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you. Question 1.
My department's assessment is that the recent wet weather in August has caused some localised flooding in parts of Kilkeel and Newcastle areas, and also led to some disruption of blight control programmes and difficulties with the desiccation of potato crops across Northern Ireland. As we now move into the main period for potato harvesting, DAERA staff will continue to monitor the situation, as the effects of waterlogging on a potato crop are difficult to evaluate until a number of weeks later, usually at harvest. Furthermore, the DAERA staff will continue to provide technical advisory support to Northern Ireland potato growers to maximise business performance.
I thank the Minister for his answer. I believe there's also been flooding on the Ards Peninsula, but of course flooding is not a responsibility of the Minister's department. How well do you think the relevant departments are coordinating and coming together to help the growers?
Well, in terms of it, thankfully we've had a couple of weeks of drier weather, and for some people potato harvesting has already started. There is an outstanding issue over an EU-imposed obligation that material that was previously used to burn off potatoes is no longer available, and that has caused considerable problems in the desiccation of the potato crops. And one of the suggestions was that if they do not desiccate properly and the stem doesn't separate from the potatoes, then that the farmers could actually flail the potatoes, flail the tops. However, the wet weather has a consequence for that, and it is clearly unsuitable to be putting heavier tractors and flails in to do that. That is not something which farmers will be capable of doing. So that is a cause of significant concern.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Can I ask the Minister for an update on the application for approval for an emergency use of DICWAT for 2020?
Yeah, I've had several submissions on this. I had a conversation yesterday, and I'm to receive a further submission today on it. CRD is the advisory body, and CRD have advised that we shouldn't be using it at this stage for a number of reasons. It has come from the European Union in the first instance that it is not something which they would wish to be used any longer. However, the replacement that have been recommended are not working. Therein lies the problem. So whenever farmers go to harvest their potatoes, it has not done the job appropriately or properly, and therefore I need to consider this year as to whether I can allow farmers to use DICWAT and use that particular means for burning potatoes off, and that's something which I'm giving consideration to, and I know that a number of other countries in Europe have already given exceptional consideration to this and granted its use.
I call Jim Allister.
Same theme, Minister. I would certainly encourage you to take the step on the DICWAT. Denmark, Finland, Austria have all given approval. So what's the timescale in you reaching a conclusion? Because time is now of the essence as far as potato harvesting is concerned.
As has the Republic of Ireland. There has been 2 applications made to CRD. CRD have rejected both applications. However, it is apparent, it's very apparent, that the materials that have been recommended are not materials which are fit for purpose in terms of doing the job that is required to be done. Dicot wasn't removed from the market because of a danger to consumers. It is more about its users. However, these are all significant issues. I think that there has to be another material found to replace it, and I have to take all of these matters into consideration, but have asked for further updates so that I can take everything into account and give a final decision on it very soon.
Moving on, I call Alex Easton.
Question number 2, Deputy Speaker.
My department is aware of the negative impact that invasive alien species can cause to the local environment, with an invasive alien species strategy launched by the then DOE in 2013, detailing actions such as targeted eradication awareness, raising research and development. The ongoing strategy has brought together many different stakeholders, including local councils, NGOs and other government departments and agencies, such as Department for Infrastructure, Forest Service, AFBI and Lochs Agency, to work towards dealing with the threat of IAS. The Invasive Alien Species Enforcement and Permitting Order Northern Ireland 2019 came into force in December 2019, giving the Department more effective enforcement powers to take action against 66 species of European Union concern, including 11 widely spread species. The underlying EU regulation not only makes it an offence to permit the spread or release of any of these species, but makes it illegal to sell, keep, import, breed or cultivate any of the 66, 30 animal and 36 plant species, with a special emphasis on the 11 widely spread species. There is now an expectation, as part of a national obligation, for landowners to manage and remove these 11 species from their land. The Department has commenced working proactively with landowners in relation to the 11 widely spread species, to advise them of their responsibilities and to secure management measures from those landowners on how they plan to manage and remove these species from their land. My officials are currently following up on over 60 of these queries with a variety of landowners, including farmers, business owners, councils and other government departments and agencies. My department has also provided multi-agency plans for those high-risk species that have not yet arrived in Northern Ireland, such as the Asian hornet, along with pathway action plans with a biosecurity focus to endeavour to close down potential routes for IAS to arrive in Northern Ireland. The Invasive Species Ireland website, managed by departmental officials, provides full guidance on confirming ID, management techniques and legislation, and the associated social media streams providing up-to-date news and information. My department continues to encourage and fund via the Environment Fund and environmental farming schemes many community groups, non-governmental organisations, farmers and landowners to carry out management and removal of invasive species from the land, prioritising designated and high-value biodiversity sites.
I call Alex Easton for supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Could I thank the Minister for his answer so far? Could the Minister outline what the Department is doing to help control giant hogweed?
Giant hogweed was recently designated as a widely spread species. So for WSS, the regulation requires effective management measures to be put in place so that their impact on biodiversity, the related ecosystem services and, where applicable, in human health or economy are minimised. Management measures consist of lethal or non-lethal physical, chemical or biological actions aimed at eradication, population control and containment of a population of species of union concern. My department is therefore being proactive and following up every record of giant hogweed entered via official monitoring scheme, and are requiring detailed management measures to be supplied by all landowners.
I call Rachel Woods.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister will be aware of the devastation and difficulties that are caused by Japanese knotweed, and so can the Minister outline whose responsibility it is to deal with and remove Japanese knotweed at NIEA sites like Redburn Country Park in my constituency?
Yeah, EU Invasive Alien Species Committee are the ones who are responsible for listing the species of union concern, as opposed to my department. So the EU IAS Committee explained that some well-known IAS are not listed either because they do not have a risk assessment, or the risk assessments do not include some of the information required by the regulation, or there was insufficient evidence that the species met the criteria for listing. In this instance, there was insufficient evidence for them that the inclusion of Japanese knotweed on the union list would effectively prevent, minimise or mitigate its adverse impact. So as a result, the IAS Committee decided that the listing would not be able to make a significant difference to a species that was already so widely spread throughout the European Union.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much for your answers so far. Could you please, Minister, detail what action the Department has taken to address the invasion of the zebra mussels in our inland waterways, particularly Lough Erne?
Again, all of these species are responsibilities, first and foremost, for those who have ownership of properties. The zebra mussel issue has been going on for some time, I understand, particularly in Lough Erne. It's a big problem for the boat owners, and it's certainly something that I'll be happy to correspond further with the member on.
Moving on, I call Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question 3.
We must be careful not to demonise all plastic. Plastic packaging has many beneficial properties, such as prolonging the life of food, which reduces harmful carbon emissions from food waste. Plastic packaging not only protects food from damage, but is also very light and significantly reduces the transport-related climate emissions of the many food items that are shipped around the UK. That said, DAERA has joined the other UK administrations in becoming a member of the UK Plastics Pact. In contributing to the Pact, the Department is directly funding the work of the organisers, the Waste Resources Action Programme, to develop and disseminate approaches to reduce the environmental impact of plastic packaging. Membership of the Pact also enables the Department to use its contact networks to share innovations, data, analysis and reports with businesses. DAERA's Colleges for Agriculture, Food and Enterprise packaging technologists have assisted the local food and drink sector with 50 knowledge and technology transfer projects this year, as well as helping local businesses select the most appropriate packaging type for their product to optimise its quality, shelf life and cost efficiency. CAFRE's technologists also actively support businesses wishing to explore sustainable alternatives to plastic packaging. CAFRE is working with Northern Ireland Food and Drinks Association, food and drinks processors, to facilitate better engagement between the manufacturing sector and policymakers to help create an improved shared understanding of the use and potential reduction of plastic and food packaging. A further significant area of work by the Department is on the reform of the UK-wide packaging system, leading to an extended producer responsibility scheme. This places responsibility on producers for the full net cost of managing their products once the products reach their end of life. Producers will be incentivised through the introduction of modulated fees to reduce unnecessary and difficult to recycle packaging and to design and use packaging that is recyclable.
I call Paula Bradley for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, I as a shopper am becoming increasingly aware of the overuse of single-use plastics and aluminium cans that we use every day, and I think we all have a responsibility there. And I just want to notice that in Scotland they're introducing a deposit return scheme by 2022. Can I ask you when we're likely to see something similar here in Northern Ireland?
Yes, thanks for the question. My department has consulted already on a deposit return scheme, and we have asked for further evidence and analysis to inform a decision on the way forward. I do want to make sure that any deposit return scheme is right for Northern Ireland, draws on the evidence and what works elsewhere in the world, and achieves our goal of reducing litter from drinks containers and improving their recycling. And specific details on a scheme will be developed and presented in a second consultation. I know there is some concerns in the industry about the DRS. I have seen evidence of other ways of doing it. So, for example, you could have a barcode put on an item, which you could then potentially deposit in your green bin, but that is going to be recycled. So there is the potential of doing it other ways and then sending the barcode in so you can reclaim your deposit on it. So it may not just be about sending all the material back to the initial manufacturer. There may be other and better ways of doing it.
I call Karen Mullen.
Bless Karen Collier. Minister, considering that globally we dump £8 million or 8 million tonnes of plastic into our oceans each year, and unless we act decisively, there will be more plastic than fish in our oceans by 2050. Would the Minister be willing to go a step further and consider a total ban on all non-essential plastics?
I'd certainly consider it, but I think that I indicated in the first paragraph of the statement that plastics weren't exclusively bad, but nonetheless, we really need to reduce the amount of plastic that we're using, particularly plastic that's used from virgin materials. And secondly, we really need to ensure that that plastic is recycled and reused and doesn't end up in our oceans or indeed in landfill sites. So it is important that if we're going to use plastic, and it may be in occasions that there isn't a better alternative, but on those occasions we ensure that that is then used appropriately thereafter, and that it certainly isn't ending up in our oceans.
I call Patsy McClone.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Could I ask the Minister, the state of what he's been saying is, and thankfully through CAFRE, to inform and incentivise businesses, has he considered the third option, which is where Ms Mullen was taking us, that is any intention to enforce the reduction in the use of those plastics that aren't required?
Absolutely, and it's certainly something which we as a department will look at. In terms of what we're doing with CAFRE, CAFRE have the most amazing services there to businesses in terms of food development, and we are privileged to have facilities actually in the members' constituency in Cookstown at Loughry College. And there's also a lot of work done there on packaging, because packaging is absolutely critical, that we do it well, that we do it better, and we do it in a way which is least impact upon our environment. And that's a goal, I think, of everybody in this House.
I call John Blair.
Speaker, thank you. And could I thank the Minister for the range of information that's been provided so far. On a specific, and I don't think I missed this piece of information in there, can I ask if there is at this stage a date or a general time frame in which we could expect to see a proposed plan to eliminate plastic pollution as promised in New Decade, New Approach over 8 months ago?
There is no data set as yet. It is a course of work that our department is doing. There's been, a considerable reduction in the use of single-use plastic bags, for example. I need to consider as well the reusable bags, because there's a fair bit of evidence that quite a lot of people are not using them an awful lot more. So they may buy a reusable bag but only use it once. And I need to look at all of those things and take into consideration, upping what we're charging for the single-use plastic bag, but also putting a charge on the reusable bag as well, an additional charge. So that we can encourage people to reduce the amount of bags that they're using. That has been a big success story so far, and I trust that we can build upon that.
I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Has the Minister considered hemp as an alternative to plastic and an opportunity for farmers to grow a versatile, sustainable crop now that licences are available in Northern Ireland?
There's a range of products, including hemp and eucalyptus and other products, which people and businesses in particular are looking at and looking at the opportunities. Some of the other alternatives will use huge volumes of water, which isn't good either. Some of the alternatives will be considerably heavier and therefore have a greater impact upon transport industry and take up more space and of greater weight, and therefore you're losing efficiencies there. So all of these things will be looked at. I know that some of the larger companies are working really hard to ensure that they can meet their environmental obligations. We will support, we'll chivvy along, we'll encourage and we'll seek the force where necessary companies to actually do their bit to ensure that we produce a better environment.
Can I encourage all members and the Minister to use the microphone so Hansard picks everything up and members can clearly hear them? At the commencement, I admitted to advise members that question 6 and question 9 have been withdrawn. I call Jerry Carl now.
Number 4, please.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. I like to look at the person that I'm speaking to, but not responding to. But nonetheless, my department continually monitors the quality of air across Northern Ireland, and this issue includes monitoring pollutants such as particulate matter and nitrogen dioxide. Given the respiratory nature of COVID-19, my officials to continue to monitor air quality levels across Northern Ireland on a daily and, if necessary, hourly basis. Where necessary to protect public health, a high air pollution alert was issued. Throughout the lockdown period, officials provided weekly updates to the DAERA Departmental Operations Centre and to the ERA Committee as required. Officials are also working with external contractors to look more closely at the trends in pollutants seen during lockdown, consider the relevant atmospheric chemistry and reactions that occur between pollutants, and assess the extent to which any changes brought about as a result of lockdown, such as an increase in home working, have had any influence in trends in air quality. My officials will continue to monitor the data collected, and I would encourage everyone to download the new Northern Ireland Air app in order to receive the most up-to-date information on the quality of air across Northern Ireland.
I call Jerry Carl.
Thank the Minister for his answer. I hope you would agree with me that home working weights being obviously forced upon us because of the pandemic is potentially hugely beneficial in dealing with transport and associated air pollution problems which kill too many in my and other constituencies every single year, especially when it comes to workers who are able to work from home and prefer it. Will the Minister commit alongside his executive colleagues to exploring the benefits of allowing workers to work from home if they so wish in the long term?
Yeah, I think what has been forced upon us in terms of people working from home has demonstrated that there had been a much greater opportunity to work from home than had previously been recognised before COVID-19. I would say this, that I think that it is important that people are got back to their work where it's possible to do that safely, because I do think that even from government departments, we aren't fulfilling just as well as we would otherwise our roles with not having as many people in our offices. At the same time, I think that there are massive opportunities for people to be at home 2, 3, 4 days a week, and that will obviously have significant benefits in reducing travel, reducing pressures on our roads and all of that. So, yeah, I'm totally with you on people working from home, but it shouldn't be done to the detriment of the service that they're providing. And I think that we as government, and indeed others, need to reflect upon that.
I call Kiva Archibald.
Thank you, Last Concordia. And on a similar theme to Mr. Carroll, obviously the global pandemic has been an international tragedy, but this one side effect has been that brief reprieve for the environment. Global carbon emissions have fallen by as much as 17% at the height of lockdown. Greenhouse gas emissions predicted to be down by as much as 8% over the course of the year. In terms of more broadly speaking, what steps are you taking as Minister in conjunction with the executive colleagues to make sure that we don't lose some of those gains that we have seen in terms of the environment as we restart the economy?
Well, as part of my green growth strategy, we will look at all of the opportunities where we can support businesses and agriculture to continue to grow, but to do that in a more sustainable way. So I want to see growth happening on the one side and a reduction happening on the other. So we're reducing the greenhouse gases, we're reducing the carbon that goes into the atmosphere, whilst at the same time we're allowing growth to take place. And I think that's essential for our economy. It's essential for our young people as they go out looking for jobs. We cannot be going backwards and being regressive when it comes to creating opportunities for young people to actually get jobs here. So it's important that we get that growth on the one hand, but we also seek to challenge the issues around the environment on the other. So as part of the Green Growth Strategy, we will be setting up, I'll certainly be requesting that we set up an interministerial group which will oversee that, where we'll be working appropriately with the other departments to ensure that we do have a cleaner and greener Northern Ireland going forward. That's something that we should all aspire to.
I call Pat Cackney.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. I've seen first-hand my own children. They're lucky enough to be able to work at home, and I was wondering, does the Minister intend to bring in and encourage support working from home as we try to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, of course, the government instruction is still that people should work from home if they can work from home, and that is the case for very many people across the province, that they continue to do that. I would be very supportive of people working from home on the one hand, but I also want to ensure that we get 100%. And for many people that will be the case. But I do think that in some areas it is a little more difficult if we don't have people in offices. And I know that certainly in some of the services that we provide, and for example, DAERA direct offices, we need people in there to provide that face-to-face service with appropriate social distancing and all of that. And that is something which is critically important going forward.
Moving on, I call Rachel Woods.
Deputy Speaker, question 5.
My department is developing a comprehensive strategy to address the ammonia challenge. The draft strategy will propose a series of farm measures to reduce ammonia, conservation actions to improve the conditions of habitats, and a revised operational protocol for the assessment of air pollution effects. We intend to publish these proposals for consultation soon.
Call Rachel Woods for supplementary.
The Minister for his answer. The Minister stated in AQW 256/1722 that his department's current operational protocol for the assessment of impacts of ammonia emissions was based on best practice guidelines rather than specific legal advice. Is the Minister confident that the policy in question and his instruction to shared environmental services on how to assess ammonia from any potential development are indeed lawful under EU Habitats Directive?
I believe they are, yes, and particularly in light of the fact that we are working extremely hard to bring forward proposals which will in actual fact reduce ammonia. SES were arriving at decisions where in instances where ammonia could actually be reduced because a new building was replacing an older building where better practices were in place, they were actually refusing those. Entirely illogical, because you were getting an investment into a business, you were reducing the ammonia that was coming out of that business, and they were still getting a refusal. So that type of thing has to be knocked on the head. We are working to ensure that over the course of the next number of years, we will see real reduction in ammonia. So why continue with a planning procedure which isn't working whenever you have the opportunity of actually putting in place something that will actually work? And I would have thought that the member from the Green Party would want to ensure that we have a better environment and would be supportive of what we're doing in this instance, because we are working to ensure that we do get a significant reduction in ammonia. I should add one other thing. The reference to our peatlands and our bogs. A bigger issue than ammonia in our bogs is the dryness on many occasions of our bogs. And the wetting of peatlands would actually achieve more in terms of capturing carbon than what was being proposed on ammonia, or what was being done on ammonia, and even what we would do on ammonia. So therefore, there has to be a series of tools used in terms of reducing the carbon footprint and protecting our environment.
I call Declan McAleer.
Thank you. I thank the Minister for his response. The Minister will be aware that any proposals that be brought forward to reduce ammonia could have a disproportionate impact on the smaller hill farmers. As the Department begins to assess the impact of any proposals, has he any mitigations in mind to avoid any disproportionate impact on those small farmers? Thank you.
Well, it's something that I'm happy to work with the farming community and with other parties on, is how we take this forward. Because doing nothing is not an option. We do need to reduce the amount of ammonia that is currently going into the environment in Northern Ireland, and we also want to encourage people to be able to have a business which will support families. So I believe that both is achievable, and I will work with the hill farming community and other members of the community in delivering on that.
I call Justin McNulty for a quick question.
Minister, the curlew, we had 5,000 breeding pairs of the curlew in the 80s. Now we have 130. That's a 97% reduction. And there are other species, many other species, which are threatened. And ammonia production, the disproportionately high level of ammonia production on this part of the islands, on this part of these islands, is impacting the environment very adversely. Given the destructive impact of ammonia on the environment, and given the threat that it presents to many species, what innovations are your department exploring to ensure that this destructive agricultural byproduct is being utilised in an environmentally safe way? And I know that reduction is probably less hard.
I had asked for a brief question, or we'll have a very brief answer. I'll ask the member to finish his question.
Reduction is less hard than utilising a different approach.
I would encourage a member to visit Plenary Hill Farm, where there has been a massive increase of curlew and the other hen harriers, snipe and all of the other species, and that has been done on the basis of good management, and I would like to see that spread out right across Northern Ireland.
And that is the end of our period for listed questions, and we now turn to topical questions, and I call Sinead Innes.
Deputy Speaker, is the Minister committed to implementing the elements of the protocol to ensure his department is operationally prepared at the end of the transition period in relation to SPS checks at points of entry, and will the designated points of entry meet EU specifications?
Well, I think it would be a good question. Is everybody prepared to do that? Because at this stage, one of the issues that is outstanding relates to IT, and there seems to be a bit of an issue between an IT system that has been used in the UK for many years and the EU's non-acceptance of it, which will almost certainly ensure that we are not operationally ready. So there's quite a number of issues where that is alive and a problem.
I call Sinead Innes.
Thank you. Minister, I'm sure you'll be aware that Warrenpoint Port currently resides very close to an ASSI. Can the Minister give assurances that any point of entry infrastructure at Warrenpoint Port won't impede on the ASSI?
Well, it's not a matter that I'm taking forward. That is a matter that the SRO is looking after. I don't wish to see any further developments at Warrenpoint Port for points of entry. I've made that clear to both George Eustace and others. However, the UK government wish to see it. They want to pay for it, and they have given very clear expectations to the senior civil servant in this case, who is taking it forward. And that is the case. I have no legal remit to stop it, in that all of the advice that has came from both the DSO and indeed the advice that has came from the Attorney-General would indicate that a ministerial direction to an official, which would oblige an official to break the law, is not a ministerial direction which would have any standing.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister will be aware of the devastating biodiversity loss arising from ammonia pollution levels exceeding critical nitrogen thresholds across our special areas of conservation and protected habitats. So can the Minister detail how his department is working to prevent any further ecological damage and reverse the declines evident in our native species?
Yes, we can, and I would like it to be a wide and potentially all-embracing means of addressing these issues, and ammonia is a key part of it. So we believe that we can reduce ammonia emissions, for example, by stopping slurry spreading in most instances by 2025 from the traditional splash plate to the low emission spreading operation. That is something which we have given some time for people to acquire the appropriate equipment, and that's a course of work that will help. Covering open tanks is another thing that would reduce the amount of ammonia. And then, of course, there are opportunities to have more separation of slurry, because it is when the urine and the faeces mix that you get the greatest release of the ammonia. So if we can have more separation in terms of the slots and so forth that are provided where animals lie, then those are a range of courses of work which will actually proactively reduce ammonia. We can probably get 15–20% quite quickly, which is significant in and of itself. But to get much further than that will require significant investment. I don't believe that the capacity to make that investment exists within agriculture, and it will therefore require support from the government if we're serious about this. So I have asked my officials to bring forward proposals which would look at how we can actually get to net zero in agriculture, and that will also include how we can actually deal with the ammonia issue at the same time. And that will involve a capital infrastructure programme, which will mean we as an executive will need to support that financially.
I call Rachel Woods for supplementary.
And I thank the Minister for his answer. The fact that 86% of our special areas of conservation now exceed critical nitrogen levels by over 200%, and in some cases by over 300%, raises serious questions about how this was allowed to happen. So can the Minister outline what failures in monitoring and enforcement have been identified by his department and how these will be addressed?
I think that Northern Ireland has saw a lot of growth in agriculture over the period, and you must remember that for a country, as small as Northern Ireland, it produces around 10% of the food for the needs of the United Kingdom. So we're punching well above our weight in terms of agriculture. I believe that we can also punch above our weight in agriculture in terms of how we do it in an environmentally responsible way. And that is something which I believe that we can work with the farming community on. I think if you go into a circumstance and start directing people as to what they should be doing, you generally don't get the best response. But where you go in with the spirit of cooperation, where you can assist where you can help where you can, you will deliver real results. And that's what I'm about, results. And I believe that we can make a really big impact for the good on a lot of the reductions, not just in agriculture, I'll have to say. I believe that we can really do a lot in becoming carbon neutral over the course of the next 20 or 30 years in Northern Ireland. For example, we are currently at over 40% on renewable energy, way ahead of any other part of the UK. And I believe that we can go much further than that. And if you want to make real big savings in terms of environmental benefits, agriculture, energy that we use, transportation are the three key areas. I believe that we can tackle them in all three areas and make this one of the greenest places to live anywhere in the world over the course of the next generation.
I call Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, would the Minister agree that the comments of the Member of Parliament for South Down, Mr Chris Hazard, regarding the World War II ordnance that were accidentally picked up by a trawler based in Ardglass were at best unhelpful, and that we appreciate the bravery and skill of our Army bomb disposal teams who dealt with the incident, and indeed who during the years of the Trouble and beyond had to deal with many unexploded and volatile devices left under cars, roadside ditches and in close proximity to schools by people like those I understand the MP's office is named after.
Thank the member for the question. I would have suggested it was more embarrassing than anything for the Member of Parliament for Southdown to come out with a statement that he did, given that I believe the ordinances did date back to the Second World War, and we should have been glad if anybody who was prepared to actually go and risk their lives to make those ordinances safe. I should also say that I was greatly appreciative of the people who served in the Second World War, such as Captain and now Sir Tom, who has demonstrated to us, bravery back then, but have also demonstrated to us bravery now and resilience now in terms of their response to COVID-19, and perhaps the member for Southdown could learn something from someone who served in the British Army like Captain Tom.
Can I again encourage the Minister to use the microphone so that everyone can hear clearly? I call Alan Chambers for supplementary.
For his response.
I now call Alex Easton.
Could I ask the Minister for his assessment on the rural upland areas and the role they can play in building biodiversity?
Well, the rural uplands have many opportunities, and obviously we have a lot of blanket bog in Northern Ireland, which is something which captures vast amounts of carbon. Sometimes that blanket bog has been undermined by, for example, inappropriate tree planting, and the trees have absorbed a lot of the water which would have ended up in the bog. And the drier the bogs are, the more carbon is actually released from the bog and the less carbon is captured. So that is something that we are currently looking at. But I have to say this, that for those farms where they have actually reclaimed land in and around bogs and have been benefiting from that, if that land is going to end up being wetter and therefore not as usable, then we need to identify that we compensate those farmers so that we can ensure that the carbon capture can take place, but it isn't one individual or a number of individuals who take the pain of actually doing that through loss to their business.
I call Alex Easton for supplementary.
Okay, could I say thank you for the Minister for his answers so far. What success has been achieved at Glenweary Hill Farm in terms of biodiversity?
Glenweary Hill Farm is very exciting in terms of straightforward good management practice. So we have seen the reintroduction of many species, such as hen harrier, snipe, curlew, and many other red grouse, many other species of indigenous birds which had been lost or was way down to Northern Ireland. In fact, we had a golden eagle over recently at Glenweary. And the agricultural practice is done in a way which still delivers, for example, growth rates of 1.2 kilos per day for each suckled calf on the farm, whilst at the same time delivering huge benefits environmentally. So it's how we can develop and use that skill base on facilities like that and apply that to other farms so that they can maximise what can be achieved environmentally, whilst at the same time maximising what they can achieve from an agricultural perspective as well in terms of producing good quality food.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister for his assessment of an apparent boom in puppy sales during the coronavirus pandemic?
Well, unfortunately, the issue of puppy farming hasn't gone away, and that is an area, and I know it. I think the member and a number of members have asked questions about the export of pups, even through our ports here in Northern Ireland. People produce pups, and many people are doing that in a very sustainable way and appropriately, and they love their dogs, and there's a litter or two produced from that female dog each in its lifetime, and they sell those pups, and that's entirely reasonable. But there's others who are exploiting dogs and selling them to people who don't realise that they are buying something which has come from a puppy farm. And I do think that more needs to be done, and I think that there's a number of departments that could be involved in this, as well as local government, in terms of ensuring that animal welfare is a high priority, and therefore the welfare of dogs and pups is something that we actually make a priority.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the Minister's commitment to animal welfare. Does the Minister acknowledge concerns that an apparent boom in puppy sales could see an increase in abandoned puppies, and if so, what steps is he taking to encourage responsible puppy sales and to support animal welfare shelters?
Well, in terms of it, we have a range of departments. Indeed, local government has a very significant role to play when it comes to dogs and the registration of dogs, and indeed the licence and all of that. And it is absolutely critical that each of the departments that have a role plays a role in ensuring that we identify any issues and address those issues. And certainly we do have issues in people who are producing pups in less than desirable conditions. And where that is brought to our attention in the veterinary sciences end, our vets will actually deal with that. They will follow up and will ensure that animals are kept in conditions which are welfare friendly. And that is a commitment that I will give, that our veterinary division will follow up any complaints that are where their attention is drawn in any way to animals which are being kept in less than appropriate conditions.
And that is the end of our period of time of questions to the Minister, and ask members to take their ease for a few moments.
Okay, members. Ms Claire Sugden has given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister of Health. I would remind members that if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should rise continually in their places. The member who tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary question. Clerk, please read the question.
To ask the Minister of Health whether the latest COVID-19 related restrictions apply to those working from and providing services at their home.
And I call the Minister of Health.
Thank you, and I thank the member for a question on the regulations. The restrictions exempt any person working from and providing services from their home. However, they must comply with the existing requirements to carry out a risk assessment and put suitable mitigations in place.
And I call Claire Sugden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I remain disappointed that members have to seek limited opportunities to scrutinise executive statements that should be made in this chamber rather than the long gallery. I'm also disappointed that the First Minister and Deputy First Minister hasn't come to the House to respond, given that it was their statement yesterday that has caused confusion amongst the public. However, I do appreciate the attention of the Health Minister and further ask him, can we expect additional restrictions, particularly in public spaces such as the cafe and restaurants restrictions that we had heard from the British Prime Minister today?
I thank the member for her supplementary. I'm not sure she's aware, but there is an ongoing 2-hour debate on the regulations already in place, and I said during that debate I would take some questions in regards to the regulations that are being brought forward. Her point in regards to the Executive Office previously heading up or answering these debates has been made numerous times. That duty was passed to me last week, and I was responding to the regulations. In regards to specifically what the British Prime Minister has said today, I'll be frank with the member, I haven't heard. I haven't had any acknowledgement of what he said because I've been in the chamber all morning. But what I have said previously was if these regulations and restrictions do not curb the spread of COVID-19, that we will have to look to further measures. So I don't know what the detail of what has been announced for England, but I will make clear to the member that any restrictions that are brought forward to Northern Ireland will be brought forward by the Northern Ireland Executive through this House. And what I want to assure the member, and I was going to do it in the debate in regards to regulations, I brought forward all 5 regulations today, Speaker, so we could get up to date with the regulations that are currently outstanding. Any regulation that is brought forward has to take its due process through the Health Committee, which I'm fully supportive of, and I'll be open to this House for questions at any time, as I've always been, as I have been every day since this House has recommenced after the summer recess.
I call Palm Cameron.
Mr Speaker, and I too have been inundated with queries in regard to the NI-wide restrictions which come into effect from 6 p.m. tonight. And given the volume of criticism and the talk of confusion and mixed messages, Minister, will the Minister be looking and exploring new ways of communicating the message on a much wider countrywide basis, and also to explaining the logic and the science behind every decision that's made?
And again, I thank the Deputy Chair for the committee for asking the question. Mr Speaker, there is some sort of, I apologise to any member that's here and any member that was taking part in the debate of regulations, because there's going to be a duplication in my answers to the supplementaries for this urgent oral and the conclusion and my closing remarks for the debate on regulations that will be taking place directly after this urgent oral. In regards to the communication plan, it was raised by a number of members in the debate earlier. There is an executive office budget and communication plan, and there is further steps for wider communication, both social media and radio, TV ads coming forward to emphasise these changes that have been made. I will emphasise that the changes that we have now made from 6 o'clock tonight across Northern Ireland were already in place across Belfast, Ballymena, BT43 and BT60 as in place last week. So these regulations aren't new, they are new to the whole of Northern Ireland as from 6 p.m. tonight.
I call Colin Gildernew.
Gormaagad, Cancorlia, and Gormaagad to the Minister for coming to the Chamber to answer this important oral question and reflective of the views and concerns. But given the new restrictions and measures that have had to be taken now, does your department plan to review or revisit the guidance around visiting in care settings, such as in settings like maternity services and also in care homes?
Chair of the committee for that very, very vital question. It is one that I actually just met with the Chief Nursing Officer between the break that we did have, and we are looking at guidance specifically in hospital settings. We are aware now, all too aware, of the restrictions that we do need to put on the hospital settings to protect patients and to protect our staff as well. So that updated guidance will be coming out. It will also be there for specifically those in maternity settings as well, because we are aware, and I've said that, I think it was an answer to Chris Little yesterday at question times in regards to the support that is needed when mothers are coming into maternity units there as well. So that guidance will be updated, and there will also be additional guidance for those care home settings as well, because we are aware of the challenges of both residents and families, especially during this increased time when we are seeing further community transmission, that we want to ensure that visiting is able to proceed, but it proceeds safely.
I call Pat Catanay.
Well, the Deputy Chair, my question's been answered. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Pat. Can I call Steve Egan?
Mr. Speaker, I would just like to ask the Minister, and it's been a point that's already been raised by the member from East Londonderry. I had to get that right, East Londonderry. I noticed that the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister made themselves available to the media, one in the Great Hall and one outside this building less than 2 hours ago. Does the Minister agree with me that the Executive Office has been failing in its duty to provide messaging and communications appropriately to this Assembly? In some respects, bearing in mind they've also got 2 junior ministers, they're being disrespectful.
Mr. Speaker, in response to that, in the respect to this House, I've made it clear in previous debates, I've made it clear in the debate this morning, that I value the duty of this House to scrutinise all ministers, all regulations and everything that comes forward. And I've always made myself available to this House for urgent orals, for adjournment debates, for party debates, and for bringing forward these regulations today. It had previously been the work of the 2 junior ministers within TEO to take forward the regulations through this House. But I think, noting from Hansard what the First Minister actually did say when she indicated to this House that the duty would fall back to me, she said that the junior ministers would be to help navigate the health regulations through the House, and given the pressures that the TEO is now under, including developing the High Street Task Force and other areas, the duty is now to bring forward these regulations has come to me. I cannot shirk that duty. I cannot shirk that duty as Health Minister in regards to what the aim of these regulations is to do, and I don't think it's right to play. I'll not play politics with it. I never have and I never will.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, just following on from this morning, Minister, I raised the issue with the Deputy First Minister yesterday around sharing best practice around the Memorandum of Understanding, and I came across this. This is what they have in Dublin around the restrictions in it. And I'm very conscious, and as you know, I pushed from the start that we introduce sign language whenever the press briefing started. And I also think that we need very, very clear imagery around this. Not everybody can you hear a radio or a television, but it's very hard to digest, and I'm just wondering, can we be looking at something like this that is used right across all the websites and social media platforms?
Can I apologise to the member? I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see the detail from here, Paula, but I'll happily take it from me, because I do think it is vital that we make these messages as clear as possible so that everybody can understand them and we can get as much compliance across the entirety of Northern Ireland, so that we set about what we aim to do, and that's about preventing the spread of coronavirus. So I'll happily take that off the member at a later date.
I call Rachel Woods.
Mr. Speaker, my question's been answered.
Very good. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you to the member for bringing it. Thanks to the Minister for his answers. Minister, considering the Tory government recently told workers to get back to work, only to U-turn on this in the past few hours, does the Minister share any frustration at the zigzagging U-turning going on in Westminster? And given the fact that the Executive at times has followed their approach on a number of occasions, is the Minister concerned that some quarters of the Executive at least may be following the Westminster line too closely with little independent thinking?
I think I've never been accused of not having independent thinking, and something being, a Presbyterian from North Antrim, we're assured of our independent train of thought. So I can assure the member that I don't follow direct direction from Westminster. What I will follow is the guidance and advice that comes from our CMO and our CSA to make the right decisions for the people of Northern Ireland on every opportunity. And I think that's why the executive guidance still has been clear that those who can work from home should still be working from home, and especially as we get into this next phase of the pandemic.
Call Alex Easton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister if there is a timescale in place to assess if these new measures are going to work and if any further measures will be needed?
And the member makes a very valid point in regards to timescales. The only timescale that is critical here is the timescale of the virus. It will not follow any calendar, any rule, any regulation that we set. So what we always do and what we've always maintained is that we look at measures every 2 weeks. That's why we review our regulations every 28 days to see if that 2-week period of incubation that the virus does have is having an effect. And I think, as I said in the debate earlier on this morning, in regards to where we were actually seeing a decrease in those positive cases within BT43 and the Ballymena area due to the measures that had been brought in over a week and a half ago. So we have evidence where the measures that we've introduced across the whole of Northern Ireland are applied to and are adhered to, that they actually do have an effect. So what I would again ask anybody listening to this, and ask anybody who wants to take a message out from this urgent oral, is please re-engage with that vital health messaging. Social distancing, good respiratory hygiene, good hand hygiene and face coverings as well.
Sinead Ennis.
Can I draw the Minister's attention to the guidance that's been issued for assisted living settings? And having spoken to various stakeholders over the last few days, there seems to be a bit of confusion on the part of RQIA and the PHA over the interpretation of the guidance. And meanwhile, places like Camp Hill in my constituency in Kilkeel are caught in a bit of a limbo. So can I ask the Minister, would he commit to reviewing the guidance, taking cognizance of the fact there's a fundamental difference between a care home setting and an assisted living setting?
And the member has made, again, a valid point. As I said, I met with the Chief Nursing Officer in regards, but it was specifically for care home settings and hospital settings earlier on. I'll take the member's point away and make sure that if there's any need for any clarification in future communications coming out in the change of these regulations, I'll make sure that's communicated equally.
Call Mark Durgan.
I concur with the points other members have made about the need for clear, concise and cogent messaging of what are pretty complicated on the face of it regulations. Can the Minister confirm what, if any, implications these new restrictions and their introduction will have for separated parents and their arrangements for access and childcare?
There should be no implications, or that has always been clear from the beginning in regards to access to children but from separated partners or anything like that. These regulations should not be used either as an excuse to not have access or to deny access either.
Call Andrew Muir.
Very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his responses today. My clear view is that the First Minister and Deputy First Minister should be in front of this chamber today, giving us more details about that, but that issue has already been discussed. The communications around the recent regulations has been frankly suboptimal. I've had people on the phone to me in tears this morning, not knowing whether they're allowed into businesses, allowed into homes, whether it's essential maintenance, whether they're allowed to bubble with single-person households or multiple persons households. And one of this is arising is from the fact that the NI Direct information does not mirror the legislation. Can the Minister commit to ensure that whatever is put on the website, which people are referencing, is actually mirrored in the legislation?
Very much so, and we are facilitating a further question and answer session on topics on the NI Direct website as well, to cover all the eventualities and a number of the questions that we have been asked today following this. Now been expanded across Northern Ireland to provide that clarity and assurity to people who were asking to follow this, because I think it was Mr Sheehan referred to earlier in the earlier debate this morning about that contract. We have an obligation to make sure that the contract is understood so that people apply to it. So that work is ongoing. Will we cover every eventuality in our regulations and our guidance? I'll say no, because there are so many peculiarities when we try to do this in a measured approach that allows certain freedoms in certain areas for those individuals who need it. But when we see those peculiarities being raised and addressed, we will look to give the correct guidance and advice to those who are seeking it.
Call Jim Allister.
If I understood the Minister's response to Ms Sugden correctly, when it comes to a domestic home which is used as a B&B, that service can continue. Guests can still come to that house, but that person's neighbours or wider family can't come to the house. Is that correct?
And the member has referred to, again, and it's the utilisation of a home as a business. The local restrictions allow those working from home to do that. Therefore, the regulations exempt any person working from providing services from their home. However, they must apply with the existing requirements to carry risk assessments and put suitable mitigations in place. So if they are using their own home as a B&B, or that's operating as a business, those mitigations must be in place, and they must take all reasonable measures to limit the risk of transmission of the coronavirus.
Call Patrick.
Thank the Minister for his answers so far. And I'm just wondering if, given the deteriorating situation both north and south, has the Minister had any communications with his southern counterpart in order to coordinate measures and restrictions? And I'm wondering if he has any plans to publicise the new daily cases per 100,000 here in the north?
I thank the member. In regards to the new daily cases per 100,000, it's currently published by local district area, local council area for the past 7 days and the 7 days prior to that. So you can see a change in trend and a change in incidence cases. That's available on our dashboard that's currently published. In regards to my interactions with the Minister of Health in the Republic of Ireland, I think I spoke to him about 10:15 last night. And the specific in regards to, I wanted to give them an indication of what we are currently doing in these regulations, and also to seek if there's any further steps that they're taking, especially consideration of the high incidence they're now seeing in Donegal and Louth, because we're concerned and want to make sure that there is no interaction or nothing happening on either side of the border that is having an effect. The member may also be aware there's a Health North-South Ministerial Council scheduled for the 2nd of October. Was due to take place in Armagh, but we're currently looking, that meeting will proceed, but we'll make sure it's done, taken into all cognizance of the regulations that we're bringing forward as from tonight.
Orlea Flynn. Alan Gildernew.
Minister, and again, thank you for your answers. In relation to the theme that we have discussed around the confusion, can I once again highlight the issue of a very great many foreign national communities, or people who have come here to work and live here, who are already struggling to keep up, who are often some of the most marginalised and vulnerable in terms of the issues surrounding the. And I know you have indicated that there have been materials issued in some languages. I know in my constituency in South Tyrone there are potentially, I think, 14 different languages covered, some of smaller pockets of people, but also what engagement directly with those communities can you report, or can you communicate directly with their community leaders to expedite that communication?
And again, I thank the member, and it was something that was particularly looked at in regards to an outbreak that we had in a meat processing factory, in regards where we are aware those workers need that additional support and information. So the PHA provided a number of leaflets. I'll check, I think it was in 7 different languages, to make sure we encapsulated everyone who was working in that facility and also lived in the local area. Again, we are fully aware that no matter what we say in here, no matter what we put out on the BBC newsletter, Belfast Telegraph, Irish News, any of that is not being picked up by our ethnic populations who are currently living in Northern Ireland. So that work has been done through PHA, where that translation and guidance is being provided.
Colin McGrath.
And maybe as the Minister for Health, some of your departmental officials can help us with deja vu, which seems to be with you answering so many questions here over the last couple of days and no other ministers. The question asks specifically here about the restrictions applying to those working from and providing services at home. Have you had any conversations with the Minister for Economy, given that there's going to be a great deal of many tradesmen and others out in the community that are not going to be able to go into people's homes to provide services, and that's going to leave them with a loss of income in the coming period?
I will say to the member, these were brought forward by the Executive, so the Minister of the Economy is fully aware of these regulations. Some of the restrictions that mainly relate to household gatherings allow building or maintenance work or the services of any trade or profession, but that's again taken into consideration all reasonable measures to limit the risk of transmission of coronavirus and the risk assessments as well.
Thank you, Concordia. I have been contacted by a number of community organisations inquiring of me, has the latest COVID guidance have any implications for the use of community halls?
Thank the member. In regards to these regulations, they're solely about restricting household gatherings at this point in time, and that's where this focus is. We may have to bring forward further regulations and restrictions in regards to larger social gatherings or larger sporting gatherings should time progress and should this virus progress. These regulations are being brought in now to do all that we can to prevent those social actions where we're actually seeing the spread of the virus, and that's within household settings. I hope that these restrictions have the effect that we hope they will. If they don't, we will have to take further actions.
Members, that concludes this item of business. Thank you all very, very much. And could members please take a raise for a moment or two?
Okay, members, if members please take their seats, and we'll now resume the debate on the health protection regulations, and I call on the Minister of Health to continue with his response and wind.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and if you missed the highlights from the last, I'm sure you'll catch up on Hansard and the urgent oral there. I'll try not to repeat any answers that I've already given in regards to this morning's debate, because this is a serious issue that we are debating, Deputy Speaker. I think when responding to members, I got round to Justin McNulty, and who signalled that concern that we've been echoing for quite some time, and that is of complacency. And we saw that throughout the summer's months, when the weather was good, when there was low cases, when there was very few people in hospital, that the almost feeling was that we were through the worst of this, started to set in. And at that stage, it was an easy message to understand, it was an easy position to accept, but it was the wrong one, because we now know that we are where we are. And I think the importance that Mr McNulty referred to was that importance of community effort as well, because we have relied on community groups throughout this pandemic. And I think then moving on, Pat Catney referred to the mental health challenges that we do see out there, and we know the challenges that we have faced and the challenges that will come post this pandemic as well. And it's something that the Health Committee has kept bringing back to the table. And I know Orlia Flynn from the very start, when we started to speak about the pandemic, sought that reassurance that our mental health action plan and mental health strategy was still on course. It is still on course. We have added COVID-specific detail to it, and also in the appointment of our interim mental health champion as well, who is doing sterling work across the sector at this point in time. Alan Chambers spoke about the need of a common sense approach. If common sense was in the abundance that we didn't need these regulations, I would be assured and I'd be more than glad that that's the approach that we could take and should take. Unfortunately, it's not, and we're seeing the outfalling of that in a very small minority across Northern Ireland. But those actions have repercussions where people think it's okay to do that. Or we also see the spread of the virus. He also referred to one notable, I think, musician from Northern Ireland who has made some interactions. And to paraphrase, these regulations are about bringing us from the dark end of the street to the bright end of the road. It's not an easy move to make, and that's why we're asking the people of Northern Ireland to stick with the message that the health professionals actually give. Moving on then, Mr Allister referred to the challenges that it comes in delivering a message, and I think he was right, because after 6 months this message is not easy to keep giving, it's not easy to keep hearing, but it's one that I need to keep giving and one that people need to keep hearing, because we are seeing the increases in cases. He spoke rightly so of the proportionality, and I think just to realign that focus on cases, when we see the increase of cases, that leads to the increase of hospitalisations, that leads to the increase of intensive care units, or people in intensive care beds, that leads to the increase in number of deaths. That's what is proportional, I believe, about the regulations that we're currently bringing in. We've 33 people in hospital today, 5 people in ICU. I want to arrest that increase now. We're doing that by the advanced testing, so we are seeing more cases, but it's about the translation across from positive cases to hospitalisation to ICU. And there is, and as I referred to Mr East, to Alec earlier on in regard to that 2 to 4 week lag. So there are
limited restriction is about suppressing the spread of the virus. But how and when do you ever get off this roundabout? Like, is this virus going to die out? Are we going to have to wait for a vaccine? Or does there come a point when we face the fact that we're going to have to live with a virus which, frankly, isn't adversely affecting the greater number, but certainly is serious for some, but not in the proportions of the past?
You know, and I think, you know, and I know where the member's line of questioning comes from, but it's not about, you know, and the member says it for the greater number, but it's for that small number that my duty is to protect. I think it's our executive's duty to protect. I think it's the reasonable steps that this House should take to protect as well. He talks about the roundabout. If I knew when this was finished, I wouldn't be in here. I'd be somewhere else making an awful lot more money and doing a lot more different work. Because what we are seeing in the development of vaccines in regards to where we were with seasonal flu and seasonal flu vaccines and the importance of that, this is, and I think it's about that 6-month period of how we manage to live with this virus. And I think that's the important phrase that often gets lost when people hear it. We live with this virus by bringing in regulations like these to prevent the spread of it, so more people get the opportunity to live. And that's where the challenge comes with the messaging. And he was right on that. But there's also, and he did highlight the challenges that come with the 5-party executive. It's not all plain sailing, but there's one thing, one thing that I'm reassured of, that the message is that we do what we can to save lives and bring in these regulations and the support packages. I wish actions matched those messages as well, and that debate has been had, and it's not something that needs to be expanded on. In regards to Mr. Carroll and his contribution, Jerry, I fully support your call for solidarity in the wearing of face coverings. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with the advantages and the benefits that it brings for those who can wear face coverings, should be wearing face coverings, because we know and have seen the difference that it can make. In regards to Mr. Egan's comments about the small minority, unfortunately, these regulations, the enforcement and the compliance, is about making sure those in that small minority actually adhere to the messaging that we need to do. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in winding and in concluding, there's been much said about communications and messaging, and many speakers have emphasised the need for clarity of messaging, and I agree. It is very important that we are careful not to create confusion. However, it is important that everyone appreciates that we are responding to a very rapidly changing and dynamic situation. We have measured a significant increase in positive cases in the last week, and rapid changes in policy are required to address this increasing risk to the health of the public. In regards to some specific questions, I think it was the Chair of the Committee raised, discussions are taking place on a regular basis between the four nations and the UK on a range of matters, including the communication of public health information. Our overall messages should be aligned and consistent. These are regular, the hand washing, social distancing and the wearing of face coverings. The Executive has set out its own roadmap to recovery and renewal, and decisions on the unfolding local context are based on medical and scientific advice. The Executive Office will deploy a high-impact public information campaign using television, radio, print and digital platforms to ensure people in Northern Ireland understand how to stay and also to save lives. I think it was the Chair of the Committee asked about the funding of that within my department. That money actually rests within the Executive Office department for that communication side through the Executive Information Services. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in concluding that, I hope I've answered as many of the members' queries and questions in regards to the 5 regulations that we brought forward, but also as part of the urgent oral that was part of and fitted well, I think, into this debate. So I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. The question now is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2 Regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is approved. We will now move on to the second motion on the Health Protection Regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the Clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Health to move the motion. Thank you. The question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is approved. We will now move on to the third motion on the Health Protection Regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the Clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
Thanks, Minister. The question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment Regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Okay, the ayes have it, and the motion is approved. We will now move on to the fourth motion on the Health Protection Regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the Clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2 Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
Thanks, Minister. The question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2 Amendment Regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is approved. We will now move on to the fifth motion on the health protection regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2, Amendment No. 2, Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2, Amendment No. 2, Regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is approved. And that concludes this item of business. Members, just take their ease while we switch around at the chair here. Okay, thank you.
Okay, members? Ready to resume? So, members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on the Internal Market Bill, and I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly recognises that a trade deal between the United Kingdom and the European Union is critical in protecting the interests of everyone living in Northern Ireland, expresses deep concerns about the UK Government's approach to negotiations and the terms of the United Kingdom Internal Market Bill, rejects any argument that the bill is necessary to protect the Good Friday Agreement, further rejects unilateral move to undermine the authority of the devolved institutions contained in this bill, affirms its commitment to upholding international law, mandates the First Minister and Deputy First Minister to take a formal position opposing the UK Internal Market Bill, and calls on the Prime Minister to respect the will of the people of Northern Ireland and the principles of devolution.
Thank you, and I call Matthew O'Toole to move the motion.
So moved, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1.5 hours for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As I rise to move this motion, we are reminded again that we are living in the midst of the greatest public health emergency in any of our lifetimes. That, in turn, has caused a profound economic crisis that none of us yet know how big the proportions will be. We are just 100 days from the end of the transition period and a potential further shock to our economy, and that is for no reason other than unbending ideology. So, Mr Speaker, in moving today's motion, let me first reiterate the message from a previous Assembly motion that I moved on Brexit, that the transition period should be extended beyond the end of this year. It is both economically reckless and immoral that the UK Government refuses to do so. But today's motion is about the Internal Market Bill. It firstly makes clear that it is overwhelmingly in the interests of everyone living in Northern Ireland, indeed everyone in these islands, that a trade deal be struck between the UK and EU in the coming weeks. It is unlikely that the deal will be anything more, if a deal is struck, that it will be anything more than the thinnest possible arrangement providing zero tariff and zero quota trade between the UK and EU. But even that would be better than the extraordinary act of self-harm that no deal would represent. If that were to happen, the UK would have the same trading relationship with the EU as enjoyed by Mauritania or Mongolia. Quite a remarkable position to end up in, given the claims during the referendum campaign, including by some on the benches opposite, that the EU would be rushing to give the UK unparalleled access to the single market. Anyone who thinks that we don't need the protections provided for in the protocol should consider that. If there had been no protocol and the UK had left the transition period without a deal, then trade between businesses in Dundalk and Newry would have taken place on World Trade Organization rules. In trading terms, the North would have had less access to the market on the rest of this island, not just than Singapore or Canada, but than Madagascar or the Solomon Islands, all of whom enjoy preferential trade partnerships with the EU that go beyond WTO rules. All of this, Mr Speaker, is to state why the protections in the protocol, though imperfect, are essential. That is why the attempt by the UK Government to nullify the provisions in the protocol via the Internal Market Bill are so serious. The last few years have been dizzying in terms of the speed of events and the volume of information and change all of us have had to process. That sense of bewilderment is in many ways one of the most effective tools of the populist, and Boris Johnson is certainly a populist. So let us remember what he himself said about the deal he is now repudiating via the Internal Market Bill. It's oven ready, he said. You just put it in the microwave and there it is. But anyone watching the House of Commons 2 weeks ago will have seen the Northern Ireland Secretary stand up at the dispatch box and say the UK Government intended to repudiate that bill by undermining it, by breaking the law in narrow and specific ways. Mr Speaker, that is not how international law works. The international rules-based order is not based on individual countries arrogating to themselves the power to break their obligations as and when it suits them. If you don't believe me, then take it from none other than the Brexiteer former Attorney-General Geoffrey Cox. We simply cannot approve or endorse a situation in which we go back on our word given solemnly not only by the British Government, but also by Parliament when we ratified this treaty. Or even that other famous closet pan-nationalist and liberal Remainer, Michael Howard. How can we reproach China or Russia or Iran when their conduct falls below internationally accepted standards? Mr Speaker, many Brexiteers and indeed some members opposite have been quick to criticise prominent US politicians, including the Democratic candidate for President, who have warned against the UK breaching its obligations in the withdrawal agreement and, by extension, its obligations in the Good Friday Agreement. Let me say this. Think who is speaking out on this. Think about the reputation, and I say this with the greatest of respect, think about the reputation of the country you are passionate about remaining part of. The current UK Government is fast developing a reputation as an irresponsible actor on the world stage. Mr Speaker, let me move on to some of the specifics and specific problems with this bill. First, it has been claimed loudly that it is about protecting the seamless flow of goods, especially food, from Great Britain into Northern Ireland. That is a quite remarkable claim, since nothing in the bill, as tabled, makes provision for the movement of goods from Britain into Northern Ireland. It all relates on to goods moving the other way. Just another casual lie and misrepresentation from Boris Johnson and his populist government. We want the protocol to operate as seamlessly as possible, and I cannot state that enough. but that is not what this bill does. It gives UK ministers the power to unilaterally disapply certain provisions of the protocol. That would plunge Northern Ireland into legal and administrative chaos. The protocol and its requirements would still exist, and indeed the UK government is claiming that it intends to uphold the protocol, notwithstanding its specific and narrow breaches, but we would be left in an extremely invidious position in relation to our access to both EU and UK markets. Mr. Speaker, that is not a position any of us should want our economy to get into, especially not in the current circumstances. And I go back to what we've been discussing and debating both in this Assembly today and in the House of Commons in Westminster. Does anyone think that it's acceptable for our economy to be plunged into chaos at the end of this year in the middle of the biggest global health emergency in a century? But there is a further fundamental problem with this bill. It represents a clear undermining of the devolved settlement, not just in Northern Ireland, but across the UK. Part 6 provides UK ministers with sweeping powers to spend money however they please on the full range of devolved competencies. Less than half a page long in the bill, but in fundamental contravention of the principles undermining devolution. No wonder both Scottish and Welsh devolved administrations have been opposed to it. And let me say, it was the Labour administration in Wales that was opposing this, not a nationalist administration. And yes, it also undermines both the Good Friday Agreement and the Northern Ireland Act, which put the provisions of the Good Friday Agreement into effect. There has been much commentary about what is and is not in the Good Friday Agreement. So let me be clear, hard Brexit and all that goes with it, including this bill, do contravene the agreement in, to use the British government's language, narrow and specific ways. For example, of the dozen specific areas of North-South cooperation mentioned in the agreement, all but a few are either underpinned by or interact with EU law. Indeed, coordinating the delivery of EU funds is in itself one of the North-South implementation areas specifically mentioned in the agreement. And this bill, as I've said, attacks the devolved competencies provided for in the agreement. Paragraph 3 and 4 of Strand 1 state that, quote, this Assembly, will exercise full legislative and executive authority in respect of those matters currently within the responsibility of the 6 Northern Ireland government departments, and quote, that the Assembly, operating where appropriate on a cross-community basis, will be the prime source of authority and respect of all devolved responsibilities. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, Part 6 of the Internal Market Bill is in direct contravention with that. But more broadly, this bill is another example of the shock to the central nervous system of the relationships and assumptions that underpinned the agreement and remain critical to the functioning of our institutions and the broader set of relationships across these islands. And those relationships are precious to us and to my party, and to those who are frustrated and bored by us constantly talking about them in the Assembly in Westminster. Well, we're not going to stop. We aren't going to stop talking about them, and we aren't going to stop bringing motions to the floor of the Assembly, and we're not going to stop tabling amendments to this bill at Westminster. Colleagues aren't there. But I do want to say to Unionist colleagues uncomfortable at the notion of checks in the Irish Sea, I acknowledge those concerns. I particularly acknowledge those concerns coming from members in the Ulster Unionist Party, many of whom sincerely voted Remain. I've said throughout this process the entirety of hard Brexit is a shock to the principles underpinning the Good Friday Agreement. But I would ask, given the conduct of the current UK government and the red lines they have set out since 2017, but particularly since Boris Johnson became Prime Minister, what is the alternative? And I would say to them, say to those today considering whether to back this motion, think about whether Boris Johnson is a man to be trusted. Think about how he's lied to you before. Think about whether this bill is really what our economy or our institutions need. Mr. Speaker, the UK government has repeatedly made great claim of respecting the consent of the Northern Ireland Assembly. They even had it written into the withdrawal agreement. Let's make it clear this bill does not have our consent. For obvious reasons, I will not hold my breath on a clear statement of intent for the executive. But let us be clear. that this Assembly rejects the Internal Market Bill, upholds the principles which have underpinned our institutions, and affirms that commitments made in peace agreements and international treaties should not be the plaything of demagogues. And I commend this motion to the Assembly.
I call Paul Givan.
Mr Speaker, and this feels like round two, having debated this issue yesterday, and indeed the member for South Belfast repeats the same arguments, and I've no doubt we're going to hear from the benches opposite and the Alliance Party as part of the nationalist movement on this issue the same arguments again, but nevertheless we'll confront them and expose the hypocrisy around the issues that are being raised. Whenever we consider this motion, which we goes without saying will be objecting to because it is flawed in its content, it talks about the importance of a UK-EU trade deal being critical, and so it is. So it is. But by the 1st of January, 3 months' time, is that going to be achieved? I think there's a huge question mark over that. So what else can the sovereign government of the United Kingdom do but make preparation in the event of the European Union continuing to be intransigent, continue to threaten and bully, but to be ready for an eventuality that doesn't do the harm to its people, or at least mitigates that harm? So the Internal Market Bill goes somewhere. It doesn't go anywhere near far enough. The government has given assurances that they're going to address further issues in the Finance Bill with more amendments. But I don't trust Boris Johnson to do the right thing for this place, or the Conservative Party, because time and time again they have let the Unionist people down. But that will not stop us advocating in the interests of what we believe for all our people and for the Unionist perspective in respect of this. What we do need is certainty for our business and consumers, and that is something that is absent. The withdrawal agreement and the protocol hands the leverage to the European Union for them to use us as a pawn in a much bigger plaything. Do members really think that Michel Barnier and those that are leading the European institutions really care about Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland? Do you think the French put a priority on this place over their fishing industry as they seek to exploit every opportunity to get access into the UK's waters? That's the priority for your European comrades that you are seeking to have greater allegiance to. They will always give precedence and priority to their people, as opposed to what we have to do from all perspectives, which is to represent our people. When we think about what we're talking about in the protocol, tariffs, increased paperwork around regulations and declarations and imports, the regulatory checks on agri-food, manufacturing being subject to certification and inspections. We go down to the fisheries aspect, that the Joint Committee may well be able to subject that to rules and EU custom declarations. The agricultural support, the Joint Committee again holding the power to set upper limits on farm subsidies that would be in line with CAP. We think about the state aid issues as well. The magnitude of this is not something that should be something glibly just commented on by members opposite. Whenever you consider £355 million at this stage being announced for a trader supporter scheme funded by the UK government, that should crystallise the magnitude of what it is that we're talking about. But the members opposite, supported by the Nationalist Alliance Party, continue to prioritise their political ideology over the reality of the implications upon our business community and our consumers. And when it comes to the internal market, what business, or the internal market bill, what business organisation has said they're opposed to it? They may not like the tactics that have been deployed, but when it comes to the substance of the bill, give me a business representative organisation that has said they don't like the substance of it. May not have liked the tactics, but I haven't heard them saying we don't actually agree with removing the potential of barriers. And so it's important that we deal with this, and we deal with it effectively. I want access to both markets. I want access to our Great Britain market, and I want access to the European market. But the members opposite, supported by the Alliance Party, put precedence over the EU single market at whatever costs and whatever circumstances, because that's what you voted on yesterday. And when members talk about consent and the Good Friday Agreement, they didn't worry yesterday that not a single unionist voted for their motion. No, we'll continue to ride roughshod over the concerns of the unionist community and their representatives. And that's something that we will oppose. I'll give way.
for giving way, and he talks about access to markets. Would the member agree that on the issue of free ports, for example, we should be seizing the opportunities that the likes of that can bring, especially to the likes of the Foyle port within my own constituency?
The member makes a valid point. The UK government have said that one of their objectives is to have special circumstances for free ports to maximise economic opportunities. But state aid rules would have implications for that. And of course, the predatory neighbour when it comes to commercial activities in the Republic of Ireland, because that's what they are, in terms of their corporation tax, in terms of the way they go after our airports with Dublin Airport, and when it would come to ports, Warren Point, Foyle, Belfast, nothing stopping the Republic of Ireland using European institutions to frustrate those economic opportunities. But that's more important for the members opposite and the Alliance Party. We need to represent our people and act in their interests. And the Belfast Agreement, for whatever it's worth to the members opposite, spoke about respecting the integrity of the United Kingdom for as long as a majority of the people of Northern Ireland want to. The withdrawal agreement and the protocol breach it, but the opposite and the Alliance Party couldn't care less. I oppose the motion.
I call Martina Anderson.
Tommy Canchi Fawver and Ruan Shaw. I speak in favour of this motion. The British Government, without doubt, should withdraw the Internal Market Bill immediately and retract from the threat of replicating similar provisions in future legislation. The bill does undermine the Irish Protocol, amends the 1998 Act, the legislative outworking of the Good Friday Agreement, and it is an attack on our power-sharing arrangements. These are the provisions that override the Protocol, attempt to block judicial reviews, and erode international and domestic law. There is a clear attempt in this bill to give priority to the British internal market over the future priorities of our power-sharing administration. This could have a particularly severe impact on the work here to advance equality, human rights and the environmental protections. The dreams of future generations cannot be crushed by an imposition of a Tory nightmare vision of the internal market. Provisions of the internal market risks undermining the human rights and equality protections in the Irish Protocol, which states that there would be no diminution of rights, and therefore the Equality Commission, the Human Rights Commission, the Irish Equality and Human Rights Commission should use their powers under the Protocol to raise concerns with the Specialised Committee. We need to hear a clear message from the Commissions, and we need to hear it this week. They need to stand up for equality and human rights and use their powers that they have to maximum effect. Now is not the time to cross your fingers and hope that things won't happen. Now is not the time for silence. We warn the NIO not to undermine the significant role that these commissions have under the Irish Protocol. These commissions need to be effective and robust. So the NIO must not decimate institutions that are central to the Good Friday Agreement. The British Government will not impose their cold house vision for rights and equality here. There is an urgent need to hardwire additional guarantees, those unequivocal commitments that were made on the European Convention on Human Rights, into the future relationship agreement currently being negotiated between the British Government and the EU. The political declaration refers to both the European Convention of Human Rights and the Good Friday Agreement. We simply, the world simply, does not trust the British Government, given what we know of its current threats to the Human Rights Convention. The Common Travel Area promises are still not adequately reflected in law, policy or practice. Many are going to discover that these guarantees and the guarantees given are meaningless in practice. We want to see the damage limitation guarantees implemented. The Irish Protocol needs to be protected, and it needs to be protected in full. The shameful attack by the British Government has rightly been condemned around the world. It's even being condemned within its own party. But it does raise an additional question. We have another option. We certainly do have another option. And Sinn Féin invites all those parties who are committed to the return of the North to the EU to discuss the scope for the development of an agreed position. Sinn Féin endorses the recent proposals from the Constitutional Conversation Group. Sinn Féin would welcome the opportunity to discuss common ground with others. We need to engage with each other on how we're going to share this island differently in the future. Go on, Miagad. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call Steve Egan.
Indeed, Mr. Principal Speaker, and may I thank my friend from South Belfast and indeed my friend from the Finance Committee for bringing this motion forward, though unfortunately we will not be supporting this motion. And the reason we will not be supporting this motion is because we have a fundamental issue today that is being discussed 100 days out in London between Mr Gove and Mr Barnier. And the discussion is an informal discussion about how we're going to resolve the problems we're at the moment. And I think for many people, we have listened to the sterility of this debate over a considerable period of time, when to many ears of this side of the House, and indeed outside amongst my constituency, it sounds like Boris bashing turns into Brit bashing. And that is not something that I think is conducive or helpful for the people of Northern Ireland, and particularly the consumers of Northern Ireland, who are going to be faced with some really significant choices to deal with in a very short period of time. So, Mr Principal Speaker, and indeed to the members of this Assembly, and indeed to the political parties of this Assembly, I have a proposal. The Ulster Unionist Party has a proposal that we write as an Assembly to both Mr Gove and Mr Barnier and say to them that we have real significant concerns about Northern Ireland being used as a political football. We have 100 days before we have to have in position things that are going to stop our goods being stopped coming across from our own country. We are going to have to be in a position where we're going to have to understand what the implications of state aid rules are going to be. We need to understand what the role of the European Court of Justice is going to be, because that will be a fundamental issue that we have to do. So I think, Mr Principal Speaker, what we should be doing as an Assembly, and what we can do through the chairs of all the committees, and as chair of the Finance Committee here, I make this obligation that we will ask the committee tomorrow on this issue, is that we come together as chairs and through you, and we write to both the Executive Office, the First and Deputy First Ministers, and also very clearly we'll write to Mr Gove and Mr Barnier and say, please stop using Northern Ireland as a political football. You have said right from the beginning the most single important thing is the Belfast Agreement. The single most important thing is about retaining peace and security in Northern Ireland. And the best way to achieve that is to remove uncertainty. The best way to achieve that is so that our traders and our businesses and our companies are able to agree to understand what is going to happen on the 1st of January next year. That, Mr Principal Speaker, is what we as an Assembly should be debating, because the Executive Office aren't bringing those things to us. We should be the ones who are now saying to everybody in the United Kingdom, in Europe, in the rest of the world, stop using Northern Ireland as a political football. Let's do what's appropriate and do what's right for the people of Northern Ireland. Can any person in this Assembly say that we're going to be better off on the 1st of January next year? No. Can anybody in this Assembly tell me what's going to impact in our Tesco's and Asda's and everywhere else to the shopping basket for the consumer in Northern Ireland, who are all our voters, by the way? Can anybody tell me what that's going to be like? No. Can anybody actually tell me, just one second, can anybody actually tell me what the European Union and the United Kingdom have agreed in the Specialist Committee or the Joint Committee? Have we seen any output from these? Do we have any understanding of what it means to us? And yet we're 100 days out. But nobody seems to be taking any attention to that. But I think we, as an Assembly, with all the MLAs here, we should, through our committee structure, because nobody else is doing anything, we should be putting that through. And thank you for bringing the note to bring it towards this Assembly. But there is something more fundamental here. We can tilt at windmills as much as we like. We know the withdrawal agreement, or we both know the withdrawal agreement and the so-called internal market bill are both deeply flawed. But who's going to stand up for the people of Northern Ireland if it isn't us? That's what we were elected to do. We're not standing up for the people of Brussels. We're not standing up for the people of London. We should be standing up for the people of Northern Ireland. Mr. Principal Speaker, I've made a proposal and I look forward to hearing from the rest of the committee chairs later. Thank you.
And Mr. Speaker will be fine in future. Thank you. And I'll call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, yeah, it is a bit of déjà vu, but this is actually a slightly different debate today. It is a debate with regards to the internal market bill, and it contains a series of provisions on the functioning of the internal market within the United Kingdom, which of course already had a part of the EU. There are issues with this, including the obvious and the likely dominance of England in comparison to the other nations, as well as the impact on the devolved settlements. Realise that the Scottish and Welsh governments both rejected the internal market white paper following its publication due to such concerns. And it's disappointing, therefore, that it appears that there was no formal response compiled by the Executive here in Northern Ireland. But for today, we'll focus on how now progressing the internal market bill interacts with the Northern Ireland Protocol and the arrangements to avoid a hard border with the Republic. I said it yesterday, and I will be clear again. The protocol is not perfect arrangement. The original backstop was a much better deal for Northern Ireland, and the protocol is No, I want to finish, thanks. The protocol is a compromise of a compromise. It's an arrangement to negate some of the problems that unfortunately Brexit brings to Northern Ireland, and we know who all brought Brexit to Northern Ireland. Speaker, it's a matter of deep concern that legislation is being progressed in our national parliament that undermines an international agreement signed less than a year ago and adds further unease about the future of businesses and people in Northern Ireland. And on that point, I agree with Mr. Aiken. It is totally, no, I want to continue. It is totally disconcerting for businesses and for people who are in employment in Northern Ireland that we're being taken down this route. Upholding international law is a sign of a responsible actor on a world stage. There's a certain amount, indeed a great deal of irony, that the government instructs others to follow the law and yet blatantly sets out to break the law itself, followed sadly by a number of members of Parliament in Northern Ireland. Again, it is hard to work out what the government is doing here. The reality is that within the power of the United Kingdom government to prevent barriers and friction by striking a comprehensive trade deal. If these issues were so fundamental to the Good Friday Agreement, why did the Prime Minister agree to these terms and then run a general election campaign on them? Even if this is a negotiating tactic, it undermines the UK's international reputation and credibility, and thus our ability to strike further trade deals. We heard yesterday, and it's worth repeating again today, American politicians from both sides of the houses in the US would be very concerned and have made it very clear that it compromises any chance of a US-UK trade deal. At this rate, it seems that the UK will have no trade deals on the table, not even one with the EU. No trade deal with the US. Of course, it is to be welcomed that they've sealed one with Japan, but then why bother? Because they already had exactly the same deal with Japan through their membership of the EU. How will anyone benefit from the UK having next to no preferential trade partners? It seems all the lofty aspirations of Brexit have evaporated, and we're left with a gloomy, complex and uncertain future. That cannot be good for business, and it cannot be good for employees. Piles of red tape and increasing barriers to business and to people's lives. Whether it is, as Mr. Aiken says, our concern about the cost of the price of a bag of sugar in the shops in Northern Ireland, or whether it is that they turn the south of England into a lorry park. All of those are very serious issues. We don't want borders, and we do not want checks anywhere. But if a hard border happens, then compromise must be made. That's where the protocol comes, as it's the basic structure to prevent a hard border with the Republic of Ireland. The UK Government should and must uphold its word to protect Northern Ireland from the harmful impacts of Brexit. Ministers here must ensure that the protocol is implemented before the end of this year. Finally, Mr Speaker, I'd like to thank Mr Given for being a cheerleader for the Alliance Party, because every time he mentions our name, I can hear the cheers rising amongst all of those people who voted for Naomi Long and smashed it when we elected her to the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call Gary Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Internal Market Bill is a step forward. It's a recognition by the UK Government that there were defects with the Northern Ireland Protocol and the potential impact that the Protocol would have on the internal market of the United Kingdom. But of course, more work is required. We are focused on ensuring consumer choice and costs are not impeded as a result of the Northern Ireland Protocol. It is important that goods arriving here in Northern Ireland are not subject to unnecessary checks, which in turn will lead to increased cost and reduced choice for consumers. It is vital that Northern Ireland businesses have unfettered access to the GB market, which is of course so important to Northern Ireland that it is welcome that the Internal Market Bill sets out potential helpful steps in this respect. With Northern Ireland's competitors able to support their emerging sectors through government aid, it would be wrong and it would place Northern Ireland firms at a clear disadvantage if we were restrained in a state aid straitjacket unlike the rest of the UK. I will not. The UK Government has stated that through the Internal Market Bill, they are delivering on the commitments made to provide unfettered access between Northern Ireland and Great Britain and to maintain and strengthen the integrity and the smooth operation of our internal market. We have all signed up to the New Decade New Approach Agreement to restore this assembly. The commitment in that New Decade New Approach states, to address the issues raised by the parties, we will legislate to guarantee unfettered access for Northern Ireland's businesses to the whole of the UK internal market and ensure that this legislation is in force for January 2021. We must ensure that we protect the £8 billion worth of goods and sales from Northern Ireland to GB and guarantee our place within the UK's internal market. These are not new commitments. The DUP have been consistent at all levels, including at Westminster, where a lot of this really matters. We need certainty, we need legal certainty and clarity for businesses in Northern Ireland, whose largest market is with the rest of the United Kingdom. In relation to some of the specifics in the bill for Northern Ireland, Clause 40 places an obligation on the UK Government and devolved administrations to consider Northern Ireland's place in the UK internal market when implementing the protocol. That applies to trade between GB and Northern Ireland in both directions. Mr Speaker, Clause 42 gives UK ministers the power to disapply or modify exit summary declarations for goods moving NI to GB. The Government again yesterday made clear that the declarations would be disapplied through this clause would be those which do not recognise or respect the fact that Northern Ireland is part of the customs territory of the United Kingdom. The Government talks about a safety net. I think it is reasonable. It is a reasonable description to talk about a safety net, given the fact that these issues cannot be resolved through the Joint Committee. Then there absolutely needs to be a safety net in place. That's what any responsible sovereign government would do. My party colleagues at Westminster yesterday clearly articulated our position in regards to the bill and indeed the amendments that were tabled in our name. The Government have indicated that many of these issues will be addressed through the Finance Bill. We, of course, will wait to see what happens in that respect. In closing, Mr Speaker, we will not be supporting this motion. I think that our views have been well rehearsed. I note that the members opposite are continue to table these motions. They're more than entitled to do so. But what I would urge them is to respect the fact that many businesses out there at this minute in time are struggling in a wide range of areas. And I think that we should be mindful that whilst it's great that certain members want to have their voices heard in this chamber, I think that the focus should be on ensuring that the United Kingdom internal market is protected and that the businesses are properly heard through the relevant channels. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I call Sean Lynch.
Good, Ceann Comhairle. Just when we thought this issue of Brexit was sorted within the withdrawal agreement and the protocol,
the British Government announces it's going to break what was an agreement only made last January. Their announcement to break international law is not surprising, although this time they did it publicly. As a result, we're in the midst of another British-inspired Brexit crisis. The Good Friday Agreement is under threat. The fragile economy of the North is at risk, and we're facing a real possibility of a crash-out from the European Union. The paragraph clearly outlined in the Internal Markets Bill gives authority to British ministers to directly impinge on the workings of this Assembly and to ignore the protocol in the withdrawal agreement. The protocol stated that nothing is to enter or be on sale here unless it meets EU standards, even if it comes from Britain. However, Section 45 gives the British Secretary of State the power to ignore any EU requirements for goods coming here. Like many of you, I have talked to many businesses, their representatives and individuals about Brexit, particularly in my own constituency, and there is no clamour from customers here to see the lowering of EU standards. In relation to the Good Friday Agreement, Strand 2, All-Ireland areas of cooperation, like public health and environmental standards, are not grounds for exceptions. Under the British Government's Internal Markets Bill, ministers of the British Government will be empowered to breach elements of the Good Friday Agreement and the Withdrawal Agreement. The British Government has once again shown contempt for this part of Ireland, indeed for all the people of this country who voted and ratified the peace agreement. What they are doing by bringing this bill forward is to suit their own domestic political agenda. These are the same people that supported, campaigned for and financed Brexit. To say they are protecting the Good Friday Agreement could not be further from the truth. With British ministers like Michael Gove viewing the Good Friday Agreement as wicked, it's little wonder that Britain, as a co-guarantor of the Good Friday Agreement, can breach it and boast about it at the same time. The reality is that Tory governments have been undermining the Good Friday Agreement since they entered power in 2011. Therefore, to argue that the Internal Markets Bill is to protect the agreement is nonsense. Despite what members in the opposite say, there was never a good Brexit. It must be remembered that the majority of people in this part of Ireland voted against it. The protocol is not perfect, but it mitigates from the worst aspects of Brexit. Brexit itself is the problem. The people in the North want certainty, and I know the people opposite have said the same. They need clarity as well. They want to know their families and jobs will be safe next year. Their priority is to avoid any border on the Isle of Ireland, protect the peace process, Good Friday Agreement and the All-Ireland economy. We in Sinn Féin will defend these as we have done in the last 4 years. Fine, I won't. And work with those who share those priorities in the Assembly, Dáil, in Europe and the United States Congress. In addition, stand firmly against the British Government intention to tear up what was an international agreement. I support the motion.
Thank you, and I call William Humphrey.
Mr. Speaker, here we are, Act 2, Take 2 of this drama. It's very clear, Mr. Speaker, that the Northern Ireland Protocol is not good for Northern Ireland plc, and the Democratic Unionist Party at Westminster opposed and consistently voted against this legislation. We warned Her Majesty's Government, and now we recognise and are glad to see that they're accepting the pitfalls and the defects that there are within those protocols. The Internal Market Bill is a step forward, but it isn't perfect. Yesterday, in this House, during Act 1 of this drama, we heard many parties across the way were concerned about a hard border. Those who were claiming it was going to be a hard border wouldn't give way to those of us who were challenging who was going to make it a hard border. The only person talking about this border on this island of Ireland, the frontier between Northern Ireland and the Irish Republic, was the former Prime Minister of the Irish Republic, when he claimed at the World Economic Forum last year that he could see customs returning, uniformed people, police and army potentially returning to the Irish border. No one in the United Kingdom government or the Northern Ireland Executive or in this House wants to see a hard border. So let's nail that. That is just a nonsense. And then we also had the situation from the Sinn Féin benches that the peace process is being undermined, potentially. By whom is it being undermined? Who? I'll give way to those who want to tell me who by whom. The reality is that the Belfast Agreement, but you're going to undermine it. Go ahead.
Very grateful to my colleague in the Public Accounts Committee for giving away. Just as a point of information, he said no one in the UK government had ever said anything about a hard border. He'd recognised that in early 2016, during the referendum campaign, numerous members of the UK government, including the subsequent Prime Minister, then Home Secretary Theresa May, said there was no way the UK could leave the European Union in a specific way without there being the recreation of border posts.
Member has an additional minute.
That's why my party rejected her proposals. And where is she now? And the reality is, you can sit in the SDLP, that great golden cow of the Belfast Agreement, that your party sets up there that is absolutely untouchable and must not damage the Belfast Agreement. But the SDLP leader in the House of Commons in January of this year talked about joint authority. We'll not go back to direct rule. Such was his arrogance. We'll have joint authority. Now, you voted, I didn't, but your party voted and supported the Belfast Agreement. The principle of consent is absolutely enshrined in that agreement. Where's the consent for joint authority? I'll give way if you tell me where the SDLP gets the consent, the unionist people, for joint authority.
I'm grateful to him for proactively giving way. We're not debating that statement today. We're debating the motion that's before us. But let me say absolutely clearly, the principle of consent is absolutely at the heart of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, and we support it, and that's what this motion is about today.
You're contradicting and not on the same page as your party leader. Indeed, yesterday we even had the potato famine in vote as a great wrong to Ireland. Of course it was. But we're in 2020. And the reality is, let's be clear, anything which hinders or impedes Northern Ireland PLC in terms of trade from Northern Ireland to GB and in return is not good for Northern Ireland business. As Mr Gibbons said earlier, Northern Ireland business organisations are not on the same page as the parties across the way. I understand nationalists and Republicans supporting the protocol because they want to destroy and end the Union. They can't cost the United Ireland, the Utopia United Ireland that they talk about. They can't cost it. None of them can. Never been able to do it. You can't. Simply can't, because it's impossible. So the reality is, we stand for free movement and free trade. We want to see the free movement of goods across the North Channel and the Irish Sea. Northern Ireland businesses must be given unfettered access to our largest market in Great Britain. And the bill is helpful in this regard. It is not the panacea, but it is helpful. Northern Ireland parties need to decide on this basis. Do you want what is best for Northern Ireland? Do you want what is best for the Northern Ireland people and for Northern Ireland business, your constituents and mine, or do you want to disadvantage permanently Northern Ireland business? The withdrawal agreement is bad for Northern Ireland economically, but it's also bad for Northern Ireland constitutionally. You may welcome that. But the fact of the matter is, I hear much talk about the damage to United Kingdom and international law. What about the damage to the free movements of people, the free movement of trade, the equality of rights for those people who came from the Acts of Union of 1707 and 1800? What about those? Because when you're Brit bashing, and on that basis I agree with Mr Aiken, and attacking the Prime Minister, let me make it very clear when I've given way to you twice, I'm not giving way to you again, so don't even think about it. When you're Brit bashing, the reality is that the people of Northern Ireland, the vast majority of Northern Ireland, want to remain part of the United Kingdom. It's your job to convince them, including economic unionists. You're not able to do that because you can't. And so the truth of the matter is, as we move forward, I want to see business in Northern Ireland protected. I want to see the Union protected. The Union of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. That is where success and from everything flows for Northern Ireland.
Members,
this protocol is not perfect, but this bill that's going through the House will improve it.
Members, time is up.
Not perfect, but will improve it. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I oppose the motion.
Thank you, and I call Pat Sheehan.
And I welcome the opportunity to speak in this debate today. The internal market bill is a full frontal assault on the Good Friday Agreement. I don't think there's any doubt about that. But the actual problem is Brexit. And when the members opposite were campaigning and supporting with gusto the campaign to leave the European Union, maybe they didn't have the foresight to see what the repercussions were going to be, and that Brexit was going to undermine the Good Friday Agreement. There's no doubt about that. And we had the protocol as a far from perfect solution to the problems that Brexit was going to create for the Good Friday Agreement. But now we've had the internal market bill. And, you know, everybody believes the internal market bill undermines the Good Friday Agreement. Even the British government understand that. But of course they say otherwise. They actually turn things on its head and say the internal market bill protects the Good Friday Agreement. This is a government that would tell us black is white, that night is day. They're a bunch of unvarnished liars. And who do they send to the United States to convince Americans there that the IM bill actually protects the Good Friday Agreement? Dominic Raab. Dominic Raab was the man who appeared in front of the NI Affairs Committee and admitted to Sylvia Herman that he hadn't even read the Good Friday Agreement. He sent out as some sort of expert to explain to Americans. Luckily enough, the Americans are a bit more learned than Dominic Raab. They understand the repercussions of the internal market bill, the Good Friday Agreement. So, I would say this to unionists. Try and break away from the Stockholm Syndrome that you are all caught up in. It's a sad sight to see once proud unionists like Gregory Campbell and Sammy Wilson on their hands and knees with their ears down and their tails between their legs, licking the boots of people like Johnston and Cummings. Cummings, who said, and I quote, "I don't care if Northern Ireland falls into the effing sea." That's the man that you are dealing with. That's the man that you are kowtowing to. Why don't you...
Could I ask the member, could the member just resume his seat for a moment? Could I ask all members just to keep the debate on a temperate level? I don't want this to descend any further. Thank you.
Certainly, I'll try to be as temperate as possible. But I think there is a fundamental issue here that the English Tories don't care about here. And that's reflected in what Dominic Cummings said. And it's reflected in the jingoistic English nationalism, which has driven the whole Brexit debate. And I say this genuinely and honestly to unionists. The English Tories will never consider you as their equal. Never. And I say to you, as a friend and a fellow countryman, to join with us. The ground is shifting under your feet. Join with us to build a new country, a country of equals, where we all share the same rights and the same freedoms. Let's join together. Let's forget about the unvarnished liars, and let's forget about the other people who yank your tails. Let's all of us together build a country where we can all live as equals.
Thank you. And I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The British Government has a long history of treating people with contempt, and you wouldn't have to look too far to see examples of this. My friends in the DUP can affirm this. Indeed, in my own city of Derry, we suffered greatly due to the wrongdoing of the British Government. But we had hoped the British Government had moved away from that shameful past, and it's very clear during the negotiations with the European Union that the British Government has once again reverted to the bad old days of treating nations, treating neighbours and treating friends with complete and utter contempt. The Prime Minister has already showed that contempt in the way he played with the truth during the Brexit referendum. Now he is going further by rejecting the withdrawal agreement protocol that he himself signed up to and negotiated just a few months back. By doing this, he has shown contempt for the EU, he's shown contempt for the citizens of the UK, contempt for the rule of law, and he's shown utter contempt and disregard for every single person in Northern Ireland. Do not be fooled by the further lies that are being peddled. Actions have consequences, and the protocol, as signed, is the consequences of the UK voting to leave the EU and to reject the single market and the customs union. Make no mistake, it is the UK that has put a border in the Irish Sea. It is not the EU. Mr. Speaker, but more than this, Boris Johnson and his government is showing absolute contempt for this Assembly, to the Scottish Parliament and to the Welsh Parliament. The Internal Market Bill is a naked power grab by this power-hungry, right-wing, English nationalist government. Our powers as an Assembly will be badly cut by this bill. No wonder Nicola Sturgeon referred to it as a full-front assault on devolution. Boris Johnson and his inner cabal wants that power to himself, to have the most centralised UK government that there has ever been in London for decades. He wants to limit the powers to govern Northern Ireland, and that should make every single person in this Assembly angry. Under this bill, any legislation that we pass that impedes the internal market will have no effect. I'll say that again. Any legislation that we pass in this Assembly will have no effect. So that means that if we want to protect our health and well-being of farmers' livestock, we may not be able to do it. If we want to eliminate zero-hour contracts, we may not be able to do it. What happens if we confirm a policy of no fracking and one of the other nations says fracking is okay? The Welsh Government is even concerned that in future its building regulations could be effectively replaced by those in England. Mr. Speaker, regulations sits at the heart of this Assembly. Without our ability to regulate, this Assembly becomes little more than a talking shop. Boris Johnson is ripping up the devolution settlement. It is the old colonial way and attitude. If they don't like it, punish them. We want more powers. The response from Westminster is to give us less. You can see the same in Whitehall. The senior civil servants give government advice. They don't like it, so they get sacked and are replaced by yes men, and predominantly, yes, they are men. So, just as we hoped we were making progress, we find ourselves going backwards, slapped down by this government that wants to exert as much control as possible. Mr. Speaker, I ask this chamber to support this motion, and I would ask the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister to make clear of our rejection of the Internal Market Bill. This executive needs to take a formal position opposing this bill. We know the government intends to ignore us if we refuse to approve legislative consent motion. That is just one more illustration of their contempt, both for this Assembly and for the people of Northern Ireland, of every tradition and of none.
Thank you, and I call Roy Beggs.
I too rise to oppose this motion, and I would reiterate the point made by my colleague Steve Aiken. We are 100 days away, and motions which do not garner support from all sides will be ignored, and we need to get a reality check on that. A particular issue in the motion which irks me, there's a part of it which rejects any argument that the bill is necessary to protect the Good Friday Agreement. There has to be a recognition that the Northern Ireland Protocol drove a coach and horses through the Belfast Agreement. And I'll quote from Constitutional Issues section 1.3. The present wish of the majority of people in Northern Ireland to freely exercise and legitimate is to maintain the Union, and accordingly that Northern Ireland's status as part of the United Kingdom reflects and relies upon that wish, and it would be wrong to make any change in the status of Northern Ireland save with the consent of the majority of its people. And it goes on in Annex A, Part 1, Subsection 1. It is thereby declared that Northern Ireland and its entirety remains part of the United Kingdom and shall not cease to be so without the consent of the people of Northern Ireland, voting in a poll, and then it goes on to explain how such a poll would happen. Now, why do I say that the protocol breaches the Belfast Agreement? It creates a border down the Irish Sea. It cuts us off from other parts of the United Kingdom. We will be governed not by the Assembly, not by Westminster, but many decisions will be taken out of our hands and determined by the Joint Committee and the Specialist Committee, arbitrated on at a European level. It significantly alters our constitutional position. There has been no recognition of that, not by the British government, not by the EU, not for others who claim to be guarantors of the Belfast Agreement. The Americans have taken a single-sided approach. The protocol breaches the Northern Ireland Agreement, and that needs to be recognised if we're to have a solution. Going forward, we have to recognise that if we don't reach an accommodation, we are all going to be losers. All Northern Ireland consumers, all Northern Ireland workers, our businesses, and we're 100 days away. And what are we doing about it? We're continuing to throw brickbats and blame Brexit. Brexit is coming, whether you voted for it or against it, it's coming on the 1st of January. So we need solutions, and until we speak collectively together and move towards solutions, applying pressure to both sides in our interests, they will ignore us and we will continue to be pawns. So that's why I agree with Steve Aiken. We collectively need to take action and speak to both sides, highlighting how this is damaging Northern Ireland, damaging the Belfast Agreement, and potentially damaging our consumers. The cost of importing goods will go up. The prices in our shops will go up. Delays will cost jobs. Trade will be disrupted unless there is an agreement. So this is very, very urgent. And what are we doing about it? We're blaming one side or the other. We need to apply pressure to both sides to try and bring about a solution. It's not good enough to continue to take a single-sided approach. Just to remind you on the trading aspect of things, some 13.4 billion pounds of our trade in 2018 came from Great Britain, and some 5.2 billion from the Republic and the rest of the European community. So the danger of a border down the Irish Sea is actually two and a half times more dangerous unless we get free trade flowing that way. It's not just about free trade flowing north-south. We need free trade flowing east-west. And if you're then to look at our sales or exports, similarly, some 11, sorry, let me get my figures right, some 6.7 billion pounds of our goods move to the Republic or to the EU. But a much larger amount, some 10.6 billion, moves to GB. So potentially a huge bearing in our exporters, on our jobs. We need free flow. I think of simple things like Asda. There's a distribution store in my constituency. And if goods arrive in and they were meant to have 3 days shelf life and they only have 2, it gets dumped. So the cost of transport goes up, the cost of goods goes up. We need solutions, we need to work together, and as soon as we get together and argue against the views being brought forward by the European community and by the United Kingdom government, cutting us off and looking after ourselves, the better.
I call Keith Archibald.
And I'm rising today to speak in support of this motion. And firstly, let me say it's not rehashing the Brexit debate to reiterate that the people of the North voted to reject Brexit. And they did so because the contradictions of Brexit and the relationships across our small island and these islands were apparent. In recognition of the unique and special circumstances of the North and the need to protect the Good Friday Agreement, the EU prioritised it in negotiations, and the protocol was painstakingly negotiated with the British Government over the course of 3 years. in recognition of the need to offer those protections to the all-island economy, North-South cooperation and the Good Friday Agreement. As was outlined by many speakers yesterday afternoon and again today, the protocol is a clumsy and imperfect tool, and the best outcome to see it being able to operate in an efficient way is a comprehensive free trade agreement between the EU and the UK. As speakers also outlined yesterday, built in to the protocol are safeguarding and dispute resolution mechanisms. All efforts, best endeavours to use the term, should be focused on achieving an outcome that results in a free trade agreement. We here in the North have been through many negotiations. We know only too well they are difficult and complex. These particular negotiations have been going slowly, with little progress reported in key issues. But instead of applying themselves to resolve the issues within the process, the British Government decided to throw the toys out the pram and, like a petulant child, have a tantrum to get their own way. But this is no childish game. The stakes for our businesses, our economy, our communities and our peace agreements are much too high to be used as a pawn in negotiations by the British Government. This bill, as was highlighted at length yesterday, undermines the devolved institutions. It has been described as a power grab by the Scottish and Welsh Governments also. It limits the ability of the Assembly to make regulations, and the three finance ministers for the North, Scotland and Wales have outlined their concerns about the powers that it gives to Westminster to bypass the devolved institutions in funding allocations. However, what has caused a great deal of concern in the international community is the freely admitted intent to break international law. The utterances of specific and limited mean nothing and wash with no one. It is a clear admittance that the British Government thinks nothing of breaking an agreement when the ink is hardly dry. The approach they have adopted is reckless. It's reckless for people and businesses here. But of course, Boris Johnson isn't worried about what new red tape and costs for his small business and if it'll be able to survive. David Frost isn't a young person hoping to study in the South and wondering if they'll still be able to afford fees. And Michael Gove doesn't have the hassle of applying for a settlement scheme permit to keep his family here, concerned about whether he'll still be able to cross the border. Those are the realities faced by people here. And what I care about is those realities. And what members in this chamber should care about is giving our businesses and communities certainty to plan for what is only 100 days away. What will unfettered access actually look like? What will the definition of at-risk goods be? What will the VAT regime be? What will SPS checks actually look like? And what are the labelling requirements? These are the types of practical questions that businesses desperately want answers to, and as yet they don't have them. I said in the debate yesterday, the argument this bill was in any way designed to protect our peace agreement is absurd, and I say it again today, it's ridiculous. The protocol in the withdrawal agreement was negotiated to protect the Good Friday Agreement, to mitigate the contradictions of Brexit and the integrated arrangements across these islands. This bill seeks to undermine that with the flimsy excuse of giving certainty to businesses, when we all know it's simply about the British Government trying to have its cake and eat it, and not live up to commitments it has made. This bill has caused havoc instead of providing certainty. It has muddied the waters further and created distrust when calm heads and rational thinking were what actually was needed. The reality is the clock is ticking down and time is running out to provide the much-needed clarity and certainty before the end of this year. Our businesses and communities are already struggling with the impact of COVID-19. They will be devastated further if there is no trade agreement. As it is, the time frame for implementing any arrangements agreed is already far too short. All efforts are needed now by the British Government to ensure there is no cliff edge come the 31st of December.
Thank you, and I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion and also express my deep concerns over the UK Government's threat to breach international law over the Northern Ireland Protocol. This suggests that the UK Government has not yet come to terms with the implications of its choices and red lines on Brexit. Its claim to be doing so on behalf of the people and the businesses of Northern Ireland to protect the Good Friday Agreement is risible. The framing of the Internal Market Bill is in fact at odds with the view of most people of Northern Ireland, the Irish Government of course, and as well the European Union. Northern Ireland, Mr. Speaker, remains a divided society and contested space. The agreement brought a semblance of structure to manage these fault lines. The agreement was made easier many believe, by already established relationships, including that of the UK and Ireland, both being members of the EU Customs Union and the single market. 20 years on, and the situation in Northern Ireland remains delicate, and work to promote integration and reconciliation continues. Essentially, Northern Ireland works best through interdependence, which includes... Yes, of course.
Very good. Give way. Just in response to some of the points that have been made across the Chamber, would you agree with me that both British and Irish citizens in Northern Ireland voted to remain, and that it's wrong to turn this into a narrow one identity versus another debate?
Member has an additional minute.
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the intervention. Indeed, there was branding of me done earlier, but I ignored it because it wasn't credible. Democrats should accept my position as stated and not question it or brand me in that way. But in relation to the numbers involved and the support for the Belfast Agreement or against Brexit, we've heard a lot here today about the will of the people and the majority of the people. Well, anybody who spoke about that should look back to the 2016 referendum and the 56% of the vote. I was speaking there, Mr. Speaker, about the interdependence, which includes the free flow of people and goods, both east-west and north-south. Any border drawn across the island, I'll not give away so soon, no. Any border drawn, Mr. Speaker, across the island or down the REC does bring emotional and political implications. However, in pragmatic terms, while east-west trade is greater in value than north-south, there is more movement on the island than across the REC, plus around 270 crossing points to consider versus 7 in terms of the sea. Separate to that, any reneging of the terms of the protocol could see that customs frontier pushed back onto the island, with the pressure for checks as the EU naturally seeks to protect its economic integrity. Threatening to breach the withdrawal agreement already reached is self-defeating, both in the narrow terms that I have referenced, but also to the UK's ambitions to have a future relationship with the EU and a trade deal with the United States. Speaking as a member of the ERA Committee of this Assembly, Mr. Speaker, it is important for me to stress the agri-food sector's importance to the Northern Ireland economy, representing around 10% of activity. That is considerably higher than the UK overall average, making the sector a much more important component of the regional economy than is the case for the UK as a whole. Furthermore, the profile of agriculture and associated industries also varies considerably across the UK. The Northern Ireland sector is built around quality rather than necessarily scale. Standards really matter, and they are a matter of pride and priority to all stakeholders. Environmental, food safety, animal welfare and labour issues are now all critical considerations. With 100 days to go and the clock ticking, it's not a good time to start rewriting the rules and redrawing the boundaries. It is important, Mr. Speaker, to also acknowledge the unique situation that Northern Ireland finds itself in around the implication of the protocol. This is, of course, the inevitable outworking of Brexit, and in particular the decision taken by the UK Government and Parliament to rule out a softer Brexit based around a customs union and continued membership of the single market, and the ongoing need to ensure an open border on the island of Ireland and protection of the Good Friday Agreement. Northern Ireland will consequently remain aligned to large aspects of EU regulation. The all-island context in terms of matters such as food safety and environmental considerations should be, to all involved, self-evident. It would be a strange thing, Mr. Speaker, if the Northern Ireland Assembly didn't want to shape policy within its own area of competence, guided by my own belief in open and liberal international trade, but also, and more importantly, by many expert voices from our vital sectors. I support the motion and urge others to do likewise.
Okay, thank you. And I call Declan McAleer.
Thank you, Concordia. And I want to commend the proposers of this motion here before us today. One of the things I want to start off with, and during the course of the debate, there has been some quite intemperate language used around things like Brit bashing forever, for example. I don't think that's not what this motion is intended for. This proposal, this internal market bill that we're looking at, is probably one of the greatest acts of internal self-destruction I've ever seen, and it has caused huge damage. More damage can be caused to the international reputation of the British government, and that comes from within the British establishment. That's not coming from these benches. we've already had Blair and Major and May, 3 former Prime Ministers who expressed huge concerns about this, Norman Lamont as well. We've had the House of Lords Constitutional Committee saying that it unravels the withdrawal agreement and brings the British Government into conflict with international law. The USA, Nancy Pelosi, the members of the Ways and Means Committee, has expressed concern. Indeed, the Lord Chief Justice Declan Margaret has said it's a flagrant disregard for the rule of law and undermines confidence in the legal system. So this isn't, a Brit-bashing thing where we're trying to get out the Brits. This has huge implications over here. And it's quite right that we debate this here because it could have huge implications for our businesses here. And as a chair of the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, I have a special interest in that aspect of our society as well. But turning to the actual legislation itself, there is a number of things that is important to look at. A number of the clauses, and I did take a look over the legislation earlier. Clause 42, for example, disapplies the EU declaration exit procedures, given commitment to no new checks on goods going from here to Britain. But it doesn't address the issue of unfettered access because it hasn't set out what is a qualifying good. So we don't know. Like we imported 41,000 cattle into the north here by August this year. We imported 350,000 pigs into the north. Would the products which come from them, is that going to be qualifying goods? Will they be able to go to the British market? And of course the Internal Market Bill, whilst it aspires to have no exit declarations, it doesn't state that there will be no checks on, in fact there will be checks on what goods qualify, are qualified and what don't qualify. The other thing is clause 43, the disapplication of state aid. That sounds good. So it does to some people. But at the same time, whenever Britain leaves on the 1st of January, World Trade Organization rules will kick in. And the WTO rules post-transition is hugely different to the state aid rules that govern our subsidies and our payments here. For example, the WTO doesn't set any limits at all on support for coupled and decoupled support for farming and agriculture. So that will create a huge imbalance in the playing field for our producers here compared to across the water in Britain. And of course, clause 45, as Sean Lynch said a while ago, overrides all of the other relevant laws. A couple of the other things I just want to draw attention to, just to noted, was that clause 48. Clause 48, just unilaterally, the British Government has just completely unilaterally amended the NI Act, and that's written actually into the bill. It amends the NI Act in relation to what they term distortive and harmful subsidies. They tell us, they decide what so-called distortive and harmful subsidies are. So Mother England is telling us what's good and what's bad. We can make up our own minds. Clause 49 amends the NI Act as well. The entrenched amendment, it actually restricts the Executive's and the Assembly's competence to actually modify aspects of the bill that could have implications here. So it's the protection of the Act against modification. So again, this completely and utterly rides roughshod under our ability here to have any input. And that NI Act was just unilaterally amended without any consultation or any recourse to this devolved assembly. It undermines every single one of us. So in conclusion, it has been said there is no good Brexit. The best option for seamless trade east-west, north-south was to remain within the EU. Unfortunately, the democratic wishes of the people of North of Ireland were completely discarded, and we didn't get that there. The backstop might have facilitated a freer flow of trade east-west. That was undermined by the DUP, actually, in Westminster, whenever they were in talk with the Tory government. And now we've got the protocol. And now this internal market bill has now added confusion on top of a huge level of uncertainty. So there is no good Brexit, but the protocol is probably at this stage the least worst option to try and deal with a very, very complicated situation. So I support the bill.
Thank you. And I call Patsy McGlone.
Gormagad can Corlia, agus Cormsa Faltia, Leishan Molashaw, agus and G Spraft Lesh. It was clear even before the COVID-19 pandemic that a trade deal between the UK and the European Union was critical in protecting the interests of everyone living in Northern Ireland. Securing an economic recovery from the impact of the pandemic would be difficult enough in the best of circumstances. The withdrawal agreement reached between the UK and the EU may not be the best of those circumstances, but it is the only circumstances both sides could agree on. The implementation of that agreement in full remains an obligation under international law, an obligation that the current British Government under Boris Johnson actively signed up to. Crucially, it addressed the prospect of chaos and uncertainty that would accompany a no-deal trade deal between the EU and UK, and it was always recognised that a no-trade deal with the EU would cause chaos, particularly on the island of Ireland. And reference was made earlier to the issues of agri-food, and a number of speakers have referred to that, and its crucial importance for our local economy and the free flow of those economies and trade within the island of Ireland, which happens daily, in fact. That is why it was necessary to include the Northern Ireland Protocol in the withdrawal agreement. That protocol was the balance and produce of long, difficult, detailed negotiations and represents a delicately balanced compromise by all sides. It was necessary because of the many complex and sensitive issues that Brexit raised for everyone living on the island of Ireland. The UK Internal Market Bill threatens to drive a coach and horses through that delicately balanced compromise. If the bill is implemented, it would seriously damage political trust between the EU and UK, and I should also add the USA, who have recently made prominent politicians from the US have recently pronounced on where the UK is, what the difficulties that the direction of the UK taking at the moment is going to wind up. It threatens to unilaterally replace that agreed approach with measures that would further erode the authority of this Assembly and the other devolved administrations. Its measures would create more difficulties for the agri-food sector on the island, damage our economy and undermine political stability. No doubt there are some who would look to profit politically from that instability, whatever the cost. Just as there would be those who would look to profit financially from the economic chaos and uncertainty of no trade deals with the EU. But the risk involved is why the UK's government's current approach to negotiations of such concern. And for all his bumbling public persona, Boris Johnson understands this perfectly well. He understands the well-founded concerns of the Irish Government and the parties in this Assembly, as well as those of the other devolved administrations. He understands the concerns of the EU regarding the difficulty of maintaining the single market in a no-deal scenario. It is one of the reasons he is threatening to tear up the protocol. It is, in effect, an attempt at extortion rather than negotiation. But even without the serious implications for everyone living on this island, there would rightly be concerns at the tactics of the British Government. Tactics demonstrated by the introductions of provisions in the bill designed to break international law. That is why Boris Johnson faces a rebellion within his own party, by those on both sides of the Brexit debate, and criticism from former UK Attorney Generals. It is why the UK Government's Advocate General in Scotland was unable to reconcile his obligations as law officer with the policy intentions with respect to the Internal Markets Bill. And it is why advice has been given to civil servants in London about what to do if they are asked to work on a policy that breaches the Civil Service Code, a code which makes it very clear that civil servants must comply with the law and uphold the administration of justice. It also, John Corley, raises the question of whether support for the Internal Market Bill would breach the Northern Ireland Executive Ministerial Code of Conduct, which similarly requires executive ministers to support the rule of law unequivocally in word and deed. If we are to believe the British Government, they say they will seek the legislative consent of this Assembly for the implementation of the bill. In those circumstances, I would expect, first of all, that the Executive seek legal advice on that question. And if they do not, perhaps the Speaker's office and this Assembly should likewise seek advice. I know the issue of a plethora of statutory instruments being foisted through the ERA Committee. We've had to seek legal advice around that and the manner in which the Department seeks to pursue that. In the meantime, the First and Deputy First Minister should commit to opposing the legislative consent in this Assembly for the UK Internal Market Bill when or if that consent is fought.
And I call Rachel Woods, and the member has 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have anything prepared for 2 minutes, but I'll try and get through this as much as possible. But as many in the Chamber have explained, and will no doubt continue to do so, there's no such thing as a good Brexit for Northern Ireland. And this latest shambles surrounding the UK internal market bills only seek to underline this. Their misleading claims and mistruths of ardent Brexiteers are beginning to unravel, while the future of Northern Ireland makes the front pages again and again, and we all scramble for the latest scrap of detail on the post-transition plans from Boris and from this executive. Nothing new then. Analysts consistently pointed out that the internal market white paper would not be workable in full for Northern Ireland unless the rest of the UK remains aligned with the EU regulations for goods. And given what the UK government says it wants to achieve, it's simply impossible to satisfy both the internal market and the protocol. But what is this executive doing? The ministers elected to represent businesses, livelihoods, families and the best interests of people here. In July, I tabled a priority written question to the First and Deputy First Minister to ask for their assessment of the impact of the UK Government's approach to the UK internal market in relation to the protocol and whether or not they even responded to the consultation on the White Paper, and I'm yet to receive a response 2 months later. Judging by the moves in other devolved regions, the power grab that is the internal market bill will be fiercely resisted. One just has to look at Scotland and the efforts of my Green Party colleagues there, and yet there is no strong collective voice standing up for the legislative competence of this Assembly and the principles of devolution. As the political pantomime over the internal market bill continues, livelihoods are being lost and the hope for Northern Ireland's post-transition future is fading. Post-Brexit trade deals will see the rich getting richer and the most disadvantaged suffer more. There's a perfect storm coming in Northern Ireland when it comes to food poverty, increased grocery costs, especially for those in rural communities that are reliant on small retailers, the impact of COVID, reduction in employment and the growing numbers in universal credit. It is time for the executive to step up and represent the interests of those that elected them.
Thank you. I call Colin.
Could I inquire, Mr. Speaker, why 11 speakers were called to support the motion and only 5 to oppose the motion, bearing in mind the exhortation of Standing Order 17.5 to reflect the balance of opinion? How is 11 to 5, plus the 12th speaker about to be called, reflect the balance of opinion?
The member will also be aware that the speaking rights are through the hunt, by and large, as everything is in this Assembly and then within this institution. That's the guarantee of democratic rights of every single voter out there, so that their representation is proportionate. And all of those members who had indicated to speak were on the list as of right. I can't determine how everyone's going to vote or how everyone's going to argue when they come in for a debate. So the list, the speaking list today was designed, or rather it was agreed on the basis of the proportionality rule that by and large governs how we do our business in this chamber. And I have exercised discretion in previous debates. There was no need for it here because you couldn't have actually exercised that throughout this entire debate this afternoon. So all the members who spoke here today had a valid right to speak, and you would have been the next speaker had other members perhaps not taken the additional minute. But nevertheless, all members here were guaranteed. I can't guarantee how everybody's going to speak or how everybody's going to vote. So that's the decision. Okay, so
The person who spoke declared whether they were speaking for or against. 17.5, not exclusively, but does refer to the desirability of a balance of opinion. How could there be a balance of opinion with 11 to 5?
Well, as you say, they may have declared how they were going to vote when they began to speak. Anyway, we're moving on. So all those who speak had a valid right to speak in the proportionality principle. And I'd like to stress again, I have in past occasions called speakers, including yourself, Mr Allister, to speak out of turn in the chamber to ensure some type of balance can't be exercised in every single vote. We do our best. All of the speakers do their best whenever they can do that. So I now call on Colin McGrath to conclude and wind on the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and 12.5. I shall continue. I welcome the opportunity to speak on the motion before us here today and to wind on this debate. There can be no doubt that this entire process of Brexit, of taking back control, of English nationalism gone mad, has been an unmitigated disaster. Like the SDLP motion that called for an extension to the transition period in June, this debate is an essential opportunity for this Assembly to make our voice heard again. We were denied this opportunity for too long, and we are able to signal to the British Government that we do not agree with this internal market bill. Since the initial Brexit vote in 2016, we have seen 3 United Kingdom Prime Ministers, all from one Tory party, all with differing views on what Brexit really means. Brexit has rocked international relations and how the United Kingdom is viewed the world over. And all the while, the public here are wondering, what does this mean for us? Members in this chamber can say what they want, and many have already stated many times about the Brexit vote being a UK-wide one and that we must accept the will of the people. And I categorically say that I do. I accept the will of the people in my constituency of South Down, 67% who voted overwhelmingly to remain. And I accept the will of the people across the north, the 56% who voted in Remain, in favour of Remain. And I accept that voice of the Good Friday Agreement, whose authors understood and appreciated our place within the European Union and all the assistance that the European family provided us, whether they were economic, social or cultural, as we clawed our way out of so many troubled years and into a time of peace. What I will not accept, however, is the voice and will of a UK government that ran roughshod over their own MPs, their own ministers, their own prime ministers, because of one deal, who negotiated another deal and then threw it out because they simply couldn't sell it to their own Brexiteers. I do not accept the Northern Ireland Secretary of State, who openly declares in the House of Parliament that his government will have to break international law, but just a bit. This is nothing to say nothing of how abysmally they have treated the negotiating team within the European Union. Mr. Speaker and fellow members of this Assembly, how can we ever trust the perpetrators of such a shameful abdication of responsibility? Because make no mistake, if this internal market bill passes at Westminster, and SDLP MPs are working hard with others to try and prevent that from happening, it will confer pariah status on this Tory government. And in so doing, if this bill passes, the United Kingdom foolishly believe that they can tailor the Good Friday Agreement to suit their needs. There will be no US-UK trade bill. That is not open to discussion and that is not negotiable. I will highlight a few remarks that a number of members have made here as part of this debate today. We started the debate with my colleague Matthew O'Toole, and he referred, amongst other things, to the fact that we could potentially still be looking into the face of a no-deal scenario, and that would be totally and wholly unadvantageous for us here. He began, and then many others made reference after, to the internationally reckless and diabolical approach that has been taken by this British government, and then asked a really key, critical question. Do we want to be plunged into an economic crisis whilst we're in the middle of the greatest pandemic to impact us in living memory? Is that really where we want to go? Go on ahead.
Last week at the Economy Committee, we heard from Richard Ramsey about how the economic crisis caused by COVID-19 could take to 2024 to recover from. That wasn't taken into account in a no-deal outcome. So would the member agree with me? We really need to see a focus on achieving that. A free trade agreement, that is.
Absolutely. I mean, COVID we can't control in the sense that it is going to have the impact that it has, and that is going to be terrible for our economy. But there is some control that can be exercised over the Brexit outcome, and we've seen the British government try to opt for one of the worst possible outcomes for that, and that will have an even bigger impact on us as well. And talking of that British government, Matthew made the point, the very valid point, is Boris Johnson somebody that we really want to trust with our future? Boris Johnson. I'm going to make moves. I'm over halfway through my time now. Paul Gibbon highlighted how this feels like it's round 2 today after a similar debate yesterday. What's wrong with that? What's wrong about having a conversation every day about the biggest constitutional, economic, cultural and seismic change that there is going to be to these islands and the impact of everybody that lives on it? I think we would be neglecting our duty if we weren't actually talking about this every day. And I note also that we're having a debate on a ministerial. We're not having a debate on a ministerial statement at any stage from the First Minister or the Deputy First Minister. For the second time today, I get to make the point that they must be in hiding because they can't agree on an approach. And you had said as well about which business group disagree with the content of the internal market bill. Well, what about this? How many of those business groups agree with Brexit? They were all pretty vocal in saying that Remain was the best way forward. Martina Anderson detailed the importance of the protocol and the protection of equality and rights, and they were underscored in the Good Friday Agreement. They are protected there, yet this internal market bill rides roughshod over the protections of previous internationally agreed agreements, and we need to see our commissions effectively challenge this potential attack and grab that there could be on our rights. Steve Aiken referenced the Boris Johnson and the potential Brit bashing that there is. Yes?
To the member for giving way. Would he agree with me? And can I set down in just absolute clear terms that not only are there many hundreds of thousands of British citizens in Northern Ireland who didn't support Brexit, but there are people across the island of Britain who utterly reject Boris Johnson's government and what he's doing. I speak as someone who until earlier this year lived in London, and it's all well and good the member putting his head in his hands. I lived in London. My son was born there. I utterly reject and am offended by the suggestion that it's Brit bashing to oppose the conduct of Boris Johnson and his government, which is damaging people across these islands.
I thank the member and totally agree with what he says and agree that it couldn't be further from the truth. We are interested in here, whether it was Johnson, whether it's May, whether it's Cameron or whoever. If they don't have the best interests of here, then we won't be supporting what it is that they're going to do. It also suggests that we write to Mr Gove and Mr Barnier. Just to say, my committee, the Executive Office, we did back in July, nearly 100 days ago. We're still waiting to get any reference and any reply from Mr Gove. So I'm not so sure that us writing will achieve anything. But if it's something that we can do that tries to impact and mitigate against the impact of Brexit, we will certainly be agreeable to that. He also said a few... Very quickly, I'm down to 2 minutes.
And may I thank indeed the chair of the executive committee to do that as well. I'm in the process of writing out to all the committee chairs now, but I think, bearing in mind we've only got 100 days left, I think it's something that we could be doing very appropriately. But thank you.
But just to say, you did mention a few times about it being 100 days away and that we are in peril and we need to move quickly. I'd have to say that's why the SDLP asked for an extension to the transition period. We wouldn't be stirring at 100 days. We potentially could be looking at a year plus 100 days if we had all supported that back then. I'm sorry, Mr Dixon, I'm not going to get to make references to what you had said because my time is moving on. But the people of the North voted to remain in Europe and in so doing reject Brexit. The SDLP has been steadfast in that view and our commitment to it. We are proud Europeans. We are steadfast in our commitment to our place in Europe because we know that our relationship with Europe is a mutually beneficial one. We hold the Good Friday Agreement to be sacrosanct and so will vehemently oppose this UK internal market bill. So we call on the United Kingdom Prime Minister, just for once to show some genuine leadership and respect the will of the people here, to realise that the Brexit agenda that he is recklessly pursuing, regrettably one that is aided and abetted by some MPs from the North, who in the run-up to the Brexit vote in 2016 agreed with a statement that said that we needed to get the ethnics out. That will not be good for anyone. Brexit will not be good for anyone, and it will be the worst of all for the people of the North of Ireland. Mr Speaker, I am proud to support my colleague Matthew O'Toole and support the motion that is before us today.
Okay, members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, members. Members, just take a raise for a moment or two. please. Okay, members, just resume business. Could I first of all just, I see our member Doug Beattie has come into the chamber. I just want to report that within the last couple of hours it's been reported to Mr Beattie that he has been under threat by Loyalist paramilitary organisation. I just want to extend on behalf of all the Assembly members our solidarity with and support for Douglas and his family at this time. The Item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and in conjunction with the Business Committee, I have given leave to John O'Dowd to raise the matter of COVID-19 outbreak in Craigavon Area Hospital. The proposer of the topic will have 15 minutes, and I call Mr John O'Dowd.
Thank you, Concordia, and I doubt if I take the entire 15 minutes because it's quite a considerable interest in the debate and to allow other members in. Can I also concur with your remarks in relation to Mr Beattie and condemn the threats against him? I know he's faced them before and I won't deter him from his task, so I wish him and his family well in these matters. And I also acknowledge the fact that the Health Minister has been in the chamber a lot today and acknowledge the work he's been doing over this last number of months in relation to COVID-19. His task is not an easy one, and I'm not here to berate him. I'm not here to make his task any more difficult. I'm here to support his department, himself, the staff of Craigavon Area Hospital and the other hospitals that have been dealing with COVID-19 over this last number of months, But the task of an MLA and the task of the Assembly is also to hold that account. And that's how I present myself to the Assembly and to the Minister today. Minister, I'm going to take a wee step back from Craigavon Hospital and take a few months back. Because when over this last number of days and weeks when we've been debating this issue, families have been in contact with me from other areas. And I want to highlight to you an issue in relation, because I'd said to you previously in previous debates that I wasn't aware of any other acute hospital that had a COVID-19 outbreak. And that was my position up until yesterday when I was contacted by a family who said that they have been impacted by a COVID-19 outbreak in a hospital, in Antrim Hospital, in April of this year. Now, that was at the height of the COVID-19 outbreak, which will probably become known as the first wave as we enter another serious era. And they are now engaging with the health authorities. They've been in correspondence with your department and your office. And I go into greater detail outside the public because they don't want their family's name in the public realm. But they have informed me that there was an outbreak in the Antrim Hospital, and this was in the media afterwards, in Ward 6, Ward C6 and C7 of Antrim Hospital, and that there's at least 2 deaths associated with that outbreak. And I raised that in conjunction with Craigavon Area Hospital because, as I said, I wasn't aware of any other incidents. But the family now informed me that after significant engagement with the Northern Trust, that there's now a serious adverse incident level 2 being carried out into that outbreak. Now, strangely enough, at the time, the media reports refer to, I think it's 19 members, 24 members of staff had tested positive. But there's no reference to patients at that time. And the reason I highlight it is this, because the serious adverse incident, which the family have now got the trust to call, was announced to the family in around the 5th or 6th of August. But yet, there's no chair appointed, there's no panel appointed, and the investigation hasn't started. Move forward to the last week or so of August, and we have an outbreak in the emergency department of Craigavon Hospital, where I think 2 members of staff were impacted and others had to isolate. Move forward then to the 25th of August, which I think is the first date that there's an announcement there's an outbreak in the haematology ward of Craigavon Hospital. And significant numbers of staff were impacted. I think around 14 members, 14 patients were impacted. And then we move forward a week or so, and we have the announcement that there is an outbreak in 3 South, a number of staff impacted, and also a number of patients impacted. And I bring a question to the Minister in around the 7th of September to the Chamber and ask the Minister what his plans are. And the Minister announced a serious adverse incident, level 3, the highest level there can be. But Minister, as I said to you yesterday, there's no chair appointed, there's no panel appointed, and the investigation hasn't started. And from the 7th of September, when 4 patients had died, we have now 6 patients who have died. Daisy Hill Hospital has had an outbreak, and we have had 5 patients die in Daisy Hill. And I understand there is evidence, though not proven, that there is a relationship between the outbreak at Craigavon and or Daisy Hill and Craigavon. Now, I'd provide further information again outside the Chamber to the Minister in that regard. But Minister, I'm beginning to question as to whether a serious adverse incident is the best way to deal with this. Because I'm looking into the matter more and more, and when I listened to the Chief Executive of the Southern Trust this morning on the airwaves, I was concerned when the Chief Executive said that they haven't agreed yet the terms of reference, or the chair has not been agreed yet to be appointed. And I'm asking myself, is the Trust agreeing the terms of reference? Is the Trust to confirm the chair? Because the chair is supposed to be independent. And I would like to think that, if not the Minister, I would like to think it was the Minister who was appointing the Chair, not the Trust, and that the Minister, in conjunction with the Chair, would approve the terms of reference. Because the investigation has to be thorough and it has to be independent. And that's why I question, is it perhaps needed that we move this beyond the Trust? Not that I have any evidence to suggest that the Trust is mishandled or to blame for the outbreaks. I haven't. And I'm not pointing fingers of responsibility of anybody in the senior management or the executive of the Trust. But given the scale of the outbreaks, given the scale of the deaths involved, then I think this may have to be moved beyond the Trust to another body, to another agency or another group of individuals to carry out this investigation. But my other concern then is time, because it's 2 weeks since the announcement, multiple deaths since, and lessons have to be learnt. And I'm concerned, and I know the Minister has said the Trust has been engaging with Public Health England, and they're giving advice. But is that advice, and the Minister may want to respond to this, is that advice going out to the other hospitals? Because if this outbreak, if the sources of this outbreak can be identified, as I said to you yesterday, it's either person, equipment or process. And I accept that COVID-19 is in the community, so that COVID-19 will or can get into our hospital settings. But if we don't know how, we don't know why, and we haven't got set up the investigation, then there's a danger of it happening again. In researching for today's debate, Minister, I looked at the deaths associated, deaths of COVID-19 in hospital over this last period of time. And on the 25th of August, when the haematology ward was announced that there was an infection on it, at that stage, deaths in hospital stood at 561. Today, they stand at 577. So the death toll during that period grew by 16. 11 of those deaths are associated with the outbreak in Craigavon Hospital and Daisy Hill. 75% of hospital COVID-19 deaths are as a result of patients catching COVID-19 in the hospital, which is shocking in itself. So I come back to my point. We need the investigation up and running. I have concerns as to whether the serious adverse incident is the right way to do it, but my bigger concern is this: time is not on our side, and I would urge the Minister to appoint the Chair, and in agreement with the Chair, set the terms of reference and get the investigation up and going, so our health service, our health workers, and all of our patients and our communities can have confidence that the matter is being tackled in an independent manner, and that lessons will be learned from it very, very quickly, so we don't have further outbreaks in or we minimise the risk of further outbreaks in other hospitals. And I'll end on this point. The figures are available for the deaths in hospital. The figures are available for the infections in hospital. But I am having difficulty in establishing how many people have been infected as secondary infections from the outbreaks in the hospital. And I'm aware of a number of cases, including at least one death with a partner of someone who has died has been infected. And I suspect there's others. And I'll end on this note. The Antrim case, the patient who died of COVID-19, his wife died several weeks later as a result of COVID-19. So it not only impacts on the patients, it impacts on the family. So I said I wouldn't take up all my time to allow other members in, but I leave those points with the Minister.
And I thank the member for that. I mean, there is obviously lots of interest in this particular debate this afternoon. 3 members are present from the constituency, and they will have 5 minutes each to speak, and all other speakers will have 3 minutes, and there can be no extra time for interventions. So take interventions at your own peril. So I call Diane Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to advise the House that I rise to speak in my capacity as the MLA for Upper Bann. Can I also, Mr. Speaker, associate myself with the remarks to my colleague Doug Beattie? I hadn't heard of the threats. I think it is reprehensible that a public representative should have those threats levelled against him. And I trust that all will be well. Mr. Speaker, I also think that before I begin my remarks, I would like to extend my sympathies to the families of the 6 patients of the haematology ward in Craigavon Area Hospital who tested positive for COVID and sadly lost their lives, and also to the families of the 5 patients in Daisy Hill who have also lost their lives. This is a devastating time for them, and our thoughts and prayers are with them at this very difficult time. As other members have rightly said, on behalf of the people of Upper Bann, I want to express my gratitude and thanks to the doctors, nurses and support staff at Craigavon Hospital who have been to the fore in protecting our community during the COVID-19 pandemic. They have been at the front line of the battle against COVID, and it is their commitment that has saved so many lives during a very difficult and uncertain time. We all owe them a huge debt of gratitude. However, given what they have done for us, we need also to ensure that there is no repeat of the events that we have witnessed at Craigavon and Daisy Hill. We also owe it to the families of those impacted to learn from by these events, that we get to the bottom of what happened and to learn and take action to ensure that such a tragedy does not strike again. Mr. Speaker, it is also essential that we instil confidence back into the community and hospital users, reassuring them that the hospital is a safe environment. And I have had contact from a number of patients, some who are incredibly ill and fearful because they may have to go in to hospital. That is not a good situation for us to be in. During the pandemic, we did witness a huge drop-off in those attending hospital, even when they needed to do so. And we need to avoid a situation where people feel unsafe using the hospital, as the long-term consequences would be absolutely devastating. My message to people from Upper Bann is simple. If you require medical attention, you should seek it immediately and use the hospital resources that are there for you. The decision by the Minister to announce a Level 3 serious adverse incident is an important step in ensuring that we get the answers as to what happened at the hospital and what measures we need to put in place to ensure the safety of patients and staff. However, I am extremely concerned that this has not moved forward, and I look forward to the Minister outlining further details of the investigation to this House as this debate closes, any issues that have already been identified, and any early findings from any preliminary investigations that have been carried out so far by the Trust, and I know that some of this has taken place. It is important in these uncertain and difficult times that we find out the truth for patients and constituents in Upper Bann, and indeed throughout the Southern Trust area. The Minister does have my support, but I believe, like all members here this evening, that we do need to get answers and that the families involved deserve answers. Indeed, the frontline staff deserve answers, and that the importance of restoring trust and confidence from patients at the hospital is at the absolute foremost of our concerns this evening. This is a very difficult time, and we've seen over the last 24 hours how this pandemic continues to impact on our community and indeed right across all of our services. Hospitals are not immune from those issues any more than any other environment, but we do need to make sure that our patients, the most vulnerable amongst us, are protected, taken care of. And I look forward to finding out where the investigation is at, and would urge that we proceed with haste in finding out the answers and providing solutions so that these dreadful things don't happen again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank Mr O'Dowd for securing the debate this evening, and it is welcome that the Minister is here to respond. And like Mrs Dodds, the Minister does have my support. I'm sure he's had many sleepless nights around the issue of trying to deal with this pandemic, and in particular in dealing with grieving families and those staff on the front line. And I would want to place on record my sincere condolences to those people who have lost loved ones both in Craigavon and at Daisy Hill Hospital, because it's not just the loss of the loved one, there's also the whole right, if you like, of funeral and grieving. Some of that has also been stolen. And Mrs Dodds is right to point out that people need security about feeling safe whenever someone they know and love has to go to hospital. It is my understanding that so far the emergency department has seen a significant drop again in terms of people accessing care. So there is a huge communication and confidence building issue and that needs to be addressed by the Trust. Others have commented, Mr Speaker, in relation to the imperative of getting the answers and giving reassurance to families that this investigation hopefully will bring. But I also want to concentrate on the staff as well as the people attending. It's my understanding, Minister, that through you, Mr Speaker, that many staff are very distressed. That they're very distressed, not just about the outbreak of the pandemic, but the second spike that is coming and the implications that has for them and their families. I know family members who have to gown up and wear all of the uncomfortable gear, if you like, to protect them and others. And that many nurses, as members here and doctors will know, suffer outbreaks of their skin. There's quite a huge emotional and physical cost to the staff, and I would hope that in any review that the staff are part of the consultees in terms of what they see that needed to be done, because I know infection control has worked really hard, and Craigavon Area Hospital has actually been an award-winning hospital in relation to infection control. So I know this is a very unusual pandemic and we're still learning about the disease itself, but there's something there that has happened from an award-winning hospital to one now where we've had these number of deaths and people infected whilst in hospital. It has to be answered and reassurance must be given. But also, in the brief time available to me, Minister, I want to draw your attention, Mr Speaker, to relatives. And the clampdown on people visiting, that's also having an impact. I mean, there's the issue of people having that occasion of joy being present at the birth of a child and how that's been addressed. I think there's, from what I hear on the ground, there's a wee bit of clamping down and almost bolting the stable door after the horse is bolted a wee bit, you know. And there's also issues of people, I know about end-of-life care and letting visitors in, but in some cases people you know, there's how that's defined. I know of one family who recently weren't able to be with at the bedside of a loved one because of how that was defined in terms of end-of-life care. So I think there has to be greater clarity. I also have had constituents contact me who want to know about the status of their loved one, and there have been problems with the contact in the ward. And I know staff are run off their feet, but there are some management issues that need to be addressed. Simple things that can help to reassure people who are in distress, who are worried, who even want to know simple things like, do I need to go and collect my mum? Can I go and collect my mum's night pyjamas and stuff like that, and be able to bring home and replenish the toiletries and all of the rest? How is all of that managed? So from what I can hear on the ground, I do think that the Trust has a wee bit of work to do at some of the practical measures. I also know that some staff feel that that a lot is asked of them by managers without managers actually experiencing at first hand what it's like to be in the red zone. And I think there's a need for some of the senior staff to step up to the plate and to go in and see what they're asking, what we as politicians and others and the public are demanding of the nurses and doctors on the front line. And I'll end on this point, Mr Speaker. I think we all have a civic responsibility, as others have said, around the public health messaging about looking to ourselves and what we are doing to try to diminish the spread of this infection. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. May I first of all thank you for your kind words of support, along with other members here, in respect to the threats that I have received, which I paid little attention to. I also like to thank the Minister for yet again being in the Assembly to listen to this debate. And finally, I'd like to thank yourself, John, for bringing this debate before the Assembly, because it is an important debate and it's a microcosm of what could happen in the whole of Northern Ireland if we don't adhere to the health regulations that are being put before us by the Executive. So without a doubt, what is going on in Craigavon Area Hospital is of real concern. I mean, these are life and death issues we are talking about here. We're not talking about just an issue with infection control. We're talking about people who are dying. We're talking about families who are grieving. And we're talking about trust, which is being damaged. But over the height of this COVID pandemic, it's worthwhile noting that Craigavon Area Hospital dealt with more patients than the Nightingale Hospital did. Labelled as having an ICU with impressive recovery rates, they are a trusted COVID service deliverer. They set up 2 emergency departments, a respiratory and a non-respiratory, in order to provide high levels of care and stop the spread of COVID. It was focused, it was diligent, it was deliberate, it was rigid, and it worked. What am I trying to say here? I'm trying to say that our staff in that hospital have absolutely done a huge effort to protect the people in that area and the wider of Northern Ireland. But sadly, we have had an outbreak, and we've had an outbreak with disastrous outcomes. And we all feel for those who have lost their lives, and we all feel, of course, for their family members. And there is, as we've said, a Level 3 serious adverse incident investigation being initiated. And the member says that it hasn't started yet, and I guess that's a worry. But for me, if I'm really honest, I'm slightly more worried about making sure that we contain the outbreak. Yes, the investigation is important. Yes, we need to find out the reasons why. Yes, there needs to be a learning account. But you see, right now, as we stand here, there needs to be a curtailment of the outbreak to save lives. And if we can save lives, and then we can possibly deal with the issues afterwards. Where did the outbreak emanate from? The answer is we just do not know. Did they emanate from somebody out there who refused to wear a mask, somebody out there who refused to wash their hands, somebody out there who went into a crowded space and passed it on to somebody who works in the hospital? We don't know. We're surmising. And that's all we can do until we get the results of the investigation. But what I want to ensure is that the commentary around us does not demoralise the staff in Craigavon Area Hospital. I've spoken to some of them, and some of them are feeling demoralised. Over 4,000 people work in Craigavon Area Hospital, doing a Herculean job. That is clinical and non-clinical staff. Doctors and nurses, cleaners and porters. And they are working day and night. And I do not want to demoralise them, but I do agree with the member. We have to get to the bottom of this. It cannot happen again, and I certainly don't want to see it anywhere else in Northern Ireland. But I also want to make sure that the people who work there have confidence in the hospital and the hospital's leadership. And I want to make sure people who are using the facilities have confidence to use those facilities. What I don't want is sick people staying away. So in trying to find out what went on and why we had this awful, tragic outbreak, I don't want to throw away the baby with the bathwater. I want to make sure that we nurture those people who are working there. We acknowledge what they have done for us previously, what they're doing for us now, and address these issues through an investigation. But first and foremost, for me, I want to see that outbreak contained and stopped in order to save lives, and the learning account for me can come later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't realise I had 3 minutes, so I'll have to skip through my speech here. But I just would like to place on record my thanks to the member for bringing this issue here today and giving me the opportunity to put on record my sincere sympathies and those of my party of those relatives who have, of the deceased who've sadly lost their lives. Hospitals should be safe places, and I'm sure those people who are working in them have been absolutely devastated themselves with these deaths. Months ago we had the surge plan that came in from the Department of Health, and I suppose at that time it was put together with great haste and learning very much from previous pandemics and outbreaks, and we came across this term in the Health Committee, the new term of institutional amplifiers, and I suppose a lot of the work that went on in terms of trying to keep this hospital and other hospitals free from infections were put in place very readily. So I wonder, in terms of this hospital and certainly Craigavon and Daisy Hill, you know, what has that particular trust learnt, and what are they doing in quick time to actually move from the surge plan, the original plans that were in place to keep the hospitals, the hygiene controls in place, and what are they doing now? I'm very concerned about this serious adverse incident process. I have spoken to bereaved parents and relatives over the years who are so concerned about these SAIs. They say that it's about marking your own homework, they're always delayed, it's only certain people get involved in them, and they really don't get to the nub and the butt of the problem. So my concern is this is kicking the can down the road in many ways around what actually happened, and it's not going to actually put in place in quick time changes around the infection control measures. I suppose the second point I want to make really is around, as John O'Dowd had referenced there, you know, we had the incidences in Antrim Area Hospital, we've had these two hospitals, I'm sure there have been others, and as Health Committee members, and certainly I as a health spokesperson, have always been very keen that we have transparency about around these outbreaks, around these clusters, so that, you know, the general public and those people working in them and the relatives of people staying in them can also have access to that information, because it's so important then that we all act responsibly, and even more so whenever there's incidences like this going on. So, as I say, we need to be assured that things are done differently going forward in these hospitals, because we know that there's the lag between being affected and then suffering from the disease. And I suppose I would like to hear from the Minister about what additional measures are going into those two locations to stop the spread of the virus. I think I'll draw that to a close, but I just want to put on record my thanks to the Health Minister for being here today. He's had 2 very long days, and it's not an easy job. Thank you.
Okay, and I call William Irwin, and just remember all members will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome the opportunity to speak on this matter today. And this Craigavon Area Hospital is part of the Southern Area Trust and serves my constituency of Newry and Armagh. This is an issue of importance to my constituents. I wish to personally sympathise with the families of those patients who have very sadly passed away as a result of the virus in the hospital setting. My thoughts and prayers are with those bereaved families at this very difficult time. As you know, there's been a concentration of COVID-19 outbreaks within the clinical setting of Craigavon Hospital. Patients and staff tested positive for the disease, and following the sad deaths of 6 patients, the Health Minister has instigated the investigation via a Level 3 serious adverse incident into the circumstances surrounding those outbreaks. That investigation, I believe, is vital to establish the reasons as to how that outbreak occurred. There have been 3 identifiable outbreaks at Craigavon, and we all realise, of course, that given the complexities of the virus, no one can give a cast-iron guarantee that with the highest regard for safety, it is possible to completely prevent spread. However, in the hospital setting, there is an understandable public expectation that such outbreaks will be prevented, at the very least minimised. Therefore, how the situation has escalated so quickly needs to be established. We acknowledge the good work that has been undertaken by all staff within the hospital over many months in preventing outbreaks. However, people will be concerned by these developments at both Craigavon and now Daisy Hill. They will be concerned about the deaths that have occurred, and they will be rightly inquiring as to how this happened. The past few days, we have a situation whereby a Level 3 serious adverse incident has been declared at Daisy Hill following infection outbreaks, and sadly 5 patients' deaths there. There are certainly worrying times for everyone in the hospital setting. It is important to quickly establish the reasons why we have experienced this type of outbreak in 2 hospitals within the Southern Trust, and if identified causes can be established, then acted on to prevent further outbreaks. Is testing sufficient? Are wards getting the type of deep cleaning they require on a regular basis? Are rules being adhered to rigorously? These are all questions that need answered. The fact of an outbreak with someone potentially dying as a result of it is, of course, the greatest concern, and sadly, that has happened across both sites in recent days. However, there are many more factors to consider, for instance, the impact on hospital services, such as planned surgery and all treatments being cancelled, with staff having to isolate, and the massive impact this has in terms of patient outcomes. I raised this point yesterday with the Minister, and I thank him for coming before the House again today. The level of staff now in isolation is a major and concerning knock-on effect of this current outbreak across the 2 sites, and there is a huge worry that necessary medical procedures due to the
time's up.
have been postponed as a result. I would call on the Minister to act as quickly as possible to ensure that this situation is rectified as soon as possible. That everyone can turn to work as soon as humanly possible.
Thank you. And I call Colm Gildernew.
Gormayagat, Cancolia, Agus Gormayagat Arish. Could you, Robin, the Minister, for attending what has been certainly a couple of very long days in relation to major health issues. On behalf of the Health Committee, I want to extend sincere sympathy to those who have contracted COVID-19 in both Craigavon and Daisy-Hill hospitals, and in particular to the family of those who have died following hospital-acquired infection. I know their loss is compounded dreadfully in these circumstances, and there is so much hurt and understandable anger among relatives. I must also acknowledge the distress and disappointment felt by the healthcare staff and leadership, dozens of whom have also been infected in the line of duty. I know, having worked tirelessly throughout the pandemic, the workforce must be feeling demoralised and upset that harm should come to the very people they are trying so hard to help. I realise they are also bearing greater pressure due to the resulting staff absences. The Committee has welcomed the announcement of the Level 3 Serious Adverse Incident Inquiries in the Southern Trust. This process, however, can be lengthy, and it has been challenging for families in the past. It's very important, I believe, that families are involved centrally from the outset, updated regularly throughout, and provided with all the support they need at this time and in the future. While we must allow the SAI to run its course and not prejudge its findings, nevertheless, I do hope the opportunity will be taken for early and widespread sharing of any preliminary lessons learned with a view to reducing the risk of outbreaks elsewhere, and I was pleased to note the Minister's commitment to that rapid learning process in the Chamber here yesterday. I know the health and social care workforce and leadership have been on a rapid learning curve with this virus since the start, and that so much more is known now than 6 months ago. That mindset has never been more valuable. The Committee will want to know what has been learned or has still to be learned about the type and use of PPE in these circumstances, for example, or about other infection control measures or interaction between health professionals or approaches to testing and monitoring. Essentially, what's required to ensure that patients and staff have the protection and the support they need as we face into the coming challenging months. The Committee has been seeking to play a positive role in scrutinising the pandemic response, feeding through the challenges on the ground and seeking to hold public bodies to account while making a constructive contribution to decisions. In keeping with that, the Committee will want to see the report of the inquiry as soon as possible and look to support and highlight the lessons learnt and key public health messages rising. It's also important to state that as we see increasing transmission of COVID-19 learning, the lessons of outbreaks will be vital. I will also say that I have been contacted by families, and it's not an exaggeration to say they've been devastated. Finally, the best tribute to those who have died and promise to those who are suffering must be that we act together to prevent further instances at all costs. I wish the Minister well and look forward to detailed engagement.
Thank you, and I call Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I think, first and foremost, we must remember at the heart of this debate here this evening are broken hearts and grieving families. And my sympathies go to all those who have lost family or friend in Craigavon, Daisy Hill and indeed beyond. I'm also cognizant that this evening we are awaiting the outcome of the action taken by the Minister in announcing a Level 3 Serious Adverse Incident investigation. And that is the right route for the Department to take. And I think it's best to let that investigation determine what exactly happened here, what the feelings were, and then we can learn from this. There is clearly a problem here, but rumour and innuendo serve no purpose in establishing concrete fact. Facts are what are needed, and so that they can be acted upon, so that the unanswered questions families have are answered, and to learn lessons. I would urge the Minister to proceed with haste and that the investigation is swift and thorough. There's also a very important point to make here, Mr Speaker. Let us also remember that there are considerable numbers of staff who are also broken-hearted, anxious and deeply moved by what has happened to patients in their care. And I know that many nurses and doctors, indeed I am confident that those who work in the haematology ward, will be deeply distressed by the loss of their patients. Their dedication to their job is second to none, and their awareness for the need for impeccable infection control is also clear. So I think we need to be measured in what we say here this evening, Mr Speaker, and we all want answers. However, the need to reinforce the public health messages that can save lives, whether that be in hospital, ward or in an office, a restaurant or home. For Mr Speaker, this virus is going to be with us for some time, and we need to protect our hospitals, our care homes, in order to save lives. We need staff to be diligent, we need the public to be diligent, and we as legislators need to ensure that they have the resources and the support to be diligent. There are serious questions that need answered in this sad case, that is very clear. Families need them, the Trust needs them, our wider health service needs them, and we need them. I thank the Minister for his action and wait the outcome of that investigation, and trust that there will be very minimum of delay going forward with progressing with the SAI. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Liz Kimmins.
And Corla, I'm going to thank my colleague John O'Dowd for bringing this adjournment debate this evening. I too wish to extend my condolences to all the families of the deceased, both in Craigavon and Daisy Hill in my own constituency. And I thank the Minister for coming here, because I do appreciate it's been a very tough couple of days. Without going over what everyone else has said here this evening, I too welcome the news that there will be an SAI, but I do have concerns, like others have said, about the effectiveness of this, particularly as we need to get answers as soon as possible to ensure this doesn't happen again. But I do believe there is immediate learning that we can be looking at around key issues. Just today, I've been contacted by family members of patients on Mail Medical in Daisy Hill who stated they were not made aware at any stage of an outbreak on the ward. This has currently had major implications for their families. Their family member is currently in Craigavon, and their associated members are self-isolating while they await test results, which obviously has wider implications. Similarly, staff have been in contact with me to say they found out first about the outbreak through the media, which is concerning. And in a time when we want to ensure staff feel valued, I think this can damage that too. So I think, Minister, there needs to be more transparency, that we ensure that rumours don't circulate, that people are getting the correct information, and that staff, patients and their families have better awareness and are more diligent in their day-to-day activities. We feel there needs to be better communication, both from the Trust and from here in the Assembly, to ensure that people remember the stark message that this hasn't gone away. And you know, we know that this is something that can get into our hospital settings. Nothing is impossible, but it is important to keep that message live. And I think one of the biggest issues I've learned over the last number of days is around testing. There have been issues, and I have raised them with the Minister, and I don't want to go over those points again, but particularly for staff and patients and their families, having difficulties accessing testing has proved really challenging, and it's obviously impacting on staffing levels within the hospital and then for people in their wider lives. So I think coming out of today, in the immediate aftermath of this, we as elected reps and the senior management in the Trust need to work very, very hard to rebuild confidence, because confidence has been damaged here. For myself, in terms of Daisy Hill, we were advised this would be a COVID-free hospital, and there's been a serious upheaval as people were moved to Craigavon, and we've lost our ED for a number of months now. And I think this proves the need for ED to come back, as we see Craigavon is almost bursting at the seams with the level of workload that the staff are managing at present. So we do have a huge job of work to do, and I think we can do that, but it's important that we get a rapid response and that this is communicated clearly to the public. Thank you.
Margaret, can I call Justin McNulty?
And I thank the member for Upper Bann for bringing this important adjournment debate today. I cannot stand here today and pretend that the outbreaks at Craigavon Area Hospital are not linked or connected to the outbreak at Daisy Hill Hospital. 25 patients have tested positive, 11 patients have passed away tragically, 44 staff have tested positive, and 112 staff are isolating. 11 families are in the depths of grief, and my sympathies are with those families. They need answers. The words of Yvonne Stewart, who I spoke to, are ringing in my ears. Her father, John Fleming, was admitted to hospital for routine medical treatment. He has since been buried. She deserves answers. Yvonne Stewart could not thank the staff, the doctors, the nurses at Craigavon Area Hospital enough. The level of care she said her father got was exceptional. 112 staff are off isolating between two hospitals. Can you imagine the duress that puts on wards on the remaining staff? Those staff need reassured that the lessons that need to be learned will be learned and learned fast. Patients and their families need reassured. The wider community needs reassured that their hospitals are safe. I welcome the announcement of the serious adverse incidents level 3 and the subsequent investigations that will take place in both hospitals. And those investigations must take place post-haste, and I am not filled with confidence when I hear the Chief Executive of the Trust on this morning on the radio talking about still deliberating over the terms of reference. But I do hesitate to preempt some of the findings of that investigation, but a fundamental finding, I believe, will be that staff were not listened to. Staff were not listened to. Why did they have to come to me? Why did they have to come to me with concerns around testing and delays to testing? Why did they have to come to me with concerns around deep cleaning of the ward, about deep cleaning of the canteen? Why did they come to me concerned about why infection control was not engaged fast enough? Why did they come to me concerned about staff being moved from a COVID ward to a clean ward? Staff were not listened to. I want to finish by paying tribute to those staff. The doctors, nurses, porters, cleaners, cooks. Where would we be without them? Craigavon Area Hospital is an exceptional hospital. Daisy Hill Hospital is an exceptional hospital. And I agree with the member for Newry and Armagh. We need to see our ED open in Daisy Hill Hospital as well to ease the pressure on Craigavon Area Hospital. And
I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise to support Doug Beattie and also the Minister on being here and acknowledge the huge challenge that you face along with your team, and it cannot be an easy day any day. Regarding Craigavon Area Hospital, and I thank the member for bringing this forward, but I appreciate since that was probably presented to the Business Office, the situation has changed and now also does include Daisy Hill, which is a recipient hospital for South Down. Both hospitals take quite a big intake from there. And from my perspective, I see, Minister, that there are two channels at work here. There is that retrospective piece that needs to happen regarding the serious adverse incident. Unfortunately, for those families who have lost loved ones, that will bring nobody back. But what it will do is provide them with the answers that they so rightly deserve at this time. But I do share the concerns of the House that that process may be laboured and slow. It may be the old tool in the box, which was quickly grabbed in these uncertain times. It may be that it isn't the best tool for this job, but it was the easiest to grab. And I would work with the Minister in any suggestions he would have to inject some speed into that process, to bring forward anything that needs to be learned quickly, to move on to that second channel I refer to. And that is the piece where we have to act fast and respond quickly to lessons that could be learned, that could save future lives. On that note, I also refer to, and my colleague from Newry Armagh referred to it, that staff and patients need reassurance. I don't want to find out from the floor of this House that cleanings happened because we asked. I don't think that's how staff should be finding out these reassuring words. There appears to be a real breakdown in communications from the Trust to the staff and the patients. They do need to know that everything that can be done is being done. And if that communication channel opens more rapidly and it be a two-way communication channel, I think that will put an end to the room where rumour has grown. Having spoken to people working on the ward and families who have patients on the ward, I urge you, Minister, please use this opportunity to reassure them. It's all they seek at this time. They need to know that they are safe, that the most that can be done is being done to keep them safe. They need to hear it from you, they need to hear it from the Trust, and they need to hear it from management within the hospital. I thank all those staff and I thank you.
Thank you very much. And I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to Mr. O'Dowd for bringing this important a discussion tonight. I think it is important that even MLAs outside the area give their thoughts on this issue, and I want to begin by offering my condolences and sympathy and solidarity and support to the families who have lost loved ones due to this recent outbreak at Craigavon Area Hospital, and to all those who are battling for their lives and their health at the moment. My thoughts are obviously with them all, and this is obviously a very highly sensitive issue, and because of this I think it is important to choose words carefully. But of course, Mr. Speaker, I don't claim to know the full details of what happened in Craigavon Area Hospital or indeed in Daisy Hill, but it is a deeply worrying situation when highly vulnerable patients who are free of COVID are admitted to hospital, where they then come into contact with this virus, to be met with obviously the most tragic of fates in some circumstances. And like our care homes, these hospitals should have had maximum protection from this virus at the very start. But unfortunately, much like our care homes, some of these hospitals and staff in them and patients have been failed at various stages throughout this crisis and over the years as well. We have to ascertain why what happened, and obviously there needs to be a full, not just a SAI, but a full inquiry into these events, which should be directly informed by the families, and they should get the answers that they deserve. But we should not, as others have alluded to, I think we shouldn't disregard those people such as health workers and their respective unions, because health workers have been failed throughout this crisis, from the denial of PPE to the more general rundown of services throughout this pandemic. And as Mr McNulty alluded to, they may have raised concerns prior, I do not know, but I think it's important that if they did, that is listened to and addressed. I say this, Mr. Speaker, because, as I articulated earlier today, there's elements within this House who are going to great lengths to blame maybe ordinary people for the spread of virus, to talk about reckless individuals or referring constantly to house parties. But I think the reality is that the same reticence to shut down workplaces in the first place fueled moves to reopen them prematurely and in an unsafe way, increase the spread of the virus and possibly threatening more deaths, whilst creating a context where many people began to draw the conclusion that if you could go to work, then why not socialise with friends, etc. And just last week, I asked the First Minister to divulge the medical evidence that showed COVID spreads among 6 people in the homes, but not in workplaces of hundreds. I asked the Health Minister today. I take it he was obviously rushed in some of his comments today, but on both occasions we haven't got the evidence to ascertain why it does spread in homes, but not simply in workplaces. So I want to give my sympathies to those families, and hopefully this tragedy doesn't happen again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I now move to call the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to conclude on this debate, and the Minister would have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, can I thank Mr. O'Dowd for proposing this adjournment debate, and I think the opportunity to further address the House on COVID-19 and the outbreak that we've seen in Craigavon Area Hospital and the related issues in Daisy Hill, which I commented on yesterday in response to Mr. McNulty's urgent question. Mr. Speaker, I suppose it's starting where Mr. Carr left off, is to ensure that this doesn't happen again. And it's about ensuring that we have the support within our health services and our hospitals and to the staff, that we make sure that we can do all that we can in addressing the spread of COVID-19. Because, Mr. Speaker, I want to express my sincere sympathies to the loved ones of those who have passed away, and reiterate that I'm deeply sorry for the heartbreak and loss that these families have suffered. Thorough investigations are absolutely essential, and I'm determined that no stone will be left unturned to ascertain the facts about these causes and these cases, and any learning that we can take to prevent a further occurrence. Mr. Speaker, while we do all that we can to protect ourselves and our society from the risk that this virus constantly poses, our citizens should expect at all times the highest standards of infection control to be in place across our entire healthcare facilities. So in light of these recent clusters, the Southern Trust immediate priorities are firstly to care for affected patients and staff and prevent the further spread of the virus, and secondly to ensure that the appropriate investigations are initiated with involvement from the families and supported and, I suppose, controlled by my department. I have been clear that this is a very serious matter, and as I've said previously, a thorough investigation is required so that patients and bereaved families receive the answers that they are entitled to. The Southern Health and Social Care Trust is and has confirmed that the Level 3 investigation, SAI investigation, will be extended to include the outbreak at the male medical ward at Daisy Hill Hospital. This investigation will be independently chaired, and as I've said, its findings will be made available to the families impacted and will be made public. As I said in the House yesterday, I expect the independent chair to be appointed by the end of this week. That independent chair is, and I can give John that assurance, the independent chair is appointed and selected in conjunction with the Health and Social Care Board and the Public Health Agency. One of the things that I've said is the terms of reference, and why they haven't been finalised yet, is that independent chair has input into the terms of reference, but also importantly that the families have input into the terms of reference. I've met with families who have been through an SAI Level 3 to say their experience was not good. It wasn't supported right, and they weren't supported right. So when I declared this outbreak to warrant a Level 3 SAI, it wasn't, as the member said, because it was the only tool in the box. It's the tool that I had to ensure that we could get to the answers that the families and the staff also need. So I think, as I said yesterday, we expect that chair to be in place by the end of this week, and we will move as quickly as is practical to get the answers. Because, Mr. Speaker, it's important to be very clear at this stage that whilst we want an expeditious investigation, we simply cannot put a timeline until we have greater clarity about the underlying causes which the investigation will provide. Because the SAI is about learning, and it is vitally important that we are thorough in our investigation and take every opportunity to learn from what is these tragic circumstances. I and my department are in regular contact with the Southern Trust, and I want to assure the public and those patients and the staff that all necessary measures are being taken, firstly to control these outbreaks, and secondly to investigate the causes, the circumstances that have caused them, but also give them that reassurance that all is being done to make sure that those patients are safe, the families are supported, and their staff are also important again, because time after time in here tonight we have acknowledged the work of the staff that has been undertaken. The Trust, as I said yesterday, is working with the Public Health Agency and Public Health England to make sure that the management of the response is of the highest standard and the necessary lessons are learned right across our health and social care system. And the Trust is taking that necessary learning from Public Health England to identify the actions that can be taken now to support the patients and the families. Because Public Health England has already gained experience of outbreaks, and we want to learn from them and apply the learning that they have here in Northern Ireland, but also make sure that that learning isn't just for the Southern Trust, but across all the trusts in Northern Ireland. Because across these islands, Mr. Speaker, we all have the same desire, and that is to ensure that our patients, staff and visitors have access to safe health and care in our hospitals. These are unimaginably difficult times for these families, and I want to assure them that the Patient and Client Council is available to advocate on their behalf and to provide that independent support as they engage in this process with the Trust and the investigation. And I said that here yesterday, that those families, if they are reticent about the support from the Trust or don't think it is going to be an open and transparent, that's what the Patient and Client Council are there for. But I also want to take this opportunity to reassure the staff working through these still unprecedented times to care for their patients and their loved ones, that they are supported in the work and the daily challenges that they are presented with. This isn't about apportion and blame. It is fundamental that we learn from this and we take robust steps to ensure the safeguarding of our staff and patients in all our hospital settings. Mr. Speaker, I have listened intently to the debate today, and I take note of members' concerns and frustrations, because, Speaker, I also have those same feelings, and I want to provide a brief update that I received from the Southern Trust on the patients and staff who have been currently affected. And it's not because Ms Bradley said about hearing the reports in this House. This is the information I've received today, so it's only right that I provide it when I have it, because we have had calls of transparency and clarity. This is the information I have received. In relation to Craigavon, 14 patients tested positive. 6 of those have sadly passed away. 5 remain inpatients in 2 North Respiratory for ongoing clinical care, and 3 are at home. In Craigavon, 146 staff have been tested, 23 of whom have tested positive and 45 in total self-isolation. However, 26 of that 45 have now returned to work. Such is their dedication and commitment. And I think it was, as Mr McNulty, when he was speaking about their staff members, they're not just the nurses or the doctors, they're the cleaners, they're the porters, they're the entirety there. And so often we look at our health and social care workers as workers in a job. Mr. Speaker, they carry out a vocation and a dedication that I have seen no equal to in the past 7 months. In relation to Daisy Hill Hospital, 13 patients have tested positive, 5 of those who have sadly passed away. We have 1 at home, and the remainder have been transferred to Craigavon in line with the Southern Trust protocol for management of COVID. 204 staff to date have been tested, 28 of those whom have tested positive, and 73 in total are self-isolating. And I want to say to any member in here, if they know of members or family members who have concern getting tests or access to tests, please come forward and let us know, because they are accessible to Pillar 1. Speaker, I want to respond briefly to a couple of points also that have been raised. I can confirm that enhanced cleaning is taking place on both sites several times each day, particularly in outbreak wards 4 times per day, and also in donning and doffing areas. Touch points and staff terminal, these measures are guided by best proactive advice from the Public Health Agency and the learnings from Public Health England. Mr. Speaker, would you indulge me with an extra couple of minutes? I have an extra page. I'll finish in time, but I think it is vital that I convey the answers that I have here, and I appreciate your indulgence. These measures, as I say, are guided by best proactive advice from the Public Health Agency and learning from Public Health England. On the question of staff moving across hospital sites, I want to just discourage the type of unfounded speculation that has been heard about this. I've received provisional data on genotyping of the outbreaks of those who have tested positive, and so far there's been absolutely no link between staff who volunteered to help out across sites and the transmission of COVID-19 into Craigavon Hospital. Staff working flexible across our sites is not uncommon and is safe. It is one of the strengths of our workforce. But I must stress this important point. The staff who came into Craigavon went from an amber PPE site to an amber PPE site. These are standard infection and control measures which staff observe in order to prevent any transmission from one location to another. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, these cases are a stark and tragic reminder that this virus is amongst us and is very much at large in our community. I know that people want to get back to normality, and with our children going back to schools and colleges, and with many people returning to some kind of work pattern, it feels a little more like normal. Mr. Speaker, these are still not normal times. We have to live our lives in the shadow of this terrible virus until the time comes when we have a safe and effective vaccination. Everyone is feeling the pressure. Each and every one of us, we must remain robust and not fall prey to the complacency that is creeping in upon us. In regards, Mr. Speaker, a number of members referred to the rumours and the speculation. I will say, and I've always said to this throughout this pandemic, that sort of rumour and speculation is unhelpful. It's what undermines our staff morale the most. It's what puts questions into families' heads that don't have answers, because often that speculation, that rumour, that innuendo, without ground, without basis, is the one that does the most damage. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, there are undoubtedly questions that will have to be answered by the Trust in relation to these outbreaks once the immediate threat has been brought under control. The necessary steps are underway, and any lessons will be shared across all health and social care trusts as they emerge, because COVID-19 remains a lethal and highly infectious virus. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you very much. And first of all, could I just thank all the speakers this afternoon who have contributed in this debate. The substance and the tone of all the contributions have very adequately and appropriately reflected the gravity of the situation raised here today. And as I say, I'd like to commend all of the speakers for their very worthy contributions. And on that debate, on that point, then the Assembly stands adjourned. Thank you all.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary,